Chapter 866. He was gambling with his life. Therefore, if the Tongtian sect leader knew about Xianqing's plan in advance, he would not have allowed him to do so. It's still too rash. Although Xianqing succeeded, the Tongtian sect leader did not feel relieved. He just felt that Xianqing was too risky and should not have done such a dangerous thing. Using this method to ascend to the extreme was not the right way to break through. However, this method was indeed powerful. Regardless of the level, as long as he succeeded, he would be able to advance to the next realm. Remember, it was any realm. After successfully ascending to the extreme of the Sky Immortal, he would be a Xian Immortal. After successfully ascending to the extreme of the Sage to Be, he would be a Primordial Daluo Jinxian. Of course, there was a prerequisite. He had to succeed to break through the realm. If he failed, he would only be left with death, and his Dao would vanish. Even if Xianqing was immortal, if he failed to ascend to the extreme this time, he would not have an easy time. He would have to start all over again. Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit rotated above the green lotus of creation for a moment. Then it slowly dissipated and disappeared. It had already carried Xianqing's remnant true spirit and reincarnated. Although Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit had been refined, it did not mean that he had directly broken through to the realm of the primordial chaos. There was still a process. Only when his cultivation had recovered to its peak, and he had refined the primordial chaos Dao fruit, could Xianqing be considered to have reached the realm of the primordial Daluo Jinxian. The moment Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit disappeared, the Tongtian sect on the Golden Turtle Island took the initiative. The Qingping sword was unsheathed. The terrifying sword light illuminated the entire three realms. It circled in the river of time and space, and did not dissipate for a long time. It alarmed many existences. The Tongtian sect leader was warning the great mediums of the Eldritch world to not have any ideas about Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the endless pursuit of the Qingping sword. At this moment, Xianqing, who had reincarnated into the human race with the primordial chaos Dao fruit, had reached the most dangerous moment of his life. Although the primordial chaos Dao fruit was extremely compatible with Xianqing, it did not mean that outsiders could not refine it. If he could snatch Xianqing's primordial chaos Dao fruit, he could still refine it with some effort. The Dao fruit of the origin was formed after Xianqing's origin was sublimated to the extreme. It contained all of his cultivation. If an outsider were to obtain it and refine it, they would be able to take away everything from Xianqing in an instant and immediately reach the realm of the origin Daluo Jinxian. Using this method to attain the Dao would definitely require a certain price to be paid. However, compared to the scenery after attaining the Dao, this price was nothing. After all, not every great magician had the confidence to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. At this time, the Xianqing Dao fruit, which was enough for them to reach the heavens in one step, became the last hope for these people to attain the Dao. In order to attain the Dao, some great practitioners were willing to take the risk. This was also considered the drawback of attaining the Dao through the extreme sublimation method. If they were not careful, it would be easy for others to snatch the Dao fruit of the origin. As a result, all of their previous efforts would be made for others. It was very miserable. It was precisely because of this that the Tongtian sect leader took out the Qingping sword and released the sword light in the long river of time and space without concealing it. He wanted to use this to warn those with ulterior motives. The primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, who used this method to attain the Dao by stealing others' Dao fruit of the origin, must be at the lowest level of this realm. He could not even be compared to the so-called weakest person who attained the Dao through virtue. Such an existence was definitely not a match for the Tongtian sect leader. If the Tongtian sect leader used the 4 immortal slaying swords, it would not be a problem to kill him, but it would not be a problem to seal him. If the 3 pure ones joined forces, it would be even stronger. They would definitely be able to kill the new and weakest primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. They might even be able to refine the Dao fruit of the origin again before his realm stabilized. As for whether the 3 pure ones would join forces or not, in the past everyone would say that the 3 pure ones had already split up and were not on good terms with each other. They would probably not join forces. However, during the investiture of the Gods' War, Everyone saw the scene of the three pure ones joining forces to fight against the human emperor. How could you say that they were not on good terms with each other when they could join forces to fight against the enemy? The so-called split up was just a pretense. In this way, after the Tongtian sect leader's warning, there would definitely be fewer powerful people who dared to have designs on the Xianqing sect. There might even be none. Of course, there would definitely be some powerful people who would make a move. However, at this time it would be the time to see if the Tongtian sect leader's Qingping sword was good or bad. On this day, in the central divine province's country of Lu, clear light suddenly filled the sky. It was vast and mighty for more than 30,000 miles. At the same time, in a certain family, a woman dreamed of a green lotus falling into her arms. Then she woke up with a start. Not long after, the news that she was pregnant spread. This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest and causing a huge commotion. The woman was not married, but the news that she was pregnant spread. This was not a disgraceful thing. It was not like the ancient times when people only knew the mother and not the father. Since the rise of human civilization, being pregnant before marriage had never been a glorious thing. The central divine province's laws were not completely inhumane. There was no such thing as being drowned in a pig cage. However, being pregnant before marriage was still quite disgraceful to that family. It had tarnished their family's reputation by more than half. However, that family only had one daughter. What else could they do? Could it be that they could beat him to death? They could only continue to raise her. If the country of Lu was not in the central divine province, and was in an ordinary mortal world, the best choice for this family would be to hide their names and escape to a place where no one knew them and start anew. However, the country of Lu was in the central divine province, a place where immortals and gods lived together. Knowing that there was a woman who was pregnant after being connected with heaven and earth, some cultivators were tempted and thought of the records in the ancient books. Being pregnant after being connected with heaven and earth was a phenomenon unique to the ancient divine emperors. According to legend, the ancient divine emperor Fuxi was born from the connection between Huaxiu and Luais. The earthly emperor Shennong was born from his mother's dream of Sui Hua entering her bosom. The human emperor Xianyuan was born from his mother's dream that she was in a huge nest. When she woke up, she found that she was already pregnant. As for the woman, she was pregnant from the dream of a blue lotus entering her bosom. When they thought of the time of her pregnancy, there was a phenomenon in the country of Lu. Clear qi was condensed for 30,000 miles and did not dissipate. Now the timing was just right. The 30,000 miles of clear qi was caused by the child in the woman's belly. The ancient divine emperor was a natural-born god. For a moment, the cultivators nearby were tempted. They thought that the child was the reincarnation of the divine emperor, a god who had descended to the mortal world, and had the possibility of becoming the human emperor. Of course, with such an extraordinary background, even if the child could not become the human emperor in the future, it would still be extraordinary in the future. Involuntarily, some cultivators wanted to take the child as their disciple. However, such people were in the minority. Most of them felt that they were not qualified enough. They all contacted their elders and reported what had happened here to them, and asked them to make a decision. As for the gods in the country of Lu, they were already scared out of their wits. It was still fine in the mortal world. If the cultivators did not use their divine abilities, they could not see the abnormality of the child at all. However, it was different in the divine realm. Most of the living beings living there were gods who had extraordinary power. These gods looked from the divine realm and saw a ball of clear qi gathering in the woman's belly. It was releasing boundless radiance that was even more dazzling than the sun. Not to mention seeing what was inside the clear qi. The entire divine realm was illuminated by that ball of clear qi. The light was so bright that the gods here could not open their eyes no matter what their cultivation level was. Needless to say, the child in the woman's belly was definitely not simple. Otherwise, why would there be such a phenomenon? Some people were tempted to cherish talents, but naturally, there were also people with ulterior motives who had evil thoughts. Born with the appearance of a divine emperor, this child must be extraordinary. If they took the opportunity to take it out and refine it before it was born, they might be able to become a Tao Lord immediately. Some people had such thoughts, and some people directly took action. Unfortunately, these evil spirits were burned to ashes by the clear chi in the woman's belly before they could get close to her. However, although the clear chi was strong, it was only useful for cultivators. It was useless for mortals. The woman was pregnant before marriage, and she was looked down upon and scolded by many people. What's more, the woman's clansmen wanted to abort the child. However, as a mother, the woman was not swayed by the words of the outside world. She still maintained an optimistic attitude. The tribulation of Tao Ascension. That clear chi was naturally Xianqing. He who had just reincarnated was facing the tribulation of Tao Ascension, the tribulation of death. He was not even born, but there was already a tendency of him dying. Tao Ascension was difficult, and every step was dangerous. This was only the beginning. There were many more tribulations waiting for Xianqing. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The woman's pregnancy was already showing, but her situation had improved greatly. Because at some point in time there was an extra qilin in the Lu country. It was surrounded by auspicious clouds and looked very sacred. This qilin would appear every day with a spirit fruit in its mouth. It would come to the woman's house punctually and offer her the spirit fruit. A qilin giving spirit fruit was a treatment that only Huaxiu, the mother of heavenly Emperor Fuxi, could enjoy. It was confirmed that the child in the woman's belly must be someone like the ancient divine emperor. It was also because of the appearance of the qilin that the surrounding rumors changed in the shortest time possible. The people here were not ignorant. The Central God Province was a place where humans and gods lived together. Seeing this phenomenon, the local people immediately realized that the woman's child was not simple. Therefore, the rumors changed. In the past, the child said that the woman was immoral and was pregnant with someone's bastard child. But in the blink of an eye, it became, I already knew that the child was extraordinary and was the reincarnation of a god. The change was so fast that it made people dumbfounded. After that, as time passed, more and more changes happened to the woman's situation. At some point in time, a majestic true dragon appeared in a lake in the country of Lu. Every day, it would catch all kinds of spirit fish from the lake and compete with the qilin to deliver food to the woman. Then a phoenix appeared. It was incomparably luxurious, and also joined the ranks of delivering food. Not long after, the people in the country found that there were many divine beasts and auspicious beasts around them. And these divine beasts and auspicious beasts were all circling around the woman. For example, when the woman walked to the river, divine beasts would appear in the water. They would either give her all kinds of treasures in the water, or carry her to swim in the water. If she came to the mountain forest, various divine beasts would appear. They would either blow the wind for her, give her fruits, or offer her divine spring water. In short, no matter where she went, all the living beings in the world would kindly express their goodwill to her. When the surrounding people saw this, although they did not say anything, they all knew that these changes were caused by the child in the woman's belly. This child was really extraordinary. There was already such a powerful phenomenon before it was born. If it was born, it would be incredible. The human race would definitely have another peerless prodigy. For a time, whether it was the gods or the surrounding cultivators, they all reached a tacit understanding to secretly protect the child and prevent it from being harmed by evil spirits. Therefore, such a situation occurred. During the day, the immortals silently protected the woman. At night, it was the gods' turn. It was also at this time that the rumors changed again. Some people swore that the child was the reincarnation of an immortal in heaven, because they saw an immortal secretly protecting the child during the day. Some people refuted that the child was the reincarnation of a god, because they saw the gods appear at night and silently protect the child. Just like that, a debate about the origin of the child arose. They argued endlessly about whether the child was a god who had descended to the mortal world, or the reincarnation of an immortal. That was how boring it was. This debate continued until the 14th month of the woman's pregnancy. At this time, a major event occurred that caused the people to stop arguing. Xianqing's reincarnation needed about 24 months to be born, which corresponded to the 24 green lotus of creation. Therefore, it was not a problem for the child to not be born after 14 months. The surrounding people were also not surprised. After all, it was a natural god. It was normal for it to be different from others. It would be abnormal if it was the same as others. Of course, Xianqing was able to successfully conceive until now because of the various immortal fruits offered by the divine beasts. That woman only had a mortal body, but Xianqing was a top-tier great medium. How difficult was it to conceive an innate god with a mortal body? It was likely that before Xianqing was born, the woman's essence would have been exhausted and she would have become a dried corpse. Therefore, the scene of the divine beasts offering the immortal fruits happened. The immortal fruits were not ordinary either. They were all top-tier innate spiritual fruits. Each of them was more precious than the 9,000-year-old immortal peaches. If an ordinary person ate one of them, it would be an exaggeration to say that they would become Taoist priests. However, it would be no problem for them to become Tai Daoist lords. These innate spiritual fruits were the treasures of Feng Zichen and the Tongtian sect leader. In order for Xianqing to be born successfully, they gritted their teeth and took them out. As for the divine beasts, their origins were simple. They were the newly born descendants of the 3 clans. Their bloodline was incomparably pure. Otherwise, they would not be qualified to offer the immortal fruits to Xianqing. Chapter 867. At the end of the day, Xianqing was a person of great merit. He had made great contributions to the primitive world, and was a Tao ancestor, the primitive talisman ancestor. With such a status, how could the world let him suffer? When the woman was 14 months pregnant, it happened to be the day of the human race's ancestral worship. The people of the various vassal states and even the people of the human Tao imperial court would put down their work on this day and head to the ancestral temple to worship the past sacred emperors of the human race and countless predecessors. On this day, the human race experts would go out to hunt ferocious beasts, demons, and other enemies of the human race, and take their heads to worship the predecessors. The purpose of this was to not forget their roots. The descendants of the human race would never dare to forget the blood feud of the human race. At the same time, this would let people understand the hardships and dangers of their ancestors in the primitive world, to establish a territory belonging to the human race step by step. It would let the future generations remember how difficult it was for the ancestors to establish the human race's territory. It was also at this time that a shocking scene took place in the country of Lu. The woman headed to the ancestral temple to worship the martyrs and pray that the martyrs would protect her unborn child. However, she had never expected that after she arrived at the imperial ancestral temple, none of the martyrs worshipped by the imperial ancestral temple would dare to accept her, except for the Holy Mother of the human race, Goddess Nuwa. After entering the ancestral temple, the woman followed the rules and bowed to the martyrs. However, before she could kneel, the memorial tablets of the martyrs in the ancestral temple all shook and moved to the side, not daring to accept her bow. When the immortals and gods hiding in the dark saw this, they were even more shocked. Although they had already guessed that the child was extraordinary, they still didn't expect it to be so extraordinary. Others couldn't tell, but how could they not? The actions of the memorial tablets of the martyrs clearly meant that they were afraid, and didn't dare to accept her bow. How great of a background did this person have to be to make the martyrs of the human race so afraid that they didn't dare to accept her bow? However, the shock wasn't over yet. The woman hesitated for a moment, then turned and entered the main hall to worship the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. However, when the statues of the 5 emperors saw the woman, they all moved to the side, indicating that they didn't dare to accept her bow. The 3 sovereigns accepted the woman's bow, but after she bowed, the statues of the 3 sovereigns returned the bow at the same time. The ancient sacred emperor's reincarnation. She's definitely the ancient sacred emperor's reincarnation. Otherwise, how could the 3 sovereigns treat her with respect? It's time for the human race to rise again. Someone who saw this scene couldn't help but shout out in excitement. He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure, as this phenomenon was truly too shocking. How many people in the 3 dimensions were able to make the 3 emperors talk to them as equals? If he wasn't a high and mighty saint, then he must be one of the few great divine powers in the world. Such a figure was actually born into the human race. Wasn't it just like the reincarnation of Fuxi into the human race, becoming the human emperor, and leading the human race to prosperity. Next, the woman arrived at the depths of the imperial ancestral temple. There were 2 shrines here. The larger one was dedicated to Empress Nuwa, while the smaller one was dedicated to the ancient sage emperor. It was said that the ancient sage emperor was the first human emperor of the human race. His origin was even more ancient than the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He was born even before the ancient era. As a character from the ancient era, he had once competed with the celestial emperor. Later on, after this ancient sage emperor experienced a series of magnificent lives, he became the emperor of the North Star, heavenly emperor in the heavens. He was the lord of the gods and commanded all the gods. Of course, the ancient era was too long ago. Not many people knew about the deeds of this ancient sage emperor. Most of them were legends, and no one knew if they were true or false. However, there was one thing that everyone knew. It was rumored that the current human emperor was the reincarnation of this ancient sage emperor. When he saw the human race gradually weakening in the heaven realm, he was displeased. Hence, he personally reincarnated into the human race and led the human race to glory again. Not many people knew about the deeds of the ancient sage emperor. However, when it came to the current human emperor, it was impossible to finish talking about him even if one talked for 3 days and 3 nights. He was truly an invincible figure in the 3 dimensions. Even the saints were no match for him. He was the idol of the human race. It was also because people knew that the ancient sage emperor was the previous human emperor, that the ancient sage emperor's palace became the imperial ancestral temple. It became a place of prosperity. Not to mention the gods and Buddhas, even goddess Nuwa's temple was not as prosperous as this. In the 3 dimensions, it was not only the human race who worshipped the human emperor. Among the 10,000 races, many living beings worshipped the human emperor and viewed him as the lord of the heavens and earth. Even the demon race had many clans that secretly worshipped the human emperor. His power had reached its peak. 10,000 races were afraid of him and viewed him as a god, the lord of the heavens and earth. They did not dare to offend him. Feng Zichen and Xianqing were originally one. Although he intended to destroy Xianqing's incarnation, it was not appropriate for him to see this woman. Hence, when the woman was about to reach his temple, he plucked a seed from the tree of world and threw it over. My good friend is in trouble. I can't bear to see her, so I'll give you this to protect yourself. When your good friend recovers, we can meet again. After saying that, the seed of the tree of world flew out from the Saint Emperor's palace and turned into a green robe that covered the woman's body. This green robe was transformed from the seed of the tree of world and was an upper-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. The tree of world was a chaos spiritual root that was on the same level as the 36th grade chaos green lotus. The seed it bore was a chaos-level treasure and not a Khanate item. Every one of them was a Khanate embryo. They could turn into a Khanate spiritual treasure or become a Khanate god fiend. With Feng Zichen's supreme means, it was not difficult for the seed of the tree of world to turn into an upper-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. After bestowing the upper-grade Khanate spiritual treasure protective robe, the door of the Saint Emperor's palace closed automatically with a clang. At this moment, the woman realized that the person who had spoken to her was the current human emperor. After coming to her senses, the woman hurriedly bowed in the direction of the Saint Emperor's palace respectfully and said, "Thank you for your reward, human emperor." However, just as she was about to bow, a gust of wind blew and prevented her from bowing. Looking at the situation, the woman knew that the Saint Emperor was unwilling to accept her bow, just like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. After she figured this out, the woman stopped persisting, and she turned around and headed towards Nuwa's hall. However, she couldn't help but wonder who the child in her womb was. Why would the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors value it so much? Heavens, that's a Khanate spiritual treasure, isn't it? His Majesty has bestowed a Khanate spiritual treasure? Also, does His Majesty not allow the woman to enter the palace because he doesn't want to accept her bow? The scene outside the Sage Emperor's palace was witnessed by the immortals and deities who were hiding in the dark to protect the woman, causing another round of exclamations. Nothing unexpected happened when the woman reached the Nuwa palace. Her Majesty Nuwa accepted her bow, but before she left, Her Majesty Nuwa's statue suddenly glowed brightly and dropped strands of Khanate creation origin into the woman's body. Heavens, even Her Majesty Nuwa has appeared to bless the child. Who is she? At this point, everyone was already numb. No matter what happened, it would not be able to move them. However, they were even more curious about the child's identity. Have you heard? That woman is pregnant with an ancient saint emperor, someone like His Majesty Fuxi. In the past, Huashu gave birth to Fuxi, the heavenly emperor. Just like this woman, she suddenly became pregnant. After the ancestral worship, the atmosphere had completely changed. No one dared to speak ill of the woman. And when they saw her, everyone, regardless of whether they were nobles or nobles, bowed to her for fear that they would incur the wrath of the sage emperor and be punished for their disrespect. What? Why didn't I know about the saint emperor's arrival in Lu? And why didn't you report it until today? What a bunch of trash. Why didn't you wake me up in advance when such a big thing happened? At this time, in the most splendid palace in the center of Lu, the Marquis of Lu, Zhougan, who was personally conferred the title by the human emperor, was furious and raging at his subordinates. When Xianqing arrived, he was in seclusion, so he didn't know about the phenomenon. His subordinates didn't see anything unusual, so no one reported it to him. It wasn't until what happened in the Imperial Ancestral Temple spread that Marquis Lu's subordinates realized the seriousness of the problem. They hurried to Marquis Lu's place of seclusion and woke him up. After Marquis Lu came out of seclusion and learned about what happened recently, he flew into a rage and scolded the prince who supervised the fruits on his behalf. Although Marquis Lu, Zhougan, wasn't one of the 108 divine marquises and was just an ordinary marquis, he was a perfected Khanate Tao lord and had a chance to reach the level of Taoist priests. Therefore, his knowledge was far beyond those immortals. Although he didn't meet Xianqing in person, he could infer from the information he received that this must be the reincarnation of a top great medium who had a very good relationship with the human race. It could even be said that this person had a very high status in the human race. Otherwise, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors wouldn't have treated him with such respect. Why did he say so? Because with Marquis Lu's status, he more or less knew the inside story of some great medium who had reincarnated into the human race. He also knew that there were many great medium who had reincarnated into the human race. Those who preached in the human race were most likely the reincarnations of the great medium. However, although these great medium were powerful and had a respectable status, they were only able to make the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors bow down to them, let alone the saint emperor. All in all, their strength was enough, but their status wasn't enough. After entering the human emperor palace, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors might not accept their greetings, but the saint emperor would definitely accept it. Therefore, if he wasn't a great medium, could it be that he was the reincarnation of the ancient emperor Yu? Lu Hou couldn't help but think so. But soon after, this thought was overturned by him. King Yu was the descendant of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It was natural for him to bow to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. How could he not accept it? So who was that person? For a moment, Lu Hou couldn't figure out Xianqing's background. However, it didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. What mattered was that Lu Hou was sure that his opportunity had arrived. No matter who the reincarnation of that person was, or whether he was the ancient saint emperor who had descended to the mortal world, his background must be extraordinary for him to be treated like this by the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Now, as long as he could find a chance to build a relationship with him before he grew up, and at the same time, do him a few favors, then, when his cultivation recovered to its peak, he could help Lu Hou. Wouldn't Lu Hou soar? Thinking of this, Lu Hou hurriedly ordered, "Men, prepare a big gift for me. An ancient saint emperor has come to Lu Hou. How can I not pay him a visit?" As he spoke, Lu Hou walked towards Lu Hou's treasury while using a secret technique to contact his friends in the human emperor palace. He planned to ask them about Xianqing's background. To be able to become a marquis, even if he was born a commoner, he could still have a lot of connections at this time. Having a few friends in the human emperor palace was nothing. Who didn't have masters, elders, relatives, and friends? To become the human emperor, strength alone wasn't enough. You also needed to have enough skills. It was the same for building a career. Retracting his gaze from the Saint Emperor Palace, Feng Zichen called his personal guard commander and ordered, "Master Celestial has been reincarnated into the human race. He will be born in a few days. Take my 3,000 personal guards and rush to Lu Ho to protect Master Celestial and his mother. Don't let anything happen to them. If anything happens to Master Celestial and his mother, you don't have to come back. Find a place to end your lives." What? Master Celestial has been reincarnated into the human race? After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment. Then he hurriedly accepted the order and said, "Yes, sir." He didn't understand why Master Celestial would reincarnate into the human race. But he couldn't disobey the human emperor's order. This was a matter that could cost them their lives. The human emperor wouldn't joke around. If they really screwed up this matter and caused an accident to happen to the immortal master and his mother, then no one in the three realms would be able to save them. In 15 minutes, the following is anti-theft content. 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 After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment. Then he hurriedly accepted the order and said, "Yes, sir." He didn't understand why Master Celestial would reincarnate into the human race. But he couldn't disobey the human emperor's order. After hearing Feng Zichen's order, the commander was shocked for a moment before he hurriedly accepted the order. Chapter 868. Although the divine demonic corridor had been opened, not everyone was qualified to use it. From its name, one could tell that the divine demonic corridor was a corridor exclusively for divine demons. Only Khanate divine demons were qualified to open the divine demonic corridor. Therefore, the divine demonic corridor was a way for the seniors of the Khanate divine demons to take care of the juniors, saving them from the pain of traveling. After all, the three realms were too big. It was too difficult for the Khanate divine demons who had yet to prove their Tao to travel. They might not be able to travel from one continent to another in tens of thousands of years. Feng Zichen's personal guards were the elites of the younger generation of the various royal families. Every one of them was a prodigy of the human race. If they were in the central divine province, the worst of them would be an earl. And the commander of his personal guards was a prodigy among prodigies. He had long transformed into a Khanate divine demon, and was half a step away from the Daluo Taoist priests. He was only one step away from proving his Tao. His strength was comparable to that of the 108 divine marquises of the human race. And Feng Zichen had a total of 4 such personal guards. This time, in order to protect Xianqing, Feng Zichen sent out all 4 of them. It was because of the 4 commanders that they were able to open the divine demonic corridor and rush to the state of Lu. Not long after the personal guards left, Feng Zichen suddenly stood up and stared straight ahead, motionless. It was the direction Feng Zichen was staring at. Hundreds of thousands of miles away, an old man riding a green ox was slowly approaching. The green ox did not walk fast. It could only travel 1,000,000 miles in a day. It would take at least 100 days to get here. 1,000,000 miles in a day was not slow, but it also depended on who the other party was. If it was an ordinary immortal, this speed would naturally be extremely fast. But the other party was not. That old man was Tao ancestor Hongjun, who was impersonating Taishang Laojun. Therefore, how could Feng Zichen not be shocked to see him rushing towards him? Why did the Tao ancestor come here for no reason? Feng Zichen was very curious about the Tao ancestor's purpose, but he didn't rush forward to ask. Instead, he continued to sit in the human emperor palace and waited for the Tao ancestor's arrival. As for picking her up, that was impossible. If the Tao ancestor came in the name of the Grand Supreme Elder, he would be the Grand Supreme Elder and the incarnation of the Grand Pure One. Such an identity was naturally not worthy of Feng Zichen standing up to welcome him personally. Even if the Grand Pure One came, Feng Zichen would have to depend on his mood to welcome him, let alone a mere clone. Although Lu Ho had taken the lead, his speed was still not as fast as Feng Zichen's personal guard. After all, time stopped in the God and Devil corridor. When Lu Ho arrived, Feng Zichen's personal guards had already arrived. They immediately protected Xianqing's mother. Coincidentally, among the personal guards, there was someone who knew Lu Ho. He quietly went up and asked, "Brother, which great figure is this reincarnated?" That personal guard turned to look at him and said, "Why are you asking so much? Anyway, it's a great figure." Although they knew Xianqing's identity, they didn't dare to reveal anything if Feng Zichen didn't say anything. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Lu Ho didn't say anything. Instead, he took on the responsibility of guarding with these personal guards. Just like that, for the rest of the time, everything was peaceful. Soon it was time for Xianqing to be born. On this day, the woman was sleeping. In her dream, she dreamed of a green lotus blooming slowly. The flower bloomed 24 times, an endless creation chi flowed. At this point in the dream, the woman suddenly woke up. Then, she saw a delicate child beside her. Xianqing was born. The moment Xianqing was born, the entire country of Lu suddenly fell into darkness. The entire void also began to collapse abruptly. It shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. A big hand appeared silently and grabbed Xianqing, who had just been born. This was a move by a powerful person. He wanted to steal Xianqing's primordial chaos Tao fruit, to step into the realm of primordial chaos. The reason why this powerful person dared to make a move was not that he wasn't afraid of Tongtian sect leader's revenge, but that he had already thought of a way out. At this time, this powerful person was in the chaos outside the sky. After this move, whether it was successful or not, he would immediately escape into the depths of the chaos outside the sky and never appear in the untainted land. If he succeeded, he would be able to attain the Tao in one fell swoop and cultivate to the Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal Realm. From then on, he would be immortal and indestructible. Even with the vastness of the chaos outside the realm, he would be able to roam freely and unrestrained. If he failed, he would make up his mind to cultivate in seclusion in the chaos outside the sky. As long as he didn't reach the realm of primordial chaos, he wouldn't come out. At that time, he, who had no way out, might be able to erupt with his greatest potential and break through an adversity to reach the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was considered cutting off his own path of retreat. He would stimulate his potential and force himself to break through. Of course, this powerful person's plan was quite perfect, but it didn't mean that there were no risks. There was still a great risk. That was once he was slow, he would be caught by Tongtian sect leader and be killed by the 4 fairy slaying swords. Or he would be sealed and never have the chance to come out. However, how could there be no risks in reaching the realm of Tao? In order to reach the realm of Tao, it was worth taking some risks. If he succeeded, he would be free. If he failed, he wouldn't be too far off. Anyway, he would be stuck in the realm of half-step primordial chaos. He might as well die. It was because the Almighty held such a thought that such a scene had occurred. How dare you? On Golden Turtle Island, Tongtian sect leader saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be furious. He immediately pulled out the Qingping sword and threw it in the direction of Qianqing, wanting to block the attack for him. However, although Tong Tian's sect leader was fast, someone was faster than him. It wasn't Feng Zichen, but the fate of the human clan. Just as Qianqing was in danger, the fate of the human clan shook and directly fell from the river of destiny. It appeared above the reincarnation of Qianqing's head and covered him, blocking the attack of the powerful person for him. At the same time, several more attacks arrived. The temptation of the primordial chaos fruit was still too great. It attracted many powerful people who had no hope of breaking through and chose to take the risk. They didn't hesitate to take the risk of offending Tong Tian's sect leader, and even the entire human clan to take away Qianqing's primordial chaos fruit. What was the meat of Tripitaka? Compared to the current Qianqing, it was like a small child in the presence of a great sorcerer. They couldn't be compared at all. Boom. At this moment, the Qingping sword arrived. Bright green sword light swept out like a vast sea of sword qi. It was mighty and mighty, blocking the next few supernatural powers, and not letting them hurt Qianqing at all. At this moment, what was Feng Zichen doing? He had already left the human emperor palace, and even the central divine land, and the three realms to come to the chaos beyond the heavens. After the powerful person attacked, Tong Tian's sect leader didn't know that the fate of the human clan would protect Qianqing. So his first reaction was to throw down the Qingping sword to protect Qianqing. And Feng Zichen knew that the fate of the human clan would protect Qianqing, and wouldn't let anything happen to him. Therefore, after the powerful person attacked, Feng Zichen directly locked onto his position, and crossed the endless void to attack the chaos beyond the heavens. Rumble. Seeing that his attack didn't succeed, the powerful person didn't linger, and directly turned to escape into the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens. When Feng Zichen arrived at the chaos beyond the heavens, he saw his back frantically fleeing. The chaos beyond the heavens was really big. From the fact that the entire untainted land was surrounded by the chaos beyond the heavens, one could know that the chaos beyond the heavens was countless times bigger than the untainted land. Therefore, if this powerful person really escaped to the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens and hid, no matter how powerful Feng Zichen was, he couldn't find him in the chaos beyond the heavens. Even with Tong Tian's sect leader, he couldn't find him. The chaos beyond the heavens was the most mysterious place in the untainted land. No one knew how many secrets were hidden in it, and how many risks were hidden. Not to mention that the chaos beyond the heavens bordered the great chaos beyond the heavens. Who knew if that person would escape from the chaos beyond the heavens? Although the great chaos beyond the heavens was dangerous, staying in the untainted land meant certain death. How could he choose? Who would he use? Moreover, in the great chaos beyond the heavens, in addition to countless unknown dangers, there were many unimaginable opportunities. If one was lucky enough to obtain one, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the origin realm, or even go further. As for the sky screen, its characteristic had always been that it allowed people to leave but not enter. If one really wanted to leave, the sky screen wouldn't stop them. Want to run? Do you think you can run? Looking at the fleeing figure of the great medium, Feng Zichen showed a sarcastic smile. The gap between them was really too big. Feng Zichen was the human emperor, and also had the karmic rank of Emperor Gaochen Tianwang. Although his strength couldn't compete with the 9th heaven of origin realm, it wasn't difficult for him to deal with a 7th heaven of origin realm expert. In other words, Feng Zichen's strength was comparable to that of the 7th heaven of chaotic essence, while his opponent was only a great divine, a half-step chaotic essence. It would be a piece of cake for him to take him down. If the great medium had escaped before Feng Zichen arrived, Feng Zichen wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. However, since he was a step slower and was seen by Feng Zichen, he couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed. Suppress? With a thought, Feng Zichen visualized Mount Buzhou in his sea of consciousness. Then he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly covered the escaping great medium. Rumble. A mighty force that could suppress everything suddenly spread in the chaos outside the sky. Immediately, the restless chaos chi in the surroundings immediately stagnated, and was suppressed by a mighty force. Above the great medium, the illusory image of an ancient divine mountain gradually took shape. It was incomparably sacred and suppressed him in place, making him unable to move. With a rumble, the illusory image of Mount Buzhou pressed down and directly suppressed the great medium into powder. His body and innate indestructible true spirit were all shattered. With a casual stroke, Feng Zichen separated the chaos. He saw the clear qi rising, the turbid qi falling. The yin and yang were born. The yin and yang were divided. And the three forces stood. A world gradually took shape. Rumble. However, the world was only halfway through its evolution when it began to show signs of collapsing due to the lack of energy and the lack of something to support it. The clear qi began to fall, and the turbid qi began to rise. The yin and yang qi had a tendency to evolve into the chaos qi again. The whole world began to walk towards destruction and collapse, returning to the chaos. At this moment, Feng Zichen moved. He saw that he integrated the broken flesh and true spirit of the great medium into the new world, promoting its evolution. Sure enough, after integrating the flesh and true spirit of the great medium, the new world gradually stabilized and evolved rapidly. The rules became more and more perfect. He believed that when this world was completely born, it would definitely be a top-level greater thousand world. As for the great medium, his origin had been exhausted, and he could only be forced to fall into a deep sleep. At this time, Feng Zichen could use the new will of the world to suppress the consciousness of the great medium, so that he could never wake up until the world was destroyed. However, even if this world was destroyed, the tide of destruction that would be produced after its destruction would be enough to make this great medium suffer. However, how could a top-level greater thousand world be destroyed so easily? In theory, it could coexist with the untainted world. In other words, this great medium would probably never wake up. When Feng Zichen sealed this great medium, in the three realms, the Tongtian sect leader was also fighting with several great medium. Even if the other party was a fellow Taoist in the past, at this moment, the Tongtian sect leader was merciless. The four immortal slaying swords shuttled back and forth in the void, beating the several great medium who were fighting with the Tongtian sect leader, until they were dripping with blood. Their auras also became more and more dispirited. This time the Tongtian sect leader was really angry. He had warned everyone repeatedly not to attack Xianqing. Otherwise, don't blame him for being merciless. However, these people still ignored his warning. It was obvious that they did not take him seriously. Their deaths were not to be regretted. The Tongtian sect leader was angry and had the intention to kill. Not long after, he killed a great medium. When the others saw this, they did not have the intention to continue fighting. They directly retreated and fled for their lives. There were exactly 4 people who fled. With a thought, the Tongtian sect leader split into 4. Each of them held a Khanate killing sword, and chased after the 4 great medium. The Tongtian sect leader was not weaker than others in his life. He saw that the Grand Pure One had the 3 Pure Ones technique, and could create 3 incarnations that were about the same combat strength as his original body. Therefore, he had painstakingly researched for many years and combined the Khanate 4 great powers to create a divine ability. He could split himself into 4 and create 4 powerful incarnations that respectively controlled the power of earth, fire, water, and wind. If he used the 4 immortal slaying swords, the combat strength of his incarnations would not be much different from his original body. This divine ability was the one that the Tongtian sect leader was currently using. The Tongtian sect leader had not thought of its name because this divine ability was not perfect yet. For the time being, it was not as good as the Grand Pure One's 3 Pure Ones. P.S. I'm about to collapse from diarrhea. Chapter 869. Because of this, the Tongtian sect leader did not have the intention to pass down this supernatural power for the time being. Chance. Seeing that the Tongtian sect leader and the human emperor Feng Zichen were hindered by their people, they could not get away. Some of the great divines who were still hesitant finally made up their minds at this moment. Whoosh! A few more divine lights appeared and brushed towards the reincarnation of Xianqing. At this moment, the human emperor and the Tongtian sect leader were no longer there to save him. In the crisis, 3 terrifying lights fell from the sky and enveloped the reincarnation of Xianqing, blocking the attack for him. This was the manifestation of the 3 emperors of the human race. The divine lights of the 3 emperors condensed and did not disperse. They kept circling around the reincarnation of Xianqing, and finally turned into 3 marks, disappearing into his body. After that, the divine lights of the 3 emperors disappeared. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the divine lights of the 5 emperors flickered in the sky above the reincarnation of Xianqing. They kept circling above the reincarnation of Xianqing, and finally turned into a 5-colored canopy with the Dharma of the 5 emperors imprinted on it. This was the 5 emperors canopy, formed by combining the power of the 5 emperors of the human race. It condensed the power of the 5 emperors and the fate of the human race into one body. Its defense was unparalleled, and could block the attack of Hunyuan. Kill! The sound of killing suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. It was extremely urgent, and the killing intent filled the 3 realms, causing countless beings to feel a chill. This was Fuxi playing the guqin. Fuxi's music resounded through heaven and earth, releasing boundless killing intent. He vowed to kill the great divines who attacked Xianqing. Everyone said that Fuxi was unparalleled in the innate 8 trigrams, but they forgot that Fuxi was the music ancestor of the prehistoric era. When Fuxi played the guqin, it could kill and purify the world. It was really terrifying. The Tao was in the fingers, and the guqin was the world. The Tao of the guqin was the world's Tao. Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zhiyu metal, wood, water, fire and earth. If the 5 notes were not messed up, there would be no sounds in the world. If the 5 notes were messed up, the 5 elements of heaven and earth would riot, and everything would return to chaos. The guqin could carry the world. No matter how chaotic the world was, it could be set right with a snap of the fingers. Dharma power breaking and sinking in the divine sea, Fuxi the heavenly qi penetrating the heavenly dipper, waiting for the light of the extreme abyss. When the string is quiet, the big sound is quiet, and the sound is indistinct. The wandering god, Emperor Shi, came and went. This was the way. The chord is without a tune. The heart is without a shadow of dust. The mind turns into tranquility, and all that comes out is the ultimate sound. Great elegance returns to the origin. This is the Tao. Fluxers without fluxers would have a melodious sound similar to the great Tao. Heaven and earth were within their fingers, vast and boundless. It was known as Fuxi's heavenly voice. After a long while, Fuxi's song ended. The body of a half-step primordial chaos master was suddenly destroyed. His innate indestructible true spirit was destroyed by the sound, and his blood spilled in the untainted land. After Fuxi, Niwa appeared. A gourd vine descended from the sky and wrapped around the wrist of the reincarnated Xianqing. It released strands of qi of creation and nourished Xianqing's body. This was the Khanate gourd vine, also known as the man-creating whip. Among the first generation of humans, only a few were personally created by Her Highness Niwa. The rest were created by this vine, so it was also known as the man-creating whip. How great was the merit of creating a human! Her Highness Niwa became a saint because of this. She became the first person to become a saint after Tao ancestor Hongjun. The Khanate gourd vine had contributed to the creation of a human, so it also received some merit and became a top-grade postnatal merit treasure. Although it was a postnatal merit treasure, the power of the man-creating whip was comparable to that of a supreme-grade Khanate spirit treasure. Not to mention, this treasure had a great restraining effect on the human race. With the man-creating whip in hand, there was no one in the human race in the world that couldn't be hit. As long as you were brave enough, you could even hit the human emperor. No one knew what Her Highness Niwa saw when she taught the man-creating whip to Xianqing. 4 primordial chaos masters attacked one after another, as well as the death of several great mediums. Finally, some people woke up and put away their thoughts. They no longer attacked Xianqing. In an instant, the 3 realms regained its peace. However, to prevent people from taking risks, Feng Zichen sent Xianqing's reincarnation to the Central God Province. Not to mention that all the great mediums in the Eldritch Land had sworn that they would never step into the Central God Province. At this moment, nearly 100 great mediums had gathered in the Central God Province. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be besieged by hundreds of great mediums. A few days later, Feng Zichen, who had rushed back from the chaos outside the sky, saw Xianqing's reincarnation. He named him Ru. Ru was what people needed. It meant that Xianqing would become a person that the human race needed in the future. Ziru was Xianqing's name. Zi was the surname of the Wang family of the Shang dynasty. That's right, Ziru was a descendant of the Wang family of the Shang dynasty. After all, Feng Zichen had taken the world away from the Zi family. It was only right for him to return a peerless talent like him. After naming Xianqing, Feng Zichen put him aside and no longer cared about him. He was free to develop. And he continued to sit in the human emperor palace, waiting for the arrival of Dao ancestor Hongjun. While Feng Zichen was waiting for Dao ancestor Hongjun, a sound of nature suddenly came from the heaven and earth. It was like the roar of the great Dao. The heaven and earth trembled slightly, and people couldn't help but feel happy. What's more, the spiritual qi in the three realms, whether it was congenital qi or acquired qi, had increased by about 5% at this moment. 5% didn't seem to be much, but the spiritual qi didn't increase in one place, state, or realm, but the entire three realms. The three realms were so vast that it wasn't much smaller than the eldritch land in the age of witches and demons. In such a large area, the spirit qi in every place increased by about 5% in an instant. The amount of spirit qi increased was really shocking. Even if Feng Zichen fully operated the Pangu celestial being to absorb the chaos qi from the great chaos and transform it into congenital qi, it would still take hundreds or even thousands of years for the spiritual qi in the three realms to increase by 5%. The sudden increase in spirit energy by 5% had undoubtedly brought an enormous change to the three dimensions. Because of this, countless cultivators had attained a higher level of enlightenment and stepped into an even higher realm of cultivation. Who knew how many rare and precious fruits were born once again? What's more, there were several congenital fiend gods that were no longer born in the world. There were even more congenital spiritual treasures in the process of being born. This is, suddenly standing up from the throne, Feng Zichen looked ahead in surprise. This was the sign of Dao attainment. Was someone about to attain Dao? Someone was about to attain Dao, and was sensed by heaven and earth. Therefore, all kinds of strange phenomena were spontaneously produced to celebrate the birth of another transcendent. This was the origin of the strange phenomenon in front of him. Who was about to attain Dao? How could it be so fast? The Dao discussion had only begun for a few decades, but someone had already taken the crucial step and cultivated to the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was too fast. At this moment, not only was Feng Zichen curious about who was about to attain Dao, but the other great divine powers were also curious about who was about to attain Dao. For a moment, terrifying gazes rose from all over the three realms, and looked towards the central god land, as if they were looking for something. Raising his hand, Feng Zichen wanted to expel all these gazes, but after thinking about it, he finally put down his raised hand. This matter couldn't be stopped, so let them see. As long as they knew what was going on, and didn't look at things they shouldn't look at. As the human emperor and the creator of the central god land, Feng Zichen had absolute control over the central god land. With a thought, he locked onto the origin of all these strange phenomena. There, countless providence gathered, creating thousands of phenomena. There were dragons and phoenixes, and Xianhuangqi rising. So it's him. After a careful scan, Feng Zichen found the existence who was about to attain Dao. The top great divine powers of the celestial sect of wonders, Daoist Daozhong, claimed to be born in the great Dao. He was located in the middle of the sky, bearing the weight of heaven and earth. He was also a natural-born saint. Daoist Daozhong was born noble. Although he wasn't as orthodox as the three pure ones and the other Pangu, he wasn't far off. When he was in the Purple Cloud Palace, his strength was also one of the best, comparable to Dijun. Among the 3,000 mortal guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, he could also squeeze into the top 10. He was even stronger than Kuanping and Hongyun. However, he was a person who wholeheartedly pursued Dao. After Dao ancestor Hongjun finished his 3 lectures, he didn't leave the chaos outside the sky, nor did he enter the struggle for hegemony in the untainted world. Instead, he found a place to cultivate in seclusion, and began a long period of bitter cultivation. It wasn't until the Daoyuo sky reopened and countless powerful figures came to discuss Dao that Daozhong was alarmed. He rushed back from the chaos outside the sky to discuss Tao with everyone and understood his opportunity to attain Tao. Boom, boom, boom. In Feng Zichen's eyes, he saw strands of connate Tao aura surging out of Daozhong's body. Following the mysterious connection, they poured into Daozhong's body in the distance. This was the result of Daozhong's reincarnation this time. It was also the reason why he could reach the primordial chaos realm. Those who came to the human clan were only the incarnations of the divine senses of those powerful figures. Even if they had gained something, it would be transmitted to their bodies through the connection between their incarnations and their bodies. Otherwise, how could they break through? Let the incarnations of their divine senses break through? Wasn't that a joke? Hey, he has reached the realm, the origin, and the conditions have been met. Why hasn't Daozhong broken through yet? Suddenly, Feng Zichen exclaimed softly. Because he found that Daozhong still hadn't broken through to the realm of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. That wasn't right. The feeling he gave now was like that of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, he always felt that something was missing, which made him incomplete. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen understood what was going on. It was because the karma had not been settled. Although Daozhong had met all the conditions to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, because the karma between him and the human clan had not been settled, his breakthrough this time was not perfect. There was still a trace of flaw. Only when the karma between him and the human clan was completely settled could Daozhong's primordial chaos Dao fruit be called perfect and flawless. How could he settle the karma between him and the human clan? It was simple. The key was Daozhong's divine thought incarnation. As long as he died, he would return to heaven and earth. Then, the karma between Daozhong and the human clan would be settled. As for how this divine thought incarnation would die, it had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. He wouldn't care either. It was all up to Daozhong. However, after watching for a while, Feng Zichen could see Daozhong's plan. He saw that as the divine thought incarnation passed on his understanding to the main body, his magic power was also slowly draining away. In the end, when the divine thought incarnation broke the connection between himself and the main body, the magic power in his body was also drained away. Right now he was just a mortal, a complete and utter mortal. He did not have any magic power in his body, and only had ordinary martial arts to rely on. At the same time, this also meant that he had lost the long lifespan of an immortal. In about 100 years he would be plagued with diseases due to the failure of his 5 internal organs, and the aging of his organs. In the end he would die. Because of the dissipation of his magic power, he would no longer be able to cultivate. The elixirs and miraculous medicines would also lose their effect on him. In 100 years he would be dead. It's not a bad idea to entrust a wisp of mortal thought to this incarnation, and let him spend the last days of his life in the human realm. Shaking his head, Feng Zichen withdrew his gaze. It was inevitable that Daozhong would attain the Tao. In less than 100 years, his primordial chaos Tao fruit would be completed. There would be another primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in the primordial chaos. Daozhong's attainment of the Tao didn't affect Feng Zichen much. However, it had a great impact on the human clan. It was estimated that after Daozhong attained the Tao, the human clan would be in chaos. The central divine province would also usher in chaos. Daozhong's attainment of the Tao was the beginning of the struggle for hegemony among the various countries. It was also a sign of the impending chaos. Feng Zichen still needed to make preparations early in order to prevent someone from acting too rashly and wantonly slaughtering the common people. Come, pass down my order. From today onwards, anyone who dares to slaughter the common people, regardless of their identity or cultivation, will be killed. In addition, order the city lords to activate the sky patrolling mirror and monitor the entire central divine province. If anyone is found slaughtering the common people for no reason, I will give them the right to kill first and report later. Although he said that he was calling for people, Feng Zichen's voice was very loud. It spread throughout the entire central divine province to ensure that every member of the clan could hear his order. We obey. In the 362 divine cities, excluding the sun, the moon and the stars, there were voices replying. These were the city lords of the divine cities. With the support of the divine cities' origins, they all had the strength comparable to the Daluo Taoist priests. Unlike the ranks of the dukes, marquises, earls, and viscounts, the city lords of the divine cities were mostly the descendants of the royal family, or the descendants of the heroes of the human clan. The city lords of the divine cities were never selected from ordinary people. They were all selected from the descendants of those who had performed meritorious deeds in order to commend the contributions of their ancestors. If one wanted to become a city lord of the divine cities, one had to work hard to perform meritorious deeds. This way, one's descendants would be qualified to become a city lord of the divine cities. This was also one of the ways to encourage the clan members to improve. As for the sky patrolling mirror, it was a treasure that Feng Zichen had created by imitating the supreme sky mirror. Every divine city had one. It didn't have many uses, but it could reflect everything that happened in the central divine province. Chapter 870. What is His Majesty doing? Why did he suddenly give this order? Is something big going to happen to the human race? Although the human cultivators obeyed the order, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Looking at the human emperor's posture, he obviously had a premonition that something was going to happen, and was preparing in advance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly given this order. The human race was going to be in chaos. It was indeed going to be in chaos. How did Taoist Daozhong achieve the Tao? After his spiritual incarnation entered the human race, he was born in Duke Qi's territory. At that time, Duke Qi Jianghuan had just achieved the realm of Daluo Taoist priests and was conferred the title of Duke Qi, becoming one of the 36 dukes of the human race. At that time, he was in high spirits and was determined to achieve great things. He wanted to go one step further from the position of duke to the position of human king, and help the human emperor rule the world. Unfortunately, although Jiang Huan's idea was good, he didn't know where to start looking at the huge Qi state. The Qi state wasn't small, but the position of duke wasn't enough. In order to help him achieve the position of duke, the Qi state's potential had been exhausted. No matter how much it developed, it couldn't bring him one step closer to the position of human king. Just as Jiang Huan was panicking, Taoist Daozhong's spiritual incarnation, Guanzhong, came to the Qi state. As a powerful person, even if it was just a spiritual incarnation, it was still boundless. Before Guanzhong arrived, Duke Qi, Jiang Huan, who was sitting in the palace of the Qi state, had already sensed his arrival. As soon as he looked up, he saw endless Taoist rhymes rising in the void in front of him. The great Tao was faintly manifesting. With Jiang Huan's cultivation as Daluo Taoist priests, how could he not see that a powerful person had arrived? At that moment, Jiang Huan didn't dare to hesitate, and directly went out of the palace to greet him. Then he saw Guanzhong, who had come in the body of a mortal. Even if he was a mortal, Jiang Huan still didn't dare to be negligent when he saw the great Tao behind him. He bowed as a disciple and invited Guanzhong into the main hall. After that, the two talked about something. Jiang Huan suddenly made Guanzhong his prime minister, and asked him to govern the Qi state. Then Guanzhong began his own path of Tao. When Guanzhong ruled the country, he first put forward the idea of enriching the people before ruling the country. During his time as the prime minister of the state of Qi, Guanzhong advocated the administration of salt and iron, divine gold ores, etc., the creation of currency, spirit stones, fate pills, etc., the control of food, spiritual herbs, etc., and the state's control of the circulation of commodities to increase the financial income and prevent the disparity between the rich and the poor. After that, Guangguan was the first to create and practice Shang dynasty warfare and subjugate other countries. He proposed, serve people with righteousness and not with war. If there is no other choice, use war. First, use righteousness. Save money. Harm to the people and danger to the country. Of course, this was not the main reason why Guanzhong was able to attain Tao. He was able to attain Tao mainly because he had redefined the concept of law. Measurements, ropes, ink rules, weighing stones, dendrobium, and angular weights are called laws. The Dharma is the symbol of the world. Therefore, we must resolve our doubts and clarify right and wrong, and the lives of the common people are hanging in suspense. The law is the law of the world, the order of all things. The multiple definitions of law became the key to Guanzhong's attainment of Tao. Following that, under Guanzhong's governance, the state of Qi became more and more prosperous, and the country's luck became more and more prosperous. Jiang Huan's strength also rose along with it. Soon, he entered the middle of the Taoist priests from the early Taoist priests and blossomed into the middle of the three flowers above the head. However, by this time the fate of the state of Qi had reached its peak. No matter how much internal development there was, it could not be improved at all. At this time, Guanzhong implemented the policy of respecting the king and repelling the barbarians. The original meaning of respecting the king and repelling the barbarians was respecting the king and repelling the barbarians. It changed the form of attack and defense and prevented internal conflict. The guiding principle was respecting the human imperial court, not merging with the barbarians, and invading the barbarians' land. With this as the national policy, the state of Qi began to send troops to conquer the barbarians. What were barbarians? Most of them were descendants of the human race and other races, and a small number of them were descendants of traders. These people believed that the human bloodline was weak and could not be compared to the innate bloodline in their bodies. Therefore, they did not acknowledge their status as humans and chose to be enemies of the human race. With Feng Zichen's status, he naturally would not bicker with these ant-like people, so he did not care about them. Feng Zichen did not care, but that did not mean that others did not care. His subordinates did not care. The humans of Orthodox birth worked together to chase these people to the edge of the central divine province. They called them barbarians who did not know the teachings of the sacred emperor. After that, as time passed, these barbarians grew stronger and stronger. They were no longer satisfied with the barbarian land they lived in. They yearned for the vast and rich human territory. The barbarians were uncivilized and did not know etiquette. Once they had an idea, they would directly take it by force. Therefore, they began to invade the human territory in an attempt to take over this rich land. However, as soon as they set foot in the human territory, they were beaten to a pulp by the armies of the human Dao imperial court stationed at the border. They fled in panic. After that, the vassal states gradually rose. Feng Zichen withdrew the armies guarding the border and left the defense line to the vassal states. It was also at this time that the vassal states and the barbarian states began a long and drawn-out war. Guanzhong's policy of respecting the king and suppressing the barbarians was to plunder the fate of the barbarian states to strengthen the Qi state. In the war with the barbarian states, the Qi state won again and again, constantly eating away at the barbarian state's fate, causing the state's fate to flourish even more. As a result, Jiang Huan, the Duke of Qi, bloomed the smallpox of the three flowers above his head and cultivated to the late Daoyuo state. Unfortunately, the fate of the barbarians was still too weak. Even though the Qi state had almost driven the barbarians out of the central divine province and squeezed all of their fate, it still could not bring the Daoyuo Taoist priests to perfection. Since he could no longer improve from the outside, Jiang Huan could only focus on the inside again. Later, under Guanzhong's guidance, Jiang Huan, the Duke of Qi, conquered the world and became the #1 overlord of the vassal states. He gathered the fate of the various states and formed the human king karmic rank. However, although Jiang Huan was now a human king karmic rank, he was still not considered a human king because Feng Zichen had yet to confer him the title of human king. With the human emperor still around, how could anyone proclaim themselves a king? Wasn't that a rebellion? The equivalent of a human king still needed Feng Zichen's conferment. Otherwise, it would be illegitimate and illegitimate. In the human race, Feng Zichen's words were more effective than heaven and earth. A human king recognized by heaven and earth was not a true human king. Only a human king recognized by Feng Zichen was a true human king. His control of the human race's fate had reached an unprecedented level. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. After Jiang Huan became a human king, Guanzhong was enlightened and fell into enlightenment. In a trance, Guanzhong came to the river of time and space. He saw the river of time and space surging forward. He also saw the scene of Jiang Huan becoming a human king from the waves. He saw that his dharma had been circulating in the world for a long time, affecting generations of people. At this moment, Guanzhong was enlightened. Then he became a human king. The chaos of the human race would also begin from this. Guanzhong's method of becoming a human king was not irreplicable. Therefore, when the other powerful people found Guanzhong's method of becoming a human king, they would definitely follow suit and become a human king using this method. At that time, the various states would compete for hegemony. Wouldn't the human race be in chaos? Although Feng Zichen had foreseen this scene, he did not intend to stop it. On the contrary, he wanted to add fuel to the fire. P.S. The book has already collapsed. I can't write anymore. I can only say that I'll try my best to write a grand ending. In the future, the updates can only be said to be as stable as possible. Chapter 871. In the Human Dao Palace, Feng Zichen stamped the Human Dao Imperial Seal on an imperial edict. Confer the title of Duke of Qi Jianghuan, the Human King. This was an imperial edict conferring the title of Duke of Qi Jianghuan, the Human King. Once Jiang Huan accepted this imperial edict, his position as the Human King would be justified. Picking up the imperial edict, Feng Zichen thought for a moment, then summoned the other human king of the human race, Zhou Mu, as well as several Daoyuo Taoist priests. When Zhou Mu arrived at the Human Emperor Palace, Feng Zichen handed the imperial edict to him. Zhou Mu passed this imperial edict to Jiang Huan. After all, he was the human king and had a noble status. He should be given the respect he deserved. If he sent any Taoist priest to deliver the imperial edict, it would seem that the human Dao imperial court did not value the human king. If the human emperor went personally, it would be a bit of a fuss. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and decided to let Zhou Mu, who was also a human king, go. It was just right. They had the same status, so it would not appear to be too much of a fuss, nor would it appear to be too contemptuous. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhou Mu took the imperial edict and left. He would be very busy for the next period of time. After all, conferring the title of human king was not a small matter. It was not something that Feng Zichen could just casually issue an imperial edict. The imperial ancestral temple still had to make a lot of preparations. For example, they had to organize the human king's coronation ceremony, make a corresponding robe for the human king, build a hall for the new human king, prepare a carriage, and so on. These were all things that the imperial ancestral temple had to prepare. Although there was only a difference of one level between the human king and the duke, the treatment between them was like heaven and earth. The duke could only be the king of his own country. In the vast central divine province and the entire human race, he was not considered a big shot. However, the human king was different. He was the king of the entire human race, not the king of a city or country. His status rose from the ruler of a vassal state to the level of the entire human race. He would become the upper echelon of the human race, and assist the human emperor in ruling the entire human race. He would have a certain amount of decision-making power. Everything the human king needed was also provided by the human race, and not by the vassal states. The human king could be said to be the upper echelons of the three realms. Even in the heaven realm, other than a few monarchs, the rest had to bow when they saw the human king. After years of preparation, the imperial ancestral temple finally finished all the preparations for the coronation ceremony. Zhou Mu brought a few human Taoist priests and hurried to the kingdom of Qi. At that moment, Feng Zichen did not have the time to pay attention to these things because the fake Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, who was also Dao ancestor Hongjun, had already arrived at Renhuang City on a green ox. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen thought that Tao Zu was an old man after all. As a young man, he should properly carry forward the virtue of respecting the old. Even if he took the lead to set an example for everyone, he still went out of the city to welcome him. Greetings, Dao ancestor. Outside Human Emperor City, Feng Zichen cupped his hands at Dao ancestor Hongjun from afar as a greeting. As for whether calling Dao ancestor Hongjun as Dao ancestor would expose his identity, that was not the case. Dao master, Dao ancestor, these two titles were actually similar. When outsiders heard it, they would think that Feng Zichen called Dao ancestor Hongjun as Dao master and not Dao ancestor. However, any primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could be called Dao master. There was nothing wrong with calling the three pure ones as Dao masters. Greetings, monarch. Dao ancestor Hongjun returned the greeting to Feng Zichen very naturally. To be honest, if Feng Zichen did not already know that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was transformed by Dao ancestor Hongjun, he would definitely think that the other party was the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and not someone else pretending to be him. They were really too similar. Not only in appearance, but also in demeanor and luck. They seemed to be carved out of the same mold as the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. With Dao ancestor Hongjun's ability, no one would be able to recognize him if he pretended to be someone else. There was only one flaw in Dao ancestor Hongjun. His realm was too high, far surpassing the Grand Pure One's. If not for that, Feng Zichen would not have been able to recognize his true identity. After arriving beside Dao ancestor Hongjun, Feng Zichen could not help but exclaim softly. That was because he realized that behind Dao ancestor Hongjun stood a little Dao child with red lips and white teeth. He was about 5 or 6 years old, and looked no different from a mortal child. However, his red hair was very eye-catching. Just now, the Dao child was hiding behind Dao ancestor Hongjun, but Feng Zichen did not notice him. He only discovered his existence when he walked closer. Who is this child? Looking at the child, Feng Zichen actually felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen the Dao child somewhere before. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Feng Zichen could not help but size up the Dao child. After all, the child was still young. Being stared at by a stranger like Feng Zichen, he could not help but reveal a frightened expression. He quietly hid behind Dao ancestor Hongjun, and avoided Feng Zichen's burning gaze. The Dao child whispered to Dao ancestor Hongjun, "Master, who is this person? Master, who is this person? Why is his gaze so frightening? It's as if he can see through everyone's body." The moment the little Dao child said that, Feng Zichen felt very awkward. It was inappropriate to stare at a 5-year-old child with such a threatening gaze. However, the Dao child's performance also made Feng Zichen even more certain that he was extraordinary. If he was really an ordinary child, he would have fainted from fright after being stared at like that. How could he have such a performance? It's indeed my fault. I apologize to you, young master. Feng Zichen was straightforward and directly cupped his hands in salute to the little Taoist boy. As for the salute, the little Dao child could not accept the salute of the human emperor. If Feng Zichen saluted him, he would not be able to reincarnate for eternity. The consequences of the backlash of fate were very serious. Haha. Seemingly happy to see Feng Zichen suffer, Dao ancestor Hongjun chuckled. After a while he said to the Dao child beside him, "This is the North Star Emperor, the supreme emperor of the human race. He is also the incomparably honorable great Taoist priests. He controls the gods of heaven and earth, the entire central divine region, the human race, and even the 10,000 races. He is the most powerful person in the 3 realms." When the little Dao child heard Dao ancestor Hongjun's introduction, he was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He stood there in a daze and did not react for a long time. It was not until a long time later that he wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and asked Dao ancestor Hongjun in a fluster, Master, he is so powerful. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that I have offended him, will he blame me?" Dao ancestor Hongjun patted the little Dao child's head and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid. You are not a human, nor a god, nor are you one of the 10,000 races. You have nothing to do with the central divine region. You and I are both outsiders. No matter how powerful he is, he can't control you." Hearing this, the bitter look on the little Dao child's face disappeared, and was replaced by a smile. He said with a look of realization, "Haha, that's right. I am not a human, nor a god. I was not born in the central divine region. He can't control me." Haha. As he spoke, the little Taoist boy's laughter grew even more joyful. Seeing him like this, Feng Zichen could not help but scare him. "Little Dao child, although I can't control you, my cultivation is very high. There are less than 5 people in the 3 realms who can defeat me. If I want to kill you, I only need to blow a breath. Even if you are a world away from me, as long as you are still in the 3 realms, I can kill you. Are you afraid? Also, under my command, there are countless experts. With one order, regardless of whether it is the gods or the 10,000 races in the Eldritch world, they will have to obey my orders. In that case, I only need to release the news that you have offended me. Then there is simply no need for me to do anything. You will become the target of everyone's hatred. Everyone in the world will view you as an enemy and wish to tear you apart. As such, after offending me, are you afraid? It was not that Feng Zichen wanted to scare the little Dao child, but he had already recognized the little Dao child's identity. Looking at his head of red hair, the first thing that came to mind was red. Red. Other than ancestor Hong Yun, who else could it be? The little Dao child who followed beside Dao ancestor Hong Yun was ancestor Hong Yun. However, it was not his actual body, but an incarnation of a strand of his divine consciousness. Moreover, all of his memories had been sealed by Dao ancestor Hong Jun. He really looked no different from an ordinary child. Thus, the scene before his eyes had occurred. After being scared by Feng Zichen, the little Dao child's smile disappeared. He quickly hid behind Dao ancestor Hong Jun and shouted at him. I am not afraid. My master is a legendary saint, one of the few experts in the world. With him protecting me, you can't hurt me. I am not afraid of you. At this moment, Dao ancestor Hong Jun smiled helplessly and said to Feng Zichen, Emperor, don't scare him anymore. He is just a child. Child. Yes, child. He is just a child. After muttering a few words, Feng Zichen asked Dao ancestor Hong Jun, May I ask, what is the name of this little Dao child? I think he is to my liking. I want to keep him by my side and teach him personally for a period of time to make up for scaring him just now. With a smile, Dao ancestor Hong Jun took little Hong Yun's hand and placed him beside him. He said to Feng Zichen seriously, This child is called Hong Yun. He is the disciple of Poor Wei. Emperor, don't have any ideas about him. His future path has been arranged by Poor Wei for him. Emperor, you don't have to worry about him. He did not expect Dao ancestor Hong Jun to be so direct and directly mention Hong Yun's identity. Feng Zichen did not know how to respond for a moment. After a while, Feng Zichen asked, Why did ancestor bring Hong Yun to the Central Divine Prefecture? The Central Divine Prefecture is the territory of the human clan. But Hong Yun is a disciple of the Xian sect. Even if he wants to go, he should go to the Dongsheng Divine Prefecture, and not the Central Divine Prefecture. Ancestor, did you bring him here to seek revenge? Since the Dao ancestor was so direct, Feng Zichen did not hide anymore. He directly asked why the Dao ancestor had brought Hong Yun here. It was better to be direct. It saved him the effort of beating around the bush. If everyone was direct, there would be less trouble in this world. Dao ancestor Hong Jun smiled again. Today he especially loved to smile. Since he came here, he had been smiling as if he had encountered something happy. Or, he knew that there were not many opportunities for him to smile. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to smile cleanly. He had not smiled for countless years after Dao integration. After laughing for a while, Dao ancestor Hong Jun said, Emperor, don't be agitated. Poor Wei did not come here with evil intentions. Poor Wei said just now that Hong Yun is neither a human nor a god, nor a creature of all races. He was not born in the Central Divine Prefecture. Like Poor Wei, he is an outsider. He has nothing to do with the emperor or the human clan. Hearing this, Feng Zichen really wanted to laugh. He wanted Hong Yun to have nothing to do with the human clan. But was it possible? After all, Hong Yun's innate fiend god body was still suppressed by the divine city of the human clan. He existed in the form of a perpetual motion machine, providing power for the operation of the human clan's protective array. Moreover, Hong Yun's Taoist field, Fire Cloud Cave, was still the seclusion place of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even in the history of the human clan, Taoist Ziyun was recorded as a sinner of the human clan. He joined forces with the Chaos Demon God and attacked the human sovereign city when the human sovereign was not there. He was a traitor of the human clan and the untainted land. He was an unpardonable sinner. How could Hong Yun have nothing to do with the human clan? After sneering for a while, Feng Zichen said to Dao ancestor Hong Jun, Dao ancestor, are you kidding? Who will believe that Hong Yun has nothing to do with the human clan? Have you asked the two sages of the West and Xinyuanzi? Do you think they will believe you? At this time, Dao ancestor Hongjun finally stopped smiling and said to Feng Zichen seriously, "Poor Wei never jokes. If I say that ancestor Hongyun has nothing to do with the human clan, then they have nothing to do with the human clan. The fire cloud cave was given to the human clan by the heavenly way. If Hongyun has a problem with it, he should ask the heavenly way instead of the human clan. The fire cloud cave is the karma between Hongyun and the heavenly way. It has nothing to do with the human clan. As for Taoist Ziyun, he colluded with the chaos demon god and tried to disturb the untainted land. He is a sinner of the untainted land and is not tolerated by the heavenly way. He is suppressed by the human clan and can never escape. This is the punishment he deserves. However, Taoist Ziyun is Taoist Ziyun, and Taoist Hongyun is Taoist Hongyun. How can we confuse them?" Hearing this, Feng Zichen understood what Dao ancestor Hongjun meant. He wanted to end the karma between Hongyun and the human clan on behalf of Hongyun. The biggest karma between ancestor Hongyun and the human clan was the fire cloud cave, the head of the untainted land. When the human clan obtained Hongyun's Taoist field, they formed an inexplicable karma with him. But now, Dao ancestor Hongjun said that the fire cloud cave was given to the human clan by the heavenly way. Even if there was a karma, it should be borne by the heavenly way. It had nothing to do with the human clan. In this way, the biggest karma between the human clan and Hongyun would be gone. Secondly, the karma between Hongyun and the human clan was caused by Taoist Ziyun. In the past, with the intervention of the two sages of the West, Hongyun's innate true spirit was reincarnated into the human clan and became Taoist Ziyun. He tried to fight for the throne of the human emperor. Unfortunately, the two sages of the West's plan failed. Hongyun was schemed against by Feng Zichen and was suppressed under the divine city of the human clan for eternity in the name of colluding with the chaos demon god. The hatred of being suppressed and humiliated was also a karma that would not end until one of them died. Chapter 872. However, Dao ancestor Hongjun had said that Taoist Ziyun and ancestor Hongyun were two different people. In that case, Taoist Ziyun's karma would have nothing to do with ancestor Hongyun. According to Dao ancestor Hongjun, ancestor Hongyun had no karma with the human tribe. However, would Jinyuanzi and the two sages of the Western sect agree to cut off the karma between ancestor Hongyun and the human tribe? After all, they had spent a lot of effort on Taoist Ziyun. Would the three of them agree to erase the karma? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said, "According to Dao ancestor Hongyun has no karma with the human tribe. However, what would the two sages of the Western sect and the ancestor of the earthly immortals think about this?" Dao ancestor Hongjun replied, "If they have any objections, they can come and find Poor Wei. Poor Wei will let them have no objections." Although Dao ancestor was Taishang Laojun, Feng Zichen still knew his true identity. The Way of Heaven also knew his true identity. Therefore, the one who made this promise was Dao ancestor Hongjun and not Taishang Laojun. Feng Zichen was very sure of this. Otherwise, he would not be so easy to talk to. If Dao ancestor Hongjun made a promise to Feng Zichen as Taishang Laojun, Feng Zichen would not believe a word. Taishang Laojun did not have the same reputation as Dao ancestor. Feng Zichen was sure that the two sages of the Western sect and the ancestor of the earthly immortals would not listen to his words. Therefore, when Dao ancestor Hongjun spoke, Feng Zichen was already sure that he was talking to Dao ancestor Hongjun and not Taishang Laojun. He had to be smart when talking to Dao ancestor. He was the most cunning old man in the untainted land. If he was not careful, he might be tricked by him. Therefore, he could not be too careful. Feng Zichen laughed and said, "Good, Dao ancestor is generous. If you really do what you said, then ancestor Hongyun has no karma with the human tribe." After that, Feng Zichen pulled Dao ancestor over and said, "Dao ancestor, let's go in and talk." After they reached a consensus, Feng Zichen's attitude changed, and he pulled Dao ancestor towards the human emperor palace. This change made Dao ancestor shook his head and laughed. After entering the main hall and sitting down, Feng Zichen finally had time and asked Dao ancestor Hongjun about his purpose of coming here. He asked, he asked, what do you want? To. Dao ancestor Hongjun took a sip of the connate Dao tea served by the maid. He did not answer Feng Zichen's question. Instead he said to him, Sai, you really know how to enjoy life. You used the leaves of the world tree to make tea. I'm afraid this tea is better than the connate Dao enlightenment tea. Hearing this, Feng Zichen smiled and said, It's rare that you like it. I'll give you a jar. After that, Feng Zichen ordered someone to take the world tea made from the leaves of the world tree from the treasury. It was just the leaves of the world tree. In the eyes of others, it was extremely precious, but in the eyes of Feng Zichen, it was just the same. He could have as many as he wanted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Dao ancestor Hongjun first thanked Feng Zichen, and then told him the purpose of his trip. I heard that the human emperor city has built a new treasure room that collects all the ancient books in the central divine province. Poor Wei is not talented, but I'm willing to recommend myself to be the treasure room's keeper and manage this huge treasure room for you. The treasure room was an official organization that Feng Zichen had recently established. It was used to collect all the divine abilities and cultivation methods of the human race for future generations to refer to. Even the cultivation methods of the other races were kept in the treasure room. It could be said that since the establishment of the treasure room, it had become an important place for the human race. The ancient books placed in it could be said to be priceless. Since the treasure room was so important, the guards that were used to guard this place were naturally elites that were picked out from thousands of people. Not only were the guards patrolling outside connate Dao lords, but there were also several Daoyuo Taoist priests inside the treasure room. They would definitely not let outsiders take a step into this place. The manager of such an important place was even more important. Apart from being strong, he had to be responsible and have an extremely high status. In order to choose a suitable candidate, Feng Zichen had a headache for a long time. In the end, he planned to choose a suitable person from the important ministers of the three ancient emperors. The important ministers of the three emperors of the human race naturally had status and strength. It was suitable for them to guard the treasure room. However, before Feng Zichen could find someone, Dao ancestor Hongjun had taken the initiative to recommend himself. This made things difficult for Feng Zichen. If someone else recommended themselves, Feng Zichen might suspect that he was coveting the hundreds of connate Dao scriptures in the human race's treasure room. However, if this person was Dao ancestor Hongjun, Feng Zichen was not worried. With the Dao ancestor's status and cultivation level, it was easy for him to write a connate Dao scripture with his eyes closed. Why would he covet the connate Dao scripture of the human race? Even if the human race placed the connate Dao scripture in front of him, he would not take a look at it. However, it was also because of this that Feng Zichen hesitated. He did not understand the purpose of the Dao ancestor. If he did not come to spy on the connate Dao scripture, why would the Dao ancestor ask him for this official position? After thinking silently for a while, Feng Zichen suddenly nodded and agreed. It's Zichen's honor that the Dao ancestor is willing to guard the treasure room for the human race. It's also the honor of the human race. How can Zichen refuse? Later, Zichen will personally take the Dao ancestor to the treasure room to take office. Just now, Feng Zichen suddenly understood the purpose of Dao ancestor Hongjun. The books collected by the human race were just a pretense. His real purpose was to obtain the spiritual incarnations of the great magicians. With an official position, the Dao ancestor could better guide them and let them take fewer detours so that they could achieve the Dao faster. Feng Zichen also agreed with this. After all, those great magicians were unstable factors. It was fine for a short time, but if they stayed in the central God province for a long time, who knew what trouble they would cause? It was better to send them away as soon as possible. Moreover, Feng Zichen had other ideas. As an official of the human race, the Dao ancestor definitely had to live in the human race's residence. This gave people a chance to get in touch with him. The Dao ancestor was a supreme expert of the infinite Dao realm. If someone was lucky enough to get some guidance from the Dao ancestor, it would be enough for that person to benefit greatly. Usually, the Dao ancestor lived in the chaotic purple cloud palace. Even if outsiders wanted to get in touch with him, they did not have the chance. But now it was different. The Tao ancestor lived in the human emperor city. As long as one wanted to, they could meet him. For ordinary people, it was a great opportunity to meet the Tao ancestor. If one was lucky enough to get his guidance, it would be even more perfect. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. As long as the Tao ancestor lived in the human emperor city, there would always be a few lucky people who would get his guidance. Thank you, Emperor. Tao ancestor Hongjun stood up and thanked Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen hurriedly returned the greeting. You're too polite, Tao ancestor. Then, Feng Zichen brought Tao ancestor Hongjun to the treasure room to take up his post. The new treasure room's guardian was personally led by the human emperor Feng Zichen to take up his post. His attitude was very friendly. It was completely different from the attitude he had when facing his subordinates. Instead, it was like a friend of equal status. Seeing this scene, anyone with a clear mind would know that the new treasure room's guardian was a big shot. Otherwise, the human emperor would not have treated him like this. After knowing Tao ancestor Hongjun's noble identity, it would depend on one's own ability to get the opportunity from the Tao ancestor. Feng Zichen would not care. Everyone had their own fate. This could not be forced. After returning from the treasure room, Feng Zichen suddenly gave an order. He ordered the maid who prepared the seat for the Tao ancestor, the maid who served the tea to the Tao ancestor, and the guard who served the world tea to the Tao ancestor. In short, everyone who had come into contact with the Tao ancestor today was sent to the sky-gazing peak by Feng Zichen's order to cultivate under the world tree. This was the treatment that only the peerless geniuses of the human clan had. These people had only come into contact with the Tao ancestor, and their fates had already changed. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the geniuses of the human clan. It was indeed a great opportunity to serve the Tao ancestor tea, a seat, and a gift because the Tao master was the heavenly way. After serving the heavenly way, even a pig could become a pig god. Not to mention those guards and maids, who were already extraordinary. The path of proving the Tao began with coming into contact with the Tao ancestor. Moreover, Feng Zichen had another purpose for doing this. He wanted to use this method to hint to the clansmen in the human emperor city that the Tao ancestor was extraordinary. Just by coming into contact with him, his fate had undergone an earth-shattering change. If he could receive his guidance, how extraordinary would it be? As long as someone noticed this scene, they would naturally guess Feng Zichen's thoughts and obtain a great opportunity. Opportunities were left for those who were prepared. Feng Zichen had already hinted so clearly. If no one understood, then they could only blame their bad luck. They could not blame anyone else. After all, Feng Zichen had told everyone that the new treasure room was the incarnation of the Tao ancestor. If he really did so, the Tao ancestor would immediately fall out with him. A few days later, the new human king of the human clan, Jiang Huan, came to the human emperor palace to visit the human emperor. Under the lead of the guards, Jiang Huan walked into the human emperor palace. As soon as he looked up, he saw the figure sitting on the throne. Like the sky, the earth, and the Tao, it was as if he was the greatest existence in the world, making people unable to have the will to resist. This was the human emperor, the most powerful existence of the human clan, and one of the top 10 supreme masters in the 3 realms. This was not the first time Jiang Huan had seen Feng Zichen. The last time Jiang Huan saw Feng Zichen was when he had just become a Taoist priest and was conferred the title of Duke of Qi. Also in the human emperor palace, the human emperor received him, who had just become Duke of Qi, and gave him some encouragement. Before he left, the human emperor gave him a primordial spirit treasure and a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures, which allowed him to get rid of poverty and enter the middle class. At that time, Jiang Huan did not have a deep understanding of the human emperor's strength. He only knew that the human emperor was very strong, the kind that was ridiculously strong. But now, as he became a human king, his strength and luck improved, and he stepped into the sage-to-be level. Now that Jiang Huan saw the human emperor again, he finally felt the power of the human emperor. That was the Tao of the human realm, which had the power to easily crush him. Even a sage-to-be was just an ant in front of the human emperor, not much different from an ordinary person. Jiang Huan stepped forward silently and bowed. Jiang Huan greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty be boundless and reach the Supreme Tao realm as soon as possible. Get up. Helping Jiang Huan up, Feng Zichen said, You're here. How does it feel to be a human king? How is it different from when you were a duke? Jiang Huan's surname was Jiang, and he was a descendant of the archaic Jiang clan, the same clan as Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui. He was their younger brother's descendant. Ever since Jiang Xiong and Jiang Hui went missing, Feng Zichen often blamed himself. Because of this, he took good care of the Jiang clan. Jiang Huan was from the Jiang clan. Perhaps because he loved the Jiang clan, Feng Zichen found him very pleasing to the eye. Jiang Huan replied respectfully, Your Majesty, the feeling of becoming a human king. How should I put it? I first felt very good. The dukes who used to be at the same level as me now have to bow when they see me. That feeling really made me feel like I was floating. After that, I felt a huge responsibility. Although the human race is strong, it's not like we don't have enemies in the three realms. In the North Continent, the demon race is eyeing the human race covetously. The Dongxing Divine Prefecture and the Aparagodania continent are also hostile to the human race. They don't want to see the human race prosper. After listening to Jiang Huan for a long time, Feng Zichen said, Not bad, not bad. This is the current situation of the human race. You've taken on the role very quickly. You've already begun to perform the duties of a human king. The so-called human king is to assist me in handling the human race's government affairs, formulate the human race's development policy, and select talents for the human race so that the human race will prosper. After giving Jiang Huan some instructions, Feng Zichen suddenly left the human emperor's palace with him. Follow me. The next moment, Jiang Huan felt the world around him change. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was no longer in the human emperor's palace. Instead, he appeared in front of the Tree of World. Every time a human king is born, I will give him an opportunity. Observing the Tree of World is the opportunity I'm giving you, Feng Zichen said to Jiang Huan. He threw him a token and left. The Tree of World was a treasure at the primordial chaos level. Even a saint would gain something from observing it, let alone a kid like Jiang Huan. He would definitely benefit greatly. As for the token, it was Feng Zichen's keepsake. If he wanted to observe the Tree of World, he had to have this token. Otherwise, he would be greeted by the Tree of World. Now, the Tree of World's strength had already reached the 9th heaven of primordial chaos. An ordinary primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian couldn't even withstand a blow from it. If it hit a sage-to-be, it could kill him in one blow. Standing in front of the Tree of World, Jiang Huan didn't immediately observe it. Because not long after Feng Zichen left, the Taoist priests of the Imperial Ancestral Temple came to look for him. Chapter 873. Now that Your Majesty is the human king, you should move from the Qi Kingdom to the human emperor city as soon as possible. Also, Your Majesty should choose an heir to inherit your title of Duke of Qi. After all, Your Majesty is already the human king. You should prioritize the affairs of the human race. You should let go of the affairs of the Qi Kingdom if you can and try to leave them to your descendants. The Taoist priests of the Imperial Ancestral Temple came before Jiang Huan and said to him, That's right. Jiang Huan replied with a nod. He had already expected these things before he came. Before Jiang Huan left for the human emperor city, Guanzhong had looked for him and told him some secrets of the world. For example, the matter of the various powerful beings using the human race to attain Tao. It was also at that time that Jiang Huan already knew that it would be difficult for him to interfere in the affairs of the Qi Kingdom after he left for the human emperor city. This was because the human emperor would not allow a human king to personally oversee the vassal states. If the Qi Kingdom had a human king overseeing it, how could the other vassal states have a chance to rise? If a new overlord was not born, how could a new human king be born with the fate of the vassal states? In that case, how could the clones of other powerful divine abilities replicate Guanzhong's path and help a sovereign personage attain the Tao? Therefore, no matter what, Jiang Huan, who had become the human king, had to leave the Qi Kingdom. If he stubbornly refused to leave, then not only would the human emperor not tolerate him, But the other powerful beings would not tolerate him either. Furthermore, Guanzhong, who had assisted him to become the human king, would not tolerate him either. Jiang Huan staying in the Qi kingdom was blocking the path of too many powerful beings. How many years had it been since Guanzhong and Jiang Huan were similar? Even if he assisted him to become the human king, it was only a matter of mutual benefit. How could he be willing to offend dozens, or even hundreds of fellow Taoists for him? These words should have been said by Feng Zichen. But he was afraid that Jiang Huan would have some opinions and feel that the human emperor was forcing him with his power and leaving a bad impression on him. Therefore, the Taoist priests of the imperial ancestral temple stepped forward. Within a few years, there was news that Jiang Huan had abdicated and his son had succeeded him. The newly crowned Qi Guogua, with the blessing of the Qi kingdom, still had the power to match the Daoyuo Taoist priests. However, the new Duke of Qi was a newcomer after all. How could he be a match for the other old dukes? When Guanzhong was still alive, things were still fine. With him maintaining the situation, the state of Qi was still the overlord. However, as Guanzhong gradually grew old and was unable to maintain the situation, the power of the state of Qi began to decline. When Guanzhong passed away, the other vassal states began to stir, and the state of Qi was no longer the overlord. When Guanzhong was still alive, none of them had any ideas about the state of Qi. Only after Guanzhong's death did they make a move against the state of Qi and challenge its position as the overlord. After the state of Qi, the Jin state rose. However, this time it was different. There were 5 great mystical abilities assisting Jin nation. Moreover, the person they chose to assist was not the current Duke of Jin, but the son of an exiled Duke of Jin who was not valued. In order to attain the Tao, these great mystical abilities began to make new attempts. They wanted to see if many people working together to assist the human king would allow everyone to attain the Tao at the same time. In any case, attaining the Tao did not rely on the merits of assisting the human king, but on the ideas they summed up. Through governing the people and interacting with the human Tao, they found their own shortcomings and perfected their Tao. When their Tao reached the point of perfection, it was time for them to attain the Tao. According to this theory, the amount of merits was not important. What was important was whether their ideas and their Tao could interact with the human Tao and find the flaws in it. Therefore, there was no conflict between having many people assisting and having one person assisting. On the contrary, with many people assisting, it was easier to help them attain the Tao through the mutual exchange of ideas. Taoist Daozhong attained the Tao through assisting the human king, and gained the recognition of everyone. Because of this, many great mystical abilities chose to walk the same path as him. However, there were also some great mystical abilities who recognized Daozhong's method, but did not want to walk the same path as him. Therefore, some people traveled between countries to search for their own way of attaining the Tao. It was also at this time that Ziru gradually showed his talent. Ziru combined the founding ceremony of the Holy Emperor and proposed a theory with benevolence, forgiveness, sincerity, and filial piety as the core values. This was the theory of Confucianism. The path of Confucianism was to be wise in reading, pay attention to etiquette, pay attention to benevolence, and have righteousness in one's heart. Confucianism emphasized the moral cultivation of a gentleman, emphasized that benevolence and etiquette complemented each other, valued the 5 relationships and family ethics, advocated education and benevolence, attacked tyranny, and tried to rebuild the order of etiquette in music. It was rich in ideals and humanistic spirit. Ever since Ziru was born, he had never cultivated. However, with the establishment of Confucianism, the aura of righteousness appeared out of thin air and poured into his body, causing him to naturally possess mystical abilities. The aura of righteousness, the righteousness of heaven and earth. As long as one had righteousness in their heart and was upright, they could obtain the power to crush everything. And this was the power that Ziru possessed. After the establishment of Confucianism, Ziru's body merged with heaven and earth and reached the realm of oneness of heaven and man. Naturally, he possessed 3 powers. The first was etiquette. Its original meaning was to hold ceremonies and worship gods to pray for blessings. Etiquette and shoes, so it was a blessing to the gods. The etiquette of husband, the scripture of heaven, the righteousness of the earth, and the conduct of the people. Cultivating the 6 etiquettes was to restrain the people. The 6 etiquettes were crown, dusk, funeral, sacrifice, hometown, and meeting. The crown: marriage, court, betrothal, funeral, sacrifice, guest and host, hometown, drinking, and military. These were the 9 etiquettes. The power of etiquettes could regulate people's behavior. Therefore, the power of etiquettes was that words were law, and it had the ability to command the rules of heaven and earth. Once words were spoken, heaven and earth would follow, and nothing would dare to be an enemy. The second was benevolence. Benevolence was a moral concept with a very broad meaning. Its core was that people loved each other, and Ziru used it as the highest moral standard. Benevolence was love. Benevolence meant that people loved each other, so they were benevolent. Love from top to bottom was benevolence. Gentleness was the foundation of benevolence. Benevolence meant that people loved each other with joy. Benevolence meant that people loved each other. Therefore, the power of benevolence could erase the enemy's hostility, killing intent, and other negative emotions, so that people could get along with each other peacefully. Once the power of benevolence came out, it would turn everyone in the world into a friend, and no one would be an enemy. Therefore, benevolence was invincible. The third was righteousness. May I ask what righteousness was? It was said, "It's hard to say, it's chi, it's great and strong, it's beneficial and harmless, and it's stuff between heaven and earth. It's chi, it's compatible with righteousness and Tao. It's not, it's discouragement. It's born from righteousness, not obtained from righteousness. If there's something that's not in the heart, it's discouragement." There was righteousness in heaven and earth, and all kinds of things were formed. Below it were rivers and mountains, and above it were the sun and stars. It was called righteousness to people, abundant and filling the sky. Righteousness was the righteousness of heaven and earth, it's great and strong. Therefore, once righteousness came out, all the bad forces in heaven and earth would be suppressed by it, and it would be difficult to form power. After Confucianism was established, Ziru also had the power to protect himself. Then he left Emperor City and traveled among the various countries. He began to spread his theory, persuade people to be good, and set etiquette for the various countries. As for Ziru, all the monarchs of the vassal states knew that he was a big shot from Emperor City. These monarchs did not dare to offend him. However, these people had been dominating their places for a long time, and were used to being free and unfettered. How could they stand the restrictions of etiquette? Therefore they treated Ziru with good food and drink. No matter what he said, they would pat their chests and agree. However, after that, they would continue to do what they were supposed to do. As for what they had promised Ziru earlier, no one took it to heart. You say what you want and I do what I want. Whatever you say, I'll listen, but I won't do it. This was the current attitude of the monarchs of the various vassal states towards Ziru. It was difficult to get them to respect him. Difficult. They were all a group of old foxes. Anyway, Ziru could not do anything to them, so why would they be afraid of a weak scholar like Ziru? They would just provide him with good food and drink. They would definitely not let him suffer the slightest grievance. This could be considered as giving Emperor City an explanation. Moreover, when Ziru saw that things were not going well, he would naturally leave. Otherwise, what was the point of continuing to stay? Continuing to accomplish nothing? Why did Ziru leave Emperor City? It was because the big shots of Emperor City could not stand him, so they chased him out. The younger generation could accept the etiquette set by Ziru, but those of the older generation, such as the Taoist priests, existed with the heavens and with the Tao. How could they stand the restrictions of these etiquette? However, they also knew that the etiquette set by Ziru was for the good of the human race. He used etiquette to limit the evil in the heart, and thus advocated that everyone be good. Therefore, although they did not like Ziru's etiquette, they would not speak out against it. They just watched coldly from the side. However, they did not go to Ziru, but Ziru came to them. As a senior, Yanqi should take the lead and be the first to abide by these etiquette. These big shots of Emperor City were annoyed by Ziru, but they did not dare to do anything to him. Everyone knew that Ziru's identity was not simple. Putting aside the question of whether they could defeat him, if they really dared to do anything, they would probably be suppressed by Emperor City the moment they made a move. Therefore everyone was afraid of Zero, but they could not beat him or scold him. In the end, they had no choice but to join forces and chase him out of Emperor City. It was said that the etiquette of the vassal states had collapsed. It was a good place for Zero to preach his teachings. After he had educated the vassal states, it would not be too late for Zero to come back and educate Emperor City. Knowing that he had angered the public, Zero did not insist. He walked towards the vassal states and began his journey of traveling through the various states. The first stop of Zero's journey was his birthplace, the state of Lu. Lu Ho was first surprised by Zero's arrival. Then, when he heard that Zero was here to contribute to his hometown, Lu Ho was even more surprised. It had been a long time since Jiang Huan, the Duke of Qi, became a human king. It had basically spread among the vassal circles. Therefore, everyone knew that the divine thought incarnations of some powerful beings were hidden among the humans. They were prepared to choose suitable candidates from the vassal states to help him become a human king and achieve his own great Tao. Lu Ho had also fantasized that such a good thing would happen to him. After all, who did not covet the position of human king? But fantasies were just fantasies. Lu Ho was also a member of his own family and knew his own matters. With his abilities, he could at most become an earl. Now that he could become a marquis, it was all because of the power behind him. It had nothing to do with his own abilities. It was difficult for him to become a duke. How could he aspire for the position of human king? But he never thought that fate was so wonderful. The good thing of being assisted by the divine thought incarnation of a powerful being directly fell on him, Lu Ho. Lu Ho still remembered the various strange phenomena when Zero was born. In his eyes, Zero was the so-called reincarnation of a powerful being. Moreover, he was a peak powerful being. Zero was an existence that could startle the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the current sage emperor, and even Her Highness Nuwa when he was just born. If such an existence could not be considered a powerful being, then who else in this world could be called a powerful being? Because Lu Ho knew that Zero was the reincarnation of a powerful being, when he heard that Zero had specially returned to assist him in achieving hegemony, it was easy to imagine how excited he was. His excitement was beyond words. He only knew that he had finally made it and obtained a great opportunity. However, Lu Ho's happiness did not last long. That was because he could not stand Zero anymore. Lu Ho was a second-generation heir. He had the bad nature that many people had. He was greedy for pleasure and did not seek to improve himself. He was not bad, but he was definitely not good. As for Zero, he was determined to mold Lu Ho into a famous ruler, a moral role model, using the highest standards to hold him to. First, he had to change Lu Ho's greedy nature and make him have the desire to improve himself again. Before Zero came, Lu Ho did not need to deal with government affairs. He just needed to eat and drink every day. However, after Zero came, he had endless matters to deal with every day. He did not even have time to enjoy himself. That was right. The country of Lu's government affairs had been neglected for so long. How could it be so easy to deal with them all at once? It was normal to be busy in the beginning. However, with Lu Ho's character, how could he endure such things? In the beginning, Lu Ho wanted something new and worked hard for a few days. However, it did not take long for him to solidify. He no longer worked hard and continued to indulge in pleasure. Zero tried to persuade him a few times, but he was evaded. At this time, Lu Ho also accepted his fate. He knew that he did not have the opportunity to become a human king. Even if the heavens placed an opportunity in front of him, he would not be able to grasp it. He would only be like this for the rest of his life. He could only eat and wait for death. Struggle. That was impossible. Did he not enjoy eating, drinking, and playing? Was he not happy ruling over a region? Why did he have to take things too hard and struggle? Helpless, Zero continued to persuade Lu Ho. However, Zero used all his means and even talked until his mouth was sore, but he still could not persuade Lu Ho to change his mind and work hard again. In the end, perhaps because Zero was tired of persuading him, Lu Ho simply expressed that he was already like this. There was no saving him. If someone like him were to become a human king, that would be the greatest danger to the human race. Lu Ho had already given up on himself. P.S. I updated again today. Chapter 874. The anti-theft chapter will be changed in 20 minutes. The main reason is to maintain full attendance. Right now, full attendance is the only motivation for me to continue writing. Without full attendance, I will not be able to write one chapter a day. With that said, there was nothing left to say. In the end, Ziru left the country of Lu angrily. Due to his identity, no matter which country Ziru went to, the country lords treated him with respect and took good care of him. No one could find fault with him. However, this was not what Ziru wanted. Ziru came here to spread his teachings. He wanted to use etiquette, benevolence, and righteousness as the foundation to create a harmonious society. However, although Ziru's method was useful, it was difficult to see results in a short period of time. As such, the country lords did not accept it. They placed more importance on the school of military and legalism. This was enough for them to become strong in a short period of time and become overlords. Confucianism was not liked by the country lords, but it was respected by some young people. As such, Ziru gained many followers who traveled with him to various countries. Over time, these followers became Ziru's disciples. As time passed, he had more and more disciples. It was said that he had 3,000 disciples, all of whom were elites of the human race. As a result, although the Confucian school wasn't liked by the various monarchs, due to the large number of disciples it had become a colossus. However, because Confucianism was so powerful, it attracted the displeasure of many people. For example, a person called Yang Zhu. He did not like Confucianism and felt that Confucianism's selflessness was not desirable. Yang Zhu's philosophy was completely different from Confucianism. Confucianism was based on benevolence and could sacrifice oneself for others. However, Yang Zhu's philosophy was to value oneself and be reborn. It could also be called for oneself. Yang Zhu said, "The people of ancient times did not harm themselves to benefit the world. Knowing that the world worshipped them, they did not take it. No one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was governed." Everyone said that Yang Zhu was stingy, but they misinterpreted his meaning and forgot the next sentence. "If you want me to harm others to benefit myself, I will not do it." In other words, Yang Zhu believed that one could not harm others to benefit oneself, and there was no need to sacrifice oneself for others. Furthermore, he urged everyone not to harm others and not to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as everyone cares for themselves, does not invade each other, values their own lives and respects the lives of others, the world can be governed. Moreover, Yang Zhu objected to the idea of imitating the previous kings. In his opinion, blindly abandoning the current people and praising the ancient kings was like praising the withered bones of the dead. Such a viewpoint could be said to be shocking in the human race. After all, the mainstream of the current world still regarded Yao, Shun, Yu and the other former kings as saints. Moreover, they advocated imitating the former kings and saints. But Yang Zhu didn't think so. He advocated building a new society, and the basic principle of this society was for oneself and not for others. That is to say, no one is harmed in the slightest, no one is harmed in the world is ruled. In fact, in Yang Zhu's opinion, these two aspects were the core. No one should pluck a single hair for the sake of benefiting the world, and no one should be greedy for the sake of plucking a single hair. Because of this, Yang Zhu believed that life was more important than anything else. People should not look down on their own lives, nor should they violate the lives of others. Therefore, Yang Zhu emphasized extreme personal interests and did not pay attention to the interests of the country. This kind of thinking eventually evolved into the theory of no monarch, which was not tolerated by the world. Other than for oneself, Yang Zhu also had his own views on life and death. At this point, there was nothing more to say. In the end, he left behind a sentence that rotten wood cannot be carved, and angrily left the country of Lu. After that, because of his identity, no matter which country Ziru went to, the country's king treated him with respect and took good care of him. No one could find fault with him. However, this was not what Ziru wanted. Ziru came to preach his own theory, using etiquette, benevolence, and righteousness as the foundation. He wanted to create a harmonious society. Unfortunately, although Ziru's method was useful, It was difficult to see results in a short period of time. Therefore, the country's kings did not accept it. They valued the theory of the military and legalism more. It was enough for them to become powerful in a short period of time and strive for the position of overlord. Confucianism was not liked by the country's kings, but it was highly respected by some young people. Because of this, Ziru gained many followers who traveled with him to various countries. As time passed, these followers became Ziru's disciples, and as time passed he gained more and more disciples. It was said that he had 3,000 disciples, and they were all elites of the human race. As such, although Confucianism was not liked by the country's kings, because of the many disciples it had, it became a colossus. However, because Confucianism was so powerful, it attracted the displeasure of many people. For example, a person called Yang Zhu. He disliked Confucianism and felt that Confucianism's selflessness was not desirable. Yang Zhu's philosophy was completely different from Confucianism. Confucianism was based on benevolence, and they could sacrifice themselves for others. However, Yang Zhu's philosophy was to value oneself and rebirth, which could also be called for oneself. Yang Zhu said, "The people of ancient times did not harm themselves to benefit the world. They knew that the world worshipped them and did not take them. No one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled." Everyone said that Yang Zhu was stingy, but they misinterpreted Yang Zhu's meaning and completely forgot the next sentence. "If you want me to harm others to benefit myself, I will not do it." In other words, Yang Zhu believed that one could not harm others to benefit oneself, and there was no need to sacrifice oneself for others. Moreover, he called on everyone not to harm others and not to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as everyone cared about themselves and did not harm others, and everyone valued their own lives and respected the lives of others, the world could be ruled. Moreover, Yang Zhu was against imitating the previous kings. In his view, blindly abandoning the people of the present and praising the ancient kings was like praising the bones of the dead. Such a view could be said to be shocking in the human race. After all, the mainstream of the present world still regarded Yao Shunyu and the other kings as saints, and they advocated imitating the previous kings and saints. However, Yang Zhu did not think this way. He advocated building a new society, and the basic principle of this society was for oneself, and not for others. This was his principle of no one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled. In truth, in Yang Zhu's view, these two aspects were the core. No one should pluck a single hair to benefit the world, and no one should covet the world's benefits to pluck a single hair. Because of this, Yang Zhu believed that life was more important than anything else. People should not look down on their own lives, and they should not infringe on the lives of others. Therefore, Yang Zhu emphasized extreme personal benefits, and did not pay attention to the interests of the country. This kind of thinking eventually evolved into the theory of no monarch, which was not tolerated by the world. Other than for oneself, Yang Zhu also had his own views on life and death. At this point, there was nothing more to say. In the end, he said that rotten wood could not be carved, and angrily left the country of Lu. After that, because of his identity, no matter which country Ziru went to, the kings treated him with respect and took good care of him, and no one could find fault with him. However, this was not what Ziru wanted. Ziru came here to promote his own theory, based on etiquette, benevolence, and righteousness, and to create a harmonious society. However, although Ziru's method was useful, it was difficult to see the results in a short period of time. Therefore, the kings did not accept it. They valued the doctrines of the military and legalism more, and it was enough to make them strong in a short period of time, and from there strive for the position of overlord. Confucianism was not liked by the kings, but it was respected by some young people. As such, Ziru gained many followers, and they followed him to travel the various countries. As time passed, these followers became Ziru's disciples, and as time passed he had more and more disciples. It was said that he had 3,000 disciples, and they were all elites of the human race. As a result, although the Confucian school wasn't liked by the various monarchs, due to the large number of disciples it had become a colossus. However, because Confucianism was so strong, many people did not like it. For example, a person called Yang Zhu. He really did not like Confucianism, and he felt that Confucianism's selflessness was not desirable. Yang Zhu's philosophy was completely different from Confucianism. Confucianism was based on benevolence, and they could sacrifice themselves for others. However, Yang Zhu's philosophy was to value oneself and rebirth, which could also be called for oneself. Yang Zhu said, "The people of ancient times did not harm themselves for the benefit of the world. They knew that the world worshipped them and did not take them. No one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled." Everyone said that Yang Zhu was stingy, but they misinterpreted Yang Zhu's meaning and completely forgot the next sentence. "If you want me to harm others for my own benefit, I will not do it." In other words, Yang Zhu believed that one could not harm others for one's own benefit, and there was no need to sacrifice oneself for others. Moreover, he called on everyone not to harm others and not to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as everyone cared for themselves and did not harm others, and everyone valued their own lives and respected the lives of others, the world could be ruled. Moreover, Yang Zhu was against following the previous kings in everything. In his view, blindly abandoning the people of the present and praising the ancient kings was like praising the bones of the dead. Such a view could be said to be shocking in the human race. After all, the mainstream of the present world still regarded Yao Shunyu and the other kings as saints, and they advocated imitating the previous kings and saints. However, Yang Zhu did not think this way. He advocated building a new society, and the basic principle of this society was for oneself, and not for others. This was his principle of no one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled. In truth, in Yang Zhu's view, these two aspects were the core. No one should pluck a single hair for the benefit of the world, and no one should covet the benefits of the world for the sake of plucking a single hair. Because of this, Yang Zhu believed that life was more important than anything else. No one should look down on their own lives, and no one should harm the lives of others. Therefore, Yang Zhu emphasized extreme personal benefits, and did not pay attention to the interests of the country. This kind of thinking eventually evolved into the theory of no monarch, which was not tolerated by the world. Other than for oneself, Yang Zhu also had his own views on life and death. At this point, there was nothing more to say. In the end, he said that rotten wood could not be carved, and angrily left the country of Lu. After that, because of his identity, no matter which country Ziru went to, the kings treated him with respect and took good care of him, and no one could find fault with him. However, this was not what Ziru wanted. Ziru came here to promote his own theory, based on etiquette, benevolence and righteousness, and to create a harmonious society. However, although Ziru's method was useful, it was difficult to see results in a short period of time. Therefore, the kings did not accept it. They valued the doctrines of the military and legalism more, which were enough to make them strong in a short period of time, and from there, strive for the position of overlord. Confucianism was not liked by the kings, but it was respected by some young people. As such, Ziru gained many followers, and they followed him to travel the various countries. As time passed, these followers became Ziru's disciples, and as time passed, he had more and more disciples. It was said that he had 3,000 disciples, and they were all elites of the human race. As a result, although the Confucian school wasn't liked by the various monarchs, due to the large number of disciples it had become a colossus. However, because Confucianism was so strong, many people did not like it. For example, a person called Yang Zhu. He really did not like Confucianism, and he felt that Confucianism's selflessness was not desirable. Yang Zhu's philosophy was completely different from Confucianism. Confucianism was based on benevolence, and they could sacrifice themselves for others. However, Yang Zhu's philosophy was for oneself, and to be reborn, which could also be called for oneself. Yang Zhu said, "The people of ancient times did not harm themselves for the benefit of the world. They knew that the world worshipped them and did not take them. No one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled." Everyone said that Yang Zhu was stingy, but they misinterpreted Yang Zhu's meaning and completely forgot the next sentence. "If you want me to harm others for my own benefit, I will not do it." In other words, Yang Zhu believed that one could not harm others for one's own benefit, and there was no need to sacrifice oneself for others. Moreover, he called on everyone not to harm others and not to sacrifice themselves for others. As long as everyone cared for themselves and did not harm others, and everyone valued their own lives and respected the lives of others, the world could be ruled. Moreover, Yang Zhu opposed everything that followed the previous kings. In his view, blindly abandoning the people of the present and praising the ancient kings was like praising the bones of the dead. Such a view could be said to be shocking in the human race. After all, the mainstream of the present age still regarded Yao Shunyu and the other kings as saints, and they advocated imitating the previous kings and saints. However, Yang Zhu did not think this way. He advocated building a new society, and the basic principle of this society was for oneself, and not for others. This was his principle of no one harmed themselves, no one harmed the world, and the world was ruled. In truth, in Yang Zhu's view, these two aspects were the core. No one should pluck a single hair for the benefit of the world, and no one should covet the benefits of the world for the sake of plucking a single hair. Because of this, Yang Zhu believed that life was more important than anything else. No one should look down on their own lives, and no one should infringe on the lives of others. Thus, Yang Zhu emphasized extreme personal benefits, and did not pay attention to the interests of the country. This kind of thinking eventually evolved into the theory of no ruler, which was not tolerated by the present age. Besides for oneself, Yang Zhu also had his own views on life and death. Chapter 875. If you finish reading these Khanate Taoist scriptures and understand them, the confusion in your heart will be solved. Speaking of this, Tao ancestor Hong Jun seemed to have thought of something. He paused for a while before continuing. There's something that the poor way has to tell you. These Taoist scriptures were created by Gaochen. If you don't understand them after reading them, it's fine. But if you do, you'll owe Gaochen a huge favor. So, whether you want to read these Taoist scriptures or not, you have to consider carefully. Tao ancestor Hong Jun was a particular person. He did not use Feng Zichen's things as a favor. Instead, he pushed all the credit to Feng Zichen. It was indeed difficult to repay the favor of achieving Tao. It was obvious from the attitude of the two sages of the West towards ancestor Hong Yun. Because they could not repay the karma of achieving Tao, they simply watched ancestor Hong Yun die. They did not even take the initiative to revive ancestor Hong Yun. However, Lai Ko did not hesitate too much. Achieving Tao was the most important thing now. Compared to achieving Tao, everything else was insignificant. He did not have to care too much about it. Therefore, Lai Ko said nonchalantly, if these Taoist scriptures can really solve the confusion in my heart and help me achieve Tao, then it's only right that I owe you a favor. But I don't know why you're interested in the Khanate 5 Grands. Looking at the number of Taoist scriptures, you've obviously put in a lot of effort. But you're obviously not cultivating the Tao of the Khanate 5 Grands. To be honest, Lai Ko could not understand Feng Zichen's actions. Everyone knew that the human emperor cultivated the Tao of Pengu. He walked the path of achieving Tao through strength. So, why did he study the Tao of the Khanate 5 Grands for no reason? Moreover, the human emperor's research results were even more profound than Reiku's, an innate saint formed from the essence of the Khanate 5 ties. He had already reached the level of origin. Tao ancestor Hong Jun smiled and said, you don't know about this. For some reason, there was a period of time when Gaochen and Ziwei were frantically searching for the Khanate 5 Grands' origins. For this, they even turned the primordial world upside down several times. It's only because you've been cultivating in seclusion in the chaos beyond the heavens that you've never stepped foot into the untainted world. Otherwise, the North Star and the Purple Star would have found you long ago. Later on, the two of them really couldn't find any traces of the Khanate 5 cosmos origins. Seeing that they couldn't do anything about it, they had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, which was to obtain the Khanate 5 cosmos origins through the method of constantly creating and destroying worlds. It was at this time that the two of them mastered the Tao of the Grand Cosmos 5 Cosmos, and cultivated it to greater success. Ziwei has an indifferent nature and doesn't have many subordinates. After comprehending the Tao of the Khanate five ties, she put them aside. However, the North Star is different. He has a large group of humans behind him. Therefore, after he comprehended the Tao of the pre-celestial five grand cosmos, he spent tens of thousands of years deducing several pre-celestial Taoist scriptures to explain the Tao of the pre-celestial five grand cosmos. After that, he left the scripture with the human race, hoping that there would be geniuses among the human race's descendants who could comprehend the wonders of the Khanate five manifestations. Those pre-celestial Taoist scriptures are what you see in front of you. Back then, in order to collect the Khanate five grand cosmos origins, Feng Zichen and Ziwei would go to the chaos outside the heavens to create worlds whenever they were free. However, usually when the worlds were about to be formed, the two of them would deliberately make mistakes, causing the worlds that had yet to be born to be destroyed. During the creation and destruction of the worlds, many Khanate five grand cosmos origins would be born, and the two of them would collect them. In order to collect the Khanate five grand cosmos origins, the two of them would often create worlds in the chaos outside the heavens. Such frequent movements could be hidden from others, but not from Tao ancestor Hongjun. For this reason, Tao ancestor Hongjun knew about this. However, what the two of them did was not harmful to the primeval world. Therefore, although the Tao ancestor saw it, he did not stop them. It was a tacit approval of their actions. Tao ancestor Hongjun said it casually, but when Lai Ko heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Great Emperor Ziwei and Great Emperor North Star had worked together to search for the Khanate five grand cosmos origins. Although he knew that even if the two gods knew about his origins, they would not attack him for no reason, he was still scared. But Lai Ko was still scared. After all, being targeted by two Chaos Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals at the same time, who wouldn't panic if it happened to any great medium? Not everyone was as careless as Feng Zichen. Even if he was targeted by the Chaos Demon God, who was 3,000 realms higher than primordial Chaos Daluo Jinxian, he would still eat and drink as usual, as if he did not care at all. After a long time, Lai Ko smiled bitterly and said, I really did not expect that I would avoid a big trouble after not seeing the primeval world for a long time. Tao ancestor Hongjun used his walking stick to hit him and said, What are you afraid of? They did not attack you. As if awakened by Tao ancestor Hongjun's walking stick, Lai Ko suddenly stopped panicking and did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he took the scriptures and read them. At this moment, the incarnation of a great medium looked at the central divine prefecture and saw the heavenly Tao purple clouds flashing in the Emperor City. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. This is strange. The Emperor City is an important place for the human path, and the Emperor is the ruler of the human path. There should only be the human path purple clouds in this city. Why would there be heavenly Tao purple clouds? The great medium was confused. Although the human path purple clouds looked exactly the same as the heavenly Tao purple clouds, their auras were completely different. The human path purple clouds were gorgeous and noble, and had the appearance of all living things. The heavenly Tao purple clouds were high above, indifferent and emotionless. It was easy to distinguish between the two, and he would definitely not be mistaken. Could it be? With a guess in his heart, the great medium did not hesitate and directly sent his spiritual incarnation to the Emperor City. The spiritual incarnation of this great medium was called Zhou Yan. He cultivated the theory of yin-yang and the five elements. He used yin-yang and the five elements to analyze the laws of heaven and earth, and the changes of the universe. From there, he created a calendar to avoid natural disasters between heaven and earth. This allowed ordinary people to have the ability to avoid natural disasters. This was Zhou Yan's theory. Yin-yang and the five elements could barely be considered the Tao of algebra. It could be used for deduction, but it covered more areas. Zhou Yan spent several months before he finally arrived at Emperor City, covered in dust from the long journey. Then he used the power of yin-yang and the five elements to study the Emperor City for several days. He finally determined the place where the heavenly Tao purple clouds appeared that day. It was the treasure room. Zhou Yan was not in a hurry to go to the treasure room. He first tidied up his clothes and hair that were slightly messy from the long journey. After tidying them up, he walked in the direction of the treasure room. The treasure room was a large library that Feng Zichen had prepared for the human race. Naturally, it was open to all humans. Any human could enter. However, although they could enter if they wanted to read inside, they could not do so without merit points. Except for the most basic cultivation methods of foundation establishment, which were free for human beings to borrow, all the other cultivation methods in the treasure room had to be paid. It wasn't spirit stones or nature pills, but something called merit points. After all the remarkable techniques of the human race were recorded in the treasure room. There was no lack of supreme remarkable techniques and innate supreme Taoist scriptures. If everyone could borrow them casually, how could the value of these remarkable techniques and Taoist scriptures be reflected? Therefore, Feng Zichen worked together with the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as all the great beings of the human race, and even all the innate Taoist priests, to set up the merit points system. As the name suggested, merit points were something that could only be obtained if one performed meritorious deeds for the human race. The so-called merit points included killing enemies and eliminating evil, but it was not limited to these. To put it simply, anything that was beneficial to the development of the human race would be rewarded with merit points. If you could improve the foundation establishment pill and make its effects stronger, even if it was only by a tiny bit, it would be a great contribution to the human race. Because with the circulation of the improved foundation establishment pill recipe, who knows how many people would benefit from it? And this was how merit points could be obtained. Of course, although this method was good, it was still necessary to prevent people from impersonating others. After all, benefits move people's hearts. Merit points were the hard currency of the human race, and were even more important than merit. It was inevitable that people would impersonate others' achievements in order to obtain merit points. Therefore, a method was needed to prevent this from happening. This was not a problem for the higher-ups of the human race. Feng Zichen alone was enough to set up the merit points system. There was no need for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, or even all the innate Taoist priests of the human race to work together. The reason for this was that they were not setting up the merit points system, but a system that was complementary to the merit points system. Feng Zichen called it the Lord God. Yes, its function was the same as the Lord God in the Lord God space. It could be used to issue missions, calculate rewards, and so on. It even had the ability to traverse the heavens. However, traversing the heavens here was not to the so-called movie world, but to the various small worlds and mysterious mystic realms that were born with the creation of the 3 realms. It could even be on the countless small islands outside the 5 major continents. When the 3 realms were reborn, the natural source of heaven and earth was so rich that it made people's hair stand on end. Naturally, various mystic realms and countless small worlds were born. Other things aside, in the central divine province alone, there were countless mystic realms that were born. It was to prevent these secret realms and even newborn worlds from being taken over by the powerful forces near their birthplaces. It was also to give the ordinary clansmen a chance to rise up, so that they would not despair or even lie flat on the ground. It was also to prevent the current human race from entering the stage of class consolidation. Feng Zichen personally ordered that all the mystic realms and new worlds in the central divine province belonged to the human race collectively. No forces or even individuals could occupy them privately. Violators would be severely punished. In fact, even with Feng Zichen's prestige, the implementation of this order was not smooth, because benefits moved people's hearts. In the mystic realms of heaven and earth, there were countless opportunities that could allow people to reach the heavens in one step. In the new worlds, there were even innate divine fetuses and innate spiritual treasures. Even the innate Taoist priests would be tempted by such opportunities, let alone others. For these benefits, many people chose to take the risk and did not hesitate to violate Feng Zichen's order to take it for themselves. Unfortunately, what greeted them was not the law that did not punish the majority, but Feng Zichen's thunderous means. Feng Zichen was not joking. Anyone or force that violated this order was killed by him with thunderous means. Among them, there were several human geniuses who were comparable to innate god fiends, and even an innate Taoist priest. It was also because of the death of an innate Taoist priest that this order was carried out. Even the innate Taoist priest would die if he violated the order, not to mention others. With the death of the innate Taoist priest as a deterrent, most people restrained their thoughts that they should not have. However, there were still a small number of people who bowed and continued to do as they wished. For this reason, Feng Zichen specially imitated the Heavenly Court's supreme heavenly mirror and created the heavenly mirror to examine the entire human race. But even so, there were still many cases of private occupation of mystic realms. In the end, Feng Zichen was forced to join forces with the masters of the human race to create the Master God system. All the mystic realms and new worlds in the Central Divine Province were under its jurisdiction. It was responsible for allocating resources, issuing missions, and even issuing rewards. It was also because of the appearance of the Master God system that there were no more cases of forces or individuals occupying mystic realms of heaven and earth and new worlds in the Central Divine Province. This was because when creating the Master God system, Feng Zichen had integrated part of the authority of the Central Divine Province into the Master God system. The entire Central Divine Province was created by Feng Zichen. It could be said that he had absolute control over the Central Divine Province. In other words, everything in the Central Divine Province, except for the human race, including the new mystic realms of heaven and earth and worlds, belonged to Feng Zichen. Why was Feng Zichen not afraid that the human race would betray him? Of course, it was because the human race could not do it. Their food, clothing, daily necessities, shelter, everything that the human race had was given to them by Feng Zichen. How could the human race betray Feng Zichen? This karma was too great for the human race to repay. Therefore, the human race could not betray Feng Zichen at all. Once they betrayed him, what awaited the human race was destruction. It was because he knew this that Feng Zichen was so dedicated to developing the human race. There was no such thing as unconditional love in this world. Feng Zichen was good to the human race because the human race was tied to him. They were his most loyal force. Was it wrong to work hard to develop a force that would not betray him? Of course not. Those who thought it was wrong were the ones with problems in their heads. It was because of the integration of part of the authority of the Central Divine Province that whenever a new mystic realm or world was born in the Central Divine Province, the Master God system was usually the first to detect it and take it under its control. This way, it prevented outsiders from occupying the mystic realms and worlds. Since the Master God system was born, it had been perfecting itself. In addition to the mission panel at the beginning, there was also a mall panel, a transaction panel, a friend panel, and so on. After the Master God system was born, among the human race, all living beings below the Khanate Taoist priests would automatically be bound to a subsystem of the Master God system. It was a form of identification. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 876. In addition to the human clan, Feng Zichen also gave the innate Taoist priests of the human clan a part of the authority of the main god system, so that they could issue missions for the ordinary human clan members to complete and earn merit points. Otherwise, how could there be so many missions for the human clan members to complete? It was also because of the existence of the main god system that merit points became more and more important. It could even be said that in the eyes of the human clan, merit points were more precious than merit points. In the human clan, as long as you had enough merit points, you could do almost anything. Even if you wanted to reach the realm of the innate Taoist priests, as long as you had enough merit points, it was not impossible. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would appear in person to bless you, condense the origin of heaven and earth for you, and help you go against the innate and reach the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests. From this, it could be seen how precious merit points were. As for the Daluo Taoist priests that Feng Zichen used to establish his authority, he did not really violate Feng Zichen's orders. Since he had reached the realm of the Daluo Taoist priests, he was not very smart, but he was not stupid enough to go against Feng Zichen in the human clan. The reason why the Daluo Taoist priests was killed by Feng Zichen to establish his authority was purely because there was a problem with his identity. It was unknown which great medium he was, but Feng Zichen found out about it. Feng Zichen was a very smart person. After finding out that there was a problem with the Daluo Taoist priests, he did not say anything. He just silently monitored him and directly used him to establish his authority when needed. This move could first eliminate a spy, and second, it could serve as a warning to others and enhance his authority. It could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. The death of the innate Taoist priests was not worthless. At least, he had helped Feng Zichen a lot. According to the agreement between those powerful beings and Feng Zichen, as long as they were reincarnated into the human race, they would be part of the human race. They would not be brought into the human race when they were born, and they would not be brought into the human race when they died. They would come in clean and leave clean. Therefore, Zhou was also a human. It was also his identity as a human that allowed him to arrive at Emperor City without any obstructions. The mortal Emperor City had all sorts of restrictions on the foreign races, but not on the human race. As long as they were willing, any mortal of the human race could come to Renhuang City. After all, every year, many people would come to mortal Emperor City to pay their respects to the relics of the human clan's ancestors. If he refused to let these people in, it would be unavoidably unreasonable. Therefore, mortal Emperor City had no restrictions on humans. They could come and go as they pleased. Anyway, mortal Emperor City was big enough. No matter how many cultivators came, it would be able to accommodate them. After arriving at mortal Emperor City, Zhou carefully tidied up his messy clothes before walking towards the treasure room. As soon as he entered the treasure room, before Zhou saw Dao ancestor Hongjun, he first saw Lai Ko, who was reading seriously. As one of the 3,000 secular guests of Purple Cloud Palace, Zhou had no reason not to recognize Lai Ko. When he saw Lai Ko, Zhou was stunned at first. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face lit up with joy. Since Lai Ko is here, doesn't that mean my guess was right? Teacher is really here? Thinking of this, Zhou was undoubtedly more excited. Greetings, Brother Lai Yu. After a while, Zhou suppressed his surging emotions. He first bowed towards Lai Ko, then asked softly, Brother, is teacher here? Lai Ko nodded, pointed inside and said, Teacher is inside. If you want to see him, then go ahead. Zhou cupped his hands at Lai Ko and replied, Then Poor Wei will go and see teacher first. After seeing teacher, I'll come and talk to you in detail. With that, Zhou turned and walked into the treasure room with big strides. In front of a quiet room, Zhou stood outside the door. He did not dare to enter rashly. Instead, he knocked on the door respectfully. When the door opened and a come in, he took a deep breath, pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the Taoist who looked exactly like Taishang Laojun, Zhou did not understand why Dao ancestor Hongjun would appear in the world with Taishang Laojun's appearance. However, he still shouted respectfully, Disciple greets teacher. It had already reached this stage, Qiu. Of course, Zhou would not foolishly think that the Taoist in front of him was Taishang Laojun. Not to mention Taishang Laojun. Even if Taishang Laojun himself came, he would not let Lai Ko wait outside the door like a disciple. You came to see Poor Wei, because you have doubts in your heart. Dao ancestor Hongjun continued to stare at the book in his hand, and asked without raising his head. Dao ancestor Hongjun could be rude, but Zhou could not. He continued to respectfully reply, Teacher, I do have some doubts in my heart. There are still many unsolved problems regarding the Tao of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. Shaking his head, Dao ancestor Hongjun put away the book in his hand, led Zhou out of the quiet room, and walked upstairs. Without stopping, Dao ancestor Hongjun led Zhou to the highest floor of the treasure room. After arriving here, Dao ancestor Hongjun stopped, and used his dermic powers to take out a few jade books from the bookshelf. Some of these innate jade books were written by Great Emperor Ziwei, while some were written by Great Emperor Gaochen. They are all top-notch innate Taoist scriptures, and they also explain the Tao of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. Take a look at them first. Perhaps they can solve the doubts in your heart. Dao ancestor Hongjun handed these jade books to Zhou and said. Out of curiosity, Zhou took over these innate jade books and habitually looked at the titles of the books. He saw the following words written on them. General Outline of 5 Elements Witches, General Outline of 5 Elements Sacred Beasts, Pan Gu's Theory of Evolution of 5 Elements, General Outline of 5 Elements Celestial Emperor, General Outline of Evolution of the Sun, general outline of changes in Pangu's eyes. After taking a few glances, he was sure that it was the innate Taoist scriptures that he could not write. Not to mention anything else, just the 5 elements Grand Sorcerer outline. If one did not come into contact with the 5 elements Grand Sorcerer, it would be impossible to write it. There was also the 5 elements Celestial Emperor Grand Outline, which was about the 5 celestial emperors of the human race led by the Eastern Green Emperor. These 5 celestial emperors operated the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and had been celestial emperors for a total of 5 million years. Their Tao could indeed explain the Tao of the 5 elements. Similarly, if one did not come into contact with the 5 elements celestial emperor, they would not be able to write such an innate Taoist scripture. There was also the Sun and Moon Evolution Grand Outline, and Panga's Eyes Grand Outline. These were top-notch Taoist scriptures that explained the Tao of Yin and Yang. If one did not study the sun and moon for many years, they would not be able to write such innate Taoist scriptures. There was also the Taoist scripture about Pangu. This was the innate Taoist scripture that only the authentic Pangu could write. Well, they were all top-notch innate Taoist scriptures. Naturally, Zhou Yan could not write them. Moreover, from the names of these scriptures, one could tell that these scriptures were very useful to him. It was a field that he had never come into contact with before. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After accepting these innate Taoist scriptures, Zhou Yan thanked Tao Ancestor Hongjun. However, Tao Ancestor Hongjun shook his head and did not accept his gratitude. Instead, he said, "These scriptures are all from the human clan. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the human clan. Why are you thanking the poor Wei, an old Taoist?" Zhou Yan came to a realization and said, "Indeed, I should thank the human clan. I owe the human emperor a big favor, and will definitely repay it in the future. However, without your guidance, how could I come here and find these innate Taoist scriptures?" You. Shaking his head, Tao Ancestor Hongjun could not help but laugh. It was not Tao Ancestor Hongjun's fault for doing him a favor. It was because most of the problems that his disciples had to face could be found in the human clan. Since that was the case, why should he waste his breath to solve his disciples' doubts? Wouldn't it be better to just find the innate Taoist scriptures that they needed and give them to them, so that they could comprehend them themselves? This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. Although doing so would make these people owe Feng Zichen a big favor. However, Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not care at all. He could use this matter to let his disciples realize that the Great Tao was difficult to find. Anyone who wanted to achieve the Great Tao had to pay a price. After obtaining the Taoist scriptures, Zhou Yan stayed in the treasure room and began to comprehend the innate Taoist scriptures like Lai Ko. As for the merit points needed to borrow these innate Taoist scriptures, they did not need to hand them over. This was because these merit points were nothing compared to the favor that they owed Feng Zichen. Of course, there was no need to be calculative. It was also at this time that many smart people in the human emperor city saw through Feng Zichen's hint and knew that the new manager of the treasure room was a hidden expert. After all, they were all cultivators. Not many of them were not smart. Some things could be understood with a hint. Therefore, recently many human cultivators were eager to go to the treasure room, hoping to receive the guidance of this unknown expert, the Tao Ancestor. It could be considered luck. However, the guidance of the Tao Ancestor was obviously not so easy to obtain. In the past few months, countless human prodigies had gone to the treasure room, but none of them were lucky enough to receive the guidance of the Tao Ancestor. However, some smart people noticed the extraordinariness of Lai Ko and Zhou Yan, and seriously asked them for guidance on the difficulties they encountered in cultivation. As a result, they received a lot of guidance from them. This could be considered a great opportunity. Although Lai Ko and Zhou Yan's strength was no longer there, they were still great divine masters. As peerless existences in the half-step primordial chaos realm, they could even give guidance to the Taoist priests, let alone the human prodigies. To be able to receive their guidance, these human experts could be considered lucky. While Zhou Yan was heading to the human emperor city, in the distant North Sea Demon Palace, Patriarch Kuimping suddenly fell into the deepest level of enlightenment. A wisp of innate true spirit escaped from his body and turned into a butterfly. It flapped its wings and crossed the endless mountains and seas from the distant North Sea to the human emperor city. When the butterfly arrived outside the human emperor city, it suddenly turned into a Taoist with fluttering sleeves. He was unusually free and easy, and his temperament was even more unrestrained. This Taoist called himself Zhuangzhou. His origin and strength were unknown. He sang a Taoist song and strode toward the human emperor city. In the past, Zhuangzhou dreamed of butterflies, vivid butterflies. He said that he was suitable for Ji and did not know Zhou. Suddenly, he felt that he was suitable for Zhou. He did not know that Zhou's dream was butterflies, and the butterfly's dream was Zhou. There must be a difference between Zhou and butterflies. This is called materialization. Zhuangzhou dreamed of butterflies? No, it's Kuanpeng. Why did he come to the human emperor city? Previously, when many great divine masters signed the agreement with Feng Zichen, Patriarch Kuanpeng was not included. The reason was very simple. Behind Patriarch Kuanpeng stood an ancient innate divine master. It was the primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian, who was of the same generation as Dao ancestor Hongjun. With his help, Patriarch Kuanpeng did not need to split his divine consciousness to enter the human race to achieve Dao. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still split a wisp of divine consciousness and came to the human race. However, Feng Zichen did not stop Patriarch Kuanpeng's real spirit incarnation, and did not let him enter the human emperor city. Patriarch Kuanpeng was Feng Zichen's ally, and they signed the alliance agreement under the witness of the Great Tao. Unless the Great Tao decayed, or Patriarch Kuanpeng's strength surpassed the Great Tao. Otherwise, Patriarch Kuanpeng could only be Feng Zichen's ally for the rest of his life, standing firmly on the same side with him. If he violated the alliance agreement, the Great Tao would never let Patriarch Kuanpeng go. Not to mention that there was an extremely ancient primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian behind him. Even if there was a chaos demon god behind him, it would be useless. He would definitely end up extremely miserable. Therefore, Patriarch Kuanpeng could be said to be Feng Zichen's staunch ally. His attitude towards allies was naturally different from other great divine masters. If there was no agreement, then there was no agreement. After all, the two of them were allies. Feng Zichen did not want to argue with him. After Zhuangzhou entered the human emperor city, he followed the feeling in his heart, and came all the way to the treasure room. He saw Dao ancestor Hongjun, who was fake Taishang Laojun, and began to ask him. As usual, Dao ancestor Hongjun found him a lot of connate Taoist scriptures and asked him to slowly comprehend them. Just like that, time passed by minute. Not long after, about 100 years, the three realms suddenly shook. 5 earth-shattering auras suddenly spread out and swept across the entire 3 realms. Under the impact of these 5 auras, the radiance of the sun and the moon dimmed a lot. Even the operation of the rules of heaven and earth was affected. Someone was going to achieve Tao. And it was not just one person, but 5 people achieving Tao at the same time. 5 people achieving Tao in a day. Was this a repeat of the ancient times when 5 saints were born in a day? It was also the phenomenon of 5 people achieving Tao at the same time. The moment it appeared, Feng Zichen suddenly felt that the destiny of the human race was different. It was constantly rolling and giving birth to endless phenomena. This was the sign of the birth of the human king. After Jianghuan, a new human king was born in the human race. It was only Duke Jin Ji1. After Guanzhong passed away, the national power of the state of Qi weakened day by day. On the other hand, Duke Jin was supported by the incarnations of the 5 great divine masters. The national power grew stronger day by day, and seized the hegemony from the state of Qi, becoming the new generation of overlords. It was also because of this that the destiny of the various countries shifted and gathered on Duke Jin, Ji1, causing his status to improve further. He rose from the duke to the human king. The 5 great divine masters who supported Ji Wen were also able to enter the long river of time and space at the moment of Ji Wen's promotion. They saw the future that they wanted to see and comprehended it. They took the crucial step and cultivated to the realm of primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian. However, like Guanzhong, if they wanted to truly achieve Dao, they still needed the incarnation of the human race to die of old age and sever their karma with the human race. Only then could they truly achieve perfection. Chapter 877. These 5 Grand Masters reaching the Tao at the same time had a great significance to the other Grand Masters. This was because they proved that when it came to assisting the mortal monarch, there was no difference between one person and many. As long as they were successful, they could all reach the Tao. Therefore, after these 5, even more Grand Masters appeared and joined the ranks of assisting the vassal state lords. Not long after Duke Jiwen became the mortal monarch, the 5 virtuous paragons who assisted him died one after another. Because of this, the power of the Jin state gradually declined. At this time, the state of Qin rose. With the help of the virtuous paragons, it gradually became prosperous and defeated the powerful state of Jin to become the new overlord. After the state of Qin, the state of Chu rose. After Chu, the state of Wu rose with the help of the virtuous paragons. In a short period of time, the overlords of the Central Plains changed constantly. One after another, mortal monarchs were born, and several grand masters reached the Tao. Under this influence, the laws of the world became even more active. Even the natural spirit energy became denser. The vassal states were not peaceful, and neither were the 100 schools. The school of Taoism came out from the human race's treasury. With countless capable people, it became one of the top powers in the world. The school of Moism was righteous and loved impartiality. It gathered a large number of supporters, and had great prestige among the lower class of the human race. It was also a power that could not be ignored. The school of Confucianism taught without discrimination. There were even rumors that the master of the school of Confucianism, Ziru, was an old friend of the mortal emperor and the reincarnation of a human immortal master. With this addition, the already powerful school of Confucianism became the #1 power of the 100 schools. The school of legalism said that without rules, nothing could be accomplished. It was also very popular among the rulers and flourished in the various states. It was also a great power of the 100 schools. Outside of these schools, there were also famous scholars who were very eloquent and had the ability to reverse black and white. Even the school of Confucianism, which was known for its eloquence, was rendered speechless by their words. The school of medicine came out and cured countless people. Although it did not become a great power, it was still quite prestigious. After the school of medicine, there was the school of agriculture. This sect was not good at martial arts and was good at farming. However, they not only planted grains, but also various spirit medicines and immortal fruits. They could also breed various rare and strange beasts. As the saying goes, food is the god of the people. Anything related to food and soil is the specialty of agriculture. During the rise of the Wu Kingdom, a saint from the military school was born. He explained the Tao of the world, and supported the weak Wu Kingdom to become an overlord. Because of this, the school of the military even surpassed Confucianism, and became the #1 school of thought. However, after the saint of the military school passed away, the school of the military gradually declined. Its #1 position was replaced by the school of Taoism. However, the Taoist school did not prosper for long. Not long after, a Taoist expert established another school, creating the Yin-Yang school of thought. This caused the Taoist school of thought to be greatly weakened, and the #1 school was replaced by the Confucian school of thought. Not long after Confucianism became the #1 school of thought, many outstanding disciples joined other schools. Some joined the school of legalism and became one of its pillars. Some people joined the school of Moism and became the first anti-Confucian. There were also people who entered Taoism. They were virtuous like water and did not compete with anything. There were also many Confucian disciples in the school of agriculture and the school of medicine. Not long after Confucianism declined, the school of vertical and horizontal disciples joined the world and became the guests of the various kingdoms. In an instant, the school of vertical and horizontal's power greatly increased, replacing Confucianism as the #1 school of thought. Unfortunately, not long after the school of vertical and horizontal dominated the 100 schools of thought, the school of legalism rose up and became the political representative of the commoners. In terms of politics, they could be said to be unrivaled. They emphasized, "Don't be too close, don't be too lowly," and must be dealt with according to the law. The strict law became a tool to rule the country. The commoners enjoyed equal rights, and the country became more and more prosperous. However, because the school of legalism's philosophy of not being too close and not being too lowly, it clashed with the school of Confucianism's philosophy of not being too close and not being too lowly. As a result, an intense conflict broke out between the two. As soon as the two sides met, they would have an intense debate, and neither side could convince the other. In the end, it evolved to the point that in countries with legalism, the school of Confucianism would definitely be suppressed by the school of legalism. Similarly, in countries with school of Confucianism, the school of legalism would definitely be suppressed. As the two sides clashed, the school of Taoism rose up in the chaos. Afterward, the school of legalism and Confucianism worked together to suppress the school of Taoism. It was also at this time that the school of the military gained a new lease of life, and it overshadowed the other schools of thought. Not long after the school of the military rose up, the school of vertical and horizontal also rose up, and it was no weaker than the school of Confucianism. There were many countries in the Central God province. Some were strong and some were weak, and there were endless conflicts between them. This kind of environment was suitable for the school of the military and the school of vertical and horizontal to survive. As long as there was a chance, the two could rise up at any time and become the number one school of thought. As more and more powerful cultivators' avatars entered the scene, the various schools of thought in the Central God province contended with each other. Each school had their own strategy and ideas of how to rule the country. In order to defeat the other schools of thought, each school of thought more or less absorbed the theories of the other schools of thought, either to attack the other or to make up for the flaws in their own theories. However, every school of thought had its own specialties and strengths, as well as its weaknesses. None of them could be said to be perfect. It was also at this time that someone proposed to combine Confucianism, and method of nomenclature, and integrate all the schools of thought. They wanted to combine the theories of the various schools of thought and create their own school of miscellany. The school of miscellany's specialties were gathering the virtues of Confucianism, and method of nomenclature. Although the school of miscellany focused on Tao and gathered the theories of many schools of thought, through gathering the opinions of various schools of thought, they carried out their political intentions and academic ideas, so they could also be called a school of thought. However, there was no doubt that ever since the school of miscellany was born, it was disliked by the other schools of thought. They believed that it was a thief who stole the ideas of the other schools of thought and made it their own. At this moment, in the kingdom of Lu, Mozi and Confucian sages suddenly fought in the wilderness because of their differences in ideals. Both of them had the bodies of mortals, and there was not a shred of mana in their bodies. However, because they still had their cultivation from their previous lives, the ripples produced when they fought were enough to make the Daoyuo Taoist priests tremble in fear. However, the powerful ripples did not cause the slightest bit of damage to the surrounding mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, birds, fishes, and insects. This was because the battle between the two was a battle of ideals, a battle of the Tao. Therefore, when the two fought, they competed in their understanding of the heavenly Tao and their control of the laws of heaven and earth, not the strength of their mana. Because of this, the battle between the two, in the eyes of outsiders, was just an ordinary bickering. However, in the eyes of those with high cultivation, it was abnormally terrifying. Conformist sages. At a certain moment, Mozi used the school of Mozi's ability, and the laws of heaven and earth around him suddenly condensed into one, surrounding Mozi and forming an absolute defense. At this moment, Confucian sage's ability came crashing down. The passing of time is like the passing of time, unwilling to give up day and night. This sentence was originally said by Confucian sages on the river, and the passing of time was like the river, flowing forward regardless of day and night. However, under the augmentation of the Confucian mystical ability, the absolute law of words, this sentence directly turned into a powerful time mystical ability. In the blink of an eye, the sea turned into mulberry fields, and endless time passed. Unfortunately, the school of Mozi's conformist sages were not weak. No matter how much time flowed, it could not break Mozi's ability. However, the school of Mozi was good at defense and not good at offense. Although Confucian sages could not break Mozi's ability, Mozi could not break Confucian sage's ability and hurt him. After the two were in a deadlock for a few days, Mozi suddenly stopped his ability and turned to leave. However, before he left, Mozi said, "Ziru, although I could not convince you this time, you could not convince me either. Since that is the case, let's wait until the next gathering of the 100 families, and then we will decide who is better." After he finished speaking, Mozi left. Yes, he left in the form of teleportation. Although he was a mortal, with Mozi's realm he had already become one with heaven and earth. Wherever he stood, he was the master of heaven and earth, and he could use the power of heaven and earth for his own use. This method was far superior to the Daoyuo Taoist priests. It was just teleportation and it was too easy. As for the gathering of the 100 families mentioned by Mozi, it was suggested by a Taoist master. That person said, "Everyone reincarnated into the human race, not to fight to the death, but to attain Tao. There is no need to become enemies." Therefore, he suggested that everyone gather together every once in a while and exchange what they'd obtained. If by any chance they obtained some gains, they would be able to gain instant comprehension and become a chaos golden immortal. And it would be a good story. This Taoist expert's suggestion was immediately approved by everyone. Just as he said, they were not enemies. Putting this matter aside, everyone was from the Xian sect, and they had all listened to the Taoist master's teachings. They were fellow cultivators and good friends. There was indeed no need to fight to the death. Finding time to exchange what they have learned would be more helpful for them to attain Tao. If they were inspired, it would not be a joke to attain Tao immediately. There was a precedent for this. Lai Kou, Zhou Yan, and Zhuangzhou discussed Tao in the treasure room. They discussed the Khanate 5 manifestations, and the mysteries of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. During the discussion, Lai Kou gained something and directly achieved enlightenment. He immediately became the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Who knew how many people were envious of such a situation? At the same time, Lai Kou's experience also allowed the other great mystiques to see the benefits of discussing the Tao. They would really benefit from it. Because of this, the gathering of the 100 families went so smoothly. My Confucian Tao is still not perfected after all. After Mozi left, the Confucian looked at the place where they had fought and could not help but be lost in thought. This battle seemed to be a draw, but the scholar knew that he had lost this battle. His opponent was only defending, but he could not break through his opponent's defense even after using all his strength. If this was not a loss, then what was? However, although he had lost, the Confucian was not discouraged. His Confucian Tao was not perfected, but Mozi's Tao of Mo had long been perfected. His original body had also cultivated the origin Tao fruit not long ago. It was normal that he was inferior to Mozi. If his Confucian Tao was not perfected, how could he defeat his opponent? However, when the Confucian's Confucian Tao was perfected, it was still unknown who would win if the two of them fought again. Let's go. It's time to meet the Tao ancestor. After recovering from his thoughts, the Confucian turned and walked in the direction of Renhuang City. He still had many doubts about the Confucian Tao, so he planned to ask the Tao ancestor. Feng Zichen was indeed inferior to Tao ancestor Hongjun. This was an indisputable fact. Tao ancestor Hongjun was a genuine Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian, while Feng Zichen was only a origin Daoyuo Jingxian. The gap of a large realm was not just a matter of words. Although Feng Zichen was confident that he could surpass Tao ancestor Hongjun if given enough time, that was also the future. It did not affect the fact that he was inferior to Tao ancestor Hongjun now. Feng Zichen would not deny that he was inferior to Tao ancestor Hongjun. Moreover, it was not shameful to ask Tao ancestor Hongjun for advice. It was not the first time Feng Zichen had done so. Not to mention, only Tao ancestor Hongjun could give Ziru the answer to his doubts about the Confucian Tao. That was because Tao ancestor Hongjun was the heavenly Tao. In the entire untainted world, there was no one who understood the heavenly Tao better than him. As for the Confucian Tao, it was called the Confucian Tao, but it was actually the righteous Tao of heaven. That's right. In this reincarnation, Xianqing had changed his great Tao to comprehend the heavenly Tao. No, that's not right. It was not strict to say that he had changed his cultivation. Strictly speaking, Xianqing had sublimated the Tao that he had cultivated, making his intention higher. When Ziru was Xianqing in his previous life, he cultivated the Tao of the Nine Heavens Clear Qi, also known as the Tao of the Khanate Clear Qi. He specialized in cultivating the Khanate Clear Qi. After Xianqing reincarnated as Ziru, he sublimated his Tao of the Khanate Clear Qi and upgraded it to the Tao of Heaven. There was a saying that when Panga split open the sky, the clear Qi rose and the turbid Qi fell. After the clear Qi rose, it became the sky. The clear Qi referred to the Khanate Clear Qi. In other words, the Khanate Clear Qi was the sky. Now Ziru had turned the Khanate Clear Qi into the Tao of Heaven. It was an action that was in line with the Khanate Clear Qi. The Tao of Heaven was the righteous Tao of heaven and earth. It symbolized the righteous side of the heavenly Tao, and was opposite to the turbid Qi. In other words, the Tao of Heaven was related to the Tao of Heaven. There was no one more suitable than Tao Ancestor when it came to matters related to the Tao of Heaven. Tao Ancestor was the Tao of Heaven. No one understood himself better than him. However, it was also because of the upgrade of the Khanate Clear Qi that Xianqing's cultivation method was no longer suitable for Ziru. Similarly, Ziru was afraid that Xianqing's understanding of the heavenly Tao would affect him. Hence, he abandoned everything that belonged to Xianqing. He abandoned everything: power, status, divine spells, laws, and even cultivation. He came to the heavenly Tao with a new attitude. Hence, when Ziru was born, countless great mediums felt it. The heavenly Tao shook. His qi swallowed the universe and swallowed the essence of all things in the universe. It was unparalleled and unprecedented. He could be said to be a natural saint. However, perhaps because he abandoned everything that belonged to Xianqing, Ziru had never cultivated. To be more precise, he had never cultivated his Dharma power. Now Ziru only cared about the state. He only wanted to cultivate the state. Other than the state, he did not ask for anything else. Whether it was profound Dharma power or a strong physical body, he did not ask for them. Ziru's attitude made the disciples of the Jia sect anxious. If he did not cultivate, when would he be able to return to the peak of the great fulfillment of the sage to be? If he did not return to the peak, he would not be able to refine the origin Dao fruit and cultivate to the realm of the origin Daoyuo Jingxian. Chapter 878. If they were not afraid of ruining Ziru's cultivation, the disciples of the Jia school would have given Ziru enlightenment and raised him to the great circle of sage to be. Unfortunately, the disciples of the Chan school did not know that since Ziru had decided to give up everything of Xianqing, he would not miss the origin Dao fruit. Only by giving up could one gain. If he gave up the Dao fruit of Khanate Clear Qi today, he would be able to obtain a stronger Dao fruit in the future. If he was greedy for the origin Dao fruit and was unwilling to give it up, how could it be considered as giving up everything of Xianqing? Since he had to give it up, he might as well give it all up. Even if it was the supreme origin Dao fruit, he would give it all up. This would prove Ziru's determination. Only the disciples of the Jia school did not know what Ziru was thinking. If they knew, they would be mad. That was the origin Dao fruit, everything that Xianqing had obtained. It was more precious than a Khanate treasure. How could he give it up so easily? Even if he had to force enlightenment, he had to help Ziru reach the great circle of sage to be, and not let him give up the origin Dao fruit. Unfortunately, the disciples of the Jia school did not know. After returning to the Emperor City, Ziru led the first and second disciples to the direction of the treasure room. Coincidentally, at this moment, the incarnations of the Great Circle, Zhou Yan, Zhuangzhou and the other Great Circle left the treasure room one after another. After the disciples left, Tao Ancestor Hongjun felt that his mission was completed. So he resigned from his position as the head of the treasure room. He was about to ride the green bull and take the red cloud child to the west. When Ziru arrived, Tao Ancestor had already packed his luggage and was about to leave. However, when he saw Ziru coming, Tao Ancestor Hongjun thought for a while and stopped, waiting for Ziru's arrival. "Greetings, Tao Ancestor." Ziru went forward and greeted. Since he had given up everything of Xianqing, Ziru would not greet Tao Ancestor as a grand disciple. Instead, he would greet him as a junior. Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not care about this. He just frowned and looked at Ziru for a long time without saying anything. After a long time, Tao Ancestor Hongjun said leisurely, "Is this the path you want to take in this life? The righteous Tao of heaven is also a great Tao. However, are you prepared to pay the price for cultivating this Tao?" Hearing this, Ziru nodded solemnly and said, "I am already prepared to pay any price." How could one not pay a price for comprehending the heavenly Tao? Tao Ancestor Hongjun comprehended the heavenly Tao, and in the end, he developed a heart of great love. He used his body to fuse with the Tao, making up for the lack of the heavenly Tao. Until then, heaven and earth were complete, and the cultivation of all living beings went from difficult to easy. Great mystical abilities jumped out, and there were even more connate Taoist priests. Before the Tao Ancestor had merged with the Tao, in the era of the ferocious beasts and the era of the three races, how could there be so many great mediums coexisting in the same era? How could there be so many connate Taoist priests? The cultivation civilization of the primordial world could be as prosperous as it was today because of Tao Ancestor Hongjun's Tao integration. This was a supreme achievement that no one could erase. Therefore, Taoist Hongjun was the Tao Ancestor. And now, Ziru was also comprehending the heavenly Tao. However, it was not the complete heavenly Tao, but half of it. It was the righteous side of the heavenly Tao, the righteous path of the heavens. After Tao Ancestor Hongjun comprehended the heavenly Tao, he chose to fuse with the Tao. Although Ziru had only comprehended half of the heavenly Tao, it was still the heavenly Tao. When he comprehended it to the end, he would pay an unimaginable price, and would not be able to escape the fate of fusing with the world. That was the price he had to pay to comprehend the heavenly Tao. The deeper one's understanding of the heavenly Tao, the more difficult it was to escape the call of the heavenly Tao. In the end, they had to become a part of him. That was the reason why very few people in the world cultivated the heavenly Tao. In the primordial world, although there were tens of thousands of connate Tao, the strongest was undoubtedly the heavenly Tao. If there were no such worries, there would definitely be many great mystical abilities in the primordial world who comprehended the heavenly Tao. There would not be only the Tao Ancestor. Now there was an additional confusion. However, although the call of the heavenly Tao was strong, it was not without a solution. Just like Tao Ancestor Hongjun, although he could not be free after fusing with the heavenly Tao, he could occasionally break free and enter the world to roam. In Tao Ancestor Hongjun's opinion, Ziru should have the same idea as him. After fusing with the world, he used special methods to protect his consciousness. He could still use various methods to interfere with the operation of the world. Unfortunately, Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not know that Ziru was bent on seeking death, and did not prepare any backup plans. He planned to use the heavenly Tao to cut off all the karma on his body, and completely erase the connection between him and his main body. If there was no more Xianqing in the world, no one would know that Xianqing and Feng Zichen were once the same person. Looking at Ziru, Tao Ancestor Hongjun could feel his determination. Therefore, he did not persuade him to turn back. He only said, "Are you here to ask the poor way about the mysteries of the heavenly Tao?" Ziru nodded and replied, "Yes, please guide me, sir." Without answering Ziru's question first, Tao Ancestor Hongjun led the green ox and walked towards the west. He gestured for Ziru to follow. Follow the poor way on the last leg of the journey. When Ziru heard that, he hurriedly followed. On the way, Tao Ancestor Hongjun explained his understanding of the heavenly Tao to Ziru as he rushed. The Tao of heaven is beneficial but not harmful. The Tao of man is to fight for it. The Tao of heaven is like a bow. The higher ones suppress it, the lower ones raise it, the surplus ones damage it, and the insufficient ones. The Tao of heaven destroys the surplus and makes up for the deficiency. The human Tao is different. It destroys the deficiency and provides the surplus. Who can have the surplus to serve the world? There is only the Tao. The two of them walked for a few days. Tao Ancestor Hongjun suddenly paused and remained silent. After a while he said, "The poor way has already told you her understanding of the heavenly Tao. The rest will depend on you to comprehend it yourself. When Ziru heard that, he hurriedly thanked Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Tao Ancestor Hongjun's expression was indifferent as he gestured for Ziru to leave. However, Ziru refused and insisted on sending the Tao Ancestor a distance away. The Tao Ancestor did not insist and allowed Ziru to send him off. After another day, the Tao Ancestor suddenly said to Ziru, "You and I are about to part. Before we part, the poor Wei has something to say. I heard that the rich give people money, and the benevolent give people words. I am neither rich nor noble. I have no money to give you, but I am willing to give you a few words. In today's world, the reason why those who are intelligent and insightful meet with misfortune and almost die is that they enjoy ridiculing others. The reason why those who are eloquent and understanding bring disaster to themselves is that they enjoy spreading the evil of others. As a son, do not think highly of yourself. As a minister, do not think highly of yourself. I hope you remember." The Tao Ancestor had traveled the human world for 100 years and sat in the treasure room for 100 years. He was not playing. These insights were all summarized by him in the human world. Tao Ancestor Hongjun was a person who was very particular about karma. These insights were obtained in the human world. Then he would leave them in the human world and not bury them in his heart, and return to the heavenly Tao with him. Ziru nodded and said, "I will definitely remember it in my heart." The two of them continued to move forward and walked to the shore of the Yellow River. They saw the river water surging and the turbid waves rolling. Its momentum was like 10,000 horses galloping. Its sound was like the roar of a tiger and thunder. Ziru stood on the shore and sighed. The dead are like old men, unwilling to part with day and night. The water of the Yellow River surges endlessly, and people's time passes endlessly. I do not know where the river water goes, and where does life return? Hearing Ziru's words, the Tao Ancestor said, "Life is between heaven and earth, and one with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are natural things. Life is also a natural thing. People change when they are young, strong, and old, just like how heaven and earth have the alternation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What is there to be sad about? Born in nature, die in nature. Let nature take its course, and one's nature will not be chaotic. If one does not let nature take its course, and is busy between benevolence and righteousness, one's nature will be restrained. Fame exists in one's heart, and anxiety arises. If one wants to keep benefits in one's heart, one's worries will increase." Ziru explained, "I am worried that the great Tao is not enough, that benevolence and righteousness are not applied, that the chaos of war is endless, that the country is in chaos and cannot be governed. Therefore, I am lamenting that life is short, that I cannot contribute to the world, that I cannot contribute to the people." The Tao Ancestor said, "Heaven and earth move on their own without anyone pushing them. The sun and moon move on their own without anyone burning them. The stars move on their own without anyone arranging them. Animals are born on their own without anyone creating them. This is nature. Why bother with people? The reason why people are born, they have nothing, they are honored, they are disgraced. They all have their own principles and ways. Follow the principles of nature. Follow the ways of nature. The country will be self-governing, and people will be righteous. Why bother with etiquette and music to promote benevolence and righteousness? To care about etiquette and music to promote benevolence and righteousness is against human nature. It is like a person beating a drum to seek someone to escape. The louder the drum, the further the person escapes." After pausing for a moment, Tao Ancestor Hongjun pointed at the vast Yellow River and said to Ziru, "Why don't you learn from the great virtue of water?" Ziru said, "What virtue does water have?" The Tao Ancestor said, "Virtue is like water. Water benefits all living things and does not compete. It deals with people's evil. This is the virtue of being modest. Therefore, the river and the sea can be the king of 100 valleys. With its virtue, it can be the king of 100 valleys. Nothing in the world is weaker than water, and the strong cannot win. This is the virtue of gentleness. Therefore, gentleness triumphs over hardness, the weak triumphs over the strong. Because it has nothing, it can enter the void. From this, it can be seen that there is no need to speak of teaching. There is no need to do anything. When Ziru heard this, he suddenly understood and said, Mr.'s words have enlightened me. When everyone is on top, the water is on the bottom. When everyone is easy, the water is on the bottom. When everyone is clean, the water is on the bottom. When everyone is evil, who can compete with them? This is the best virtue. The Tao ancestor nodded and said, You can teach. You can remember that if you stand aloof from worldly affairs, then no one in the world can compete with you. Therefore, a saint moves at any time. A sage changes according to the situation. A wise person governs by doing nothing. An accomplished person is born in accordance with the heavens. After you leave, you should put away your arrogance and express it in your speech. Remove your desire and appearance. Otherwise, before you arrive, your voice will be heard. Before you arrive, the wind will move. You are flamboyant, like a tiger walking on the street. Who would dare to use you? Ziru said, Mr.'s words come from the bottom of your heart. Disciple has benefited greatly, and will never forget it. Disciple will not neglect to thank Mr.'s kindness. When he finished, Ziru bid farewell to the Tao ancestor and boarded the carriage with his disciple. He reluctantly drove towards the country of Lu. After that, a disciple asked Ziru, How is Laozi? Ziru said, Birds I know they can fly. Fish I know they can swim. Beasts I know they can walk. Those who walk can be tied with nets. Those who swim can be caught with hooks. Those who fly can be caught with arrows. As for dragons, I do not know why. Dragons ride the wind and clouds to the 9 heavens. What I see is lousy. How can I surpass a dragon? My knowledge is deep and unfathomable. My ambition is high and difficult to know. Like a snake that can bend and stretch at any time. Like a dragon that can change at any time. Laozi, you are my teacher. After Ziru asked the Tao ancestor, he had a feeling in his heart. He then went into seclusion for a few years and wrote the book Spring and Autumn. After the book was completed, Ziru once said, The only one who knows me is the spring and autumn. The only one who has seen me is the spring and autumn. When the Spring and Autumn was published, Confucius, outside of the Confucian lineage, led the lineage of historians. History was clear and bright. The brush was like a knife. Ziru used the Spring and Autumn carving knife to write history books. He established the school of historians and recorded the vast ancient history in the history books, leaving it for the future generations. It was because of the Spring and Autumn that the era when the countries were at war was called the Spring and Autumn era by the future generations. Not long after writing the Spring and Autumn, Ziru passed away. That's right. Ziru was dead. He was really dead. His body merged with the heaven and earth. His real spirit merged with the heaven and earth and returned to the heaven and earth, becoming a part of the heaven and earth. That day, the 3 realms were shaken. Only Ziru's last words resounded through the heaven and earth. We cultivators, if we hear the Tao in the morning, we can die in the evening. When his words fell, Ziru passed away. However, although Ziru had passed away, his righteous aura was not extinguished. It gathered in the sky and transformed into a mighty river that spanned across the heaven and earth. It was boundless. This river was formed after Ziru's death. It gathered all the righteous aura in the heaven and earth. Therefore, this river of righteous aura was also the source of the power of the Confucian school. After Ziru's death, his spirit was immortal. It merged with the laws of heaven and earth and transformed into a supreme power of the heavenly gods. It was powerful and firm, suppressing everything. All disciples of the Confucian school, as long as they had righteous aura in their hearts, could sense the righteous aura. They could also absorb the power of the Confucian school and command the laws of heaven and earth. In other words, although Ziru had died, his death had completed the Confucian school. After Ziru's death, the Confucian school became the Confucian school. It was no longer a school of thought. Instead, it was a true supreme great Tao that possessed unimaginable power. However, the higher the cultivation level of the Confucian school, the more powerful they would be. Once the righteous aura was released, they would be almost invincible among those of the same cultivation level. The Confucian school's mystical power was the law of heaven and earth. It could be said that there was no way to counter it. Even the cultivators of the divine demon lineage, who were known to be the strongest in terms of combat power, would not dare to say that they could defeat the disciples of the Confucian school in a direct battle. Moreover, the cultivation of the Confucian school was extremely fast. There was no need to refine Khanate Qi into one's body. One only needed to understand the principles and set one's mind to increase their cultivation level and obtain great power. The prodigies of the Confucian school could reach the Great Confucian school at the age of 60. Their strength was comparable to the Daoyuo Taoist priests. 60 years was only 60 years. It was inconceivable that they could contend against the Daoyuo Taoist priests in just 60 years. However, it really happened in the Confucian school. This was because the power of the Confucian school came from Ziru. Although Ziru had died, his power had not been extinguished. He had merged with the righteous Tao of heaven and earth, and turned into a vast river. His power was comparable to that of a sage. The Confucian school was born from Ziru's power. The higher one's cultivation level, the more power they could borrow from Ziru. In front of Ziru's power that was comparable to that of a sage, even the great mystical powers were no match for him, let alone the Khanate Taoist priests. However, although the Confucian school was good, it did not come without a price. Chapter 879. That was, the disciples of the Confucian way would not be able to live forever. No matter how talented you are, how beautiful you are, and how strong you are, you still can't escape death. The entire life of the Confucian Tao was but a single autumn of the immortal spirit. Once his lifespan ran out, even the Khanate spirit fruit, or the 9 transformations golden pill wouldn't be able to save him. This was the biggest drawback of cultivating the Confucian way, not being able to live forever. However, there was always a way out. Everything had a slim chance of survival. Although Confucian cultivators couldn't live forever, they could become gods after death and switch to the burning incense divine Tao. In the future, they might be able to prove the great Tao again. The 10 grades of Confucianism, from the lowest to the highest, corresponded to the 9 realms of cultivation, namely the acquired realm, the Khanate realm, the earth immortal, the celestial immortal, the Xian immortal, the golden immortal, the Taoist lord of Tai, the Daoyuo Taoist priests, the sage to be, and the primeval Daoyuo Jingxian. Among them, the 8th-rank Confucian scholars were known as Great Confucians, and their strength was comparable to the Daoyuo Taoist priests. The rank 9 Confucian scholar was a half-saint, and his strength was comparable to a half-saint. The 10th rank was a saint, which was also the realm that Ziru had reached after his fall. It contained the righteous path of heaven and earth, and its strength was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a true saint. Ziru's body merged with the heavens and the earth. The heavenly Tao was shaken, and the sound of the Tao reverberated throughout the world for 3 years. At the same time, on the day of Ziru's death, the strength of the disciples of the Confucian Tao rose explosively. 72 great Confucians were born in one day, and their might shook the world. Ziru's spring and autumn had received the support of the power of time, and as a result, it had undergone an indescribable change. It now had the power to predict the future. On the other hand, Ziru's carving knife underwent an indescribable change as well. It was also infused with the power of time, turning into a supreme saint artifact. It was called the spring and autumn brush by the disciples of the Confucian way. Once the spring and autumn brush was used, it could determine a person's life and death. It could also turn the void into reality. It was incomparably mysterious. When he wrote the word fire, the heavenly fire would descend into the world, and when he wrote the word lightning, it would turn into the innate divine lightning. When he drew an animal, the animal immediately came to life. The spring and autumn brush could be considered a supreme creation treasure. However, this was not the most powerful aspect of the spring and autumn brush. Since it was named after the spring and autumn brush, it naturally had something to do with time. A single stroke of the spring and autumn brush could strip away millions and millions of years, turning something rotten into something magical. And when the spring and autumn brush and spring and autumn were combined, they could even interfere with the future. By writing something that had never happened in the spring and autumn annals with a brush, it would become a reality not long after. It would become something that was destined to happen. When the two treasures were combined, it would be a Confucian Tao sacred artifact. Its power would not be inferior to a Khanate cardinal treasure. However, this treasure could not be used frequently because what it consumed was not magic power, but the fate of the scholarly faction. Body as one with heaven and earth, true spirit returning to heaven and earth. How could it be? How could Xianqing? In the Shangqing Hall on Golden Ao Island, the Grand Master of Heaven lost his composure when he saw the Xianqing's body merge with the world, and his true spirit return to the primordial world. Xianqing was his pride, the most outstanding disciple of the Xian sect. How could he fall so easily? Although Xianqing was one with the heavens and earth, he did not really die. But in the eyes of the sect leader of Tongtian and the other great mediums, Xianqing was dead, completely dead. The innate true spirit had returned to heaven and earth, so how could it not be considered as falling? Yes, with Xianqing's realm, the innate true spirit was immortal and indestructible. But how could something that was in the mouth of the heavenly axiom be spat out so easily? What was the difference between merging with the heavenly axiom and not appearing in the world? Not everyone was like Tao ancestor Hongjun. After merging with the heavenly axiom, he could still maintain his true spirit and come out from time to show his presence. Moreover, how could the heavenly axiom at that time be compared to the heavenly axiom now? The heavenly axiom would also improve. Xianqing was one with the heavens and earth now, so he might not be able to come back. How could the sect leader of Tongtian not be heartbroken when his most outstanding disciple fell? Master, I hope that Master can help save eldest senior brother. At this time, a group of disciples of the Jie sect rushed into the Shangqing temple under the lead of Duo Bao. They bowed to the sect leader of Tongtian and begged him to save Xianqing. However, the one who answered them was the Grand Master of Heaven, who looked defeated. I can't save him. The body is one with the heavens and the earth. This is according to the heavens. Even as a saint, I can't interrupt this process. This is caused by the power of the heavens and earth. As a saint, how can I go against the heavens? The power of a saint was given by the heavenly axiom. How could he go against the will of the heavenly axiom? Therefore, the sect leader of Tongtian couldn't save Xianqing. At this time, Xianqing's last voice came from afar. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. His voice was ethereal, and it echoed in the Shangqing temple for a long time. After a while, the sect leader of Tongtian shouted, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Xianqing is a real person who seeks the Tao. I'm far inferior to him. After that, the sect leader of Tongtian looked at his sorrowful disciples and said softly, well, you don't have to be sad for Xianqing. You should be happy for him. He got what he wanted. He can die without regrets. Why should he be sad for him? This is his own choice. He lived to seek the Tao, and he died to seek the Tao. He has no regrets. At this time, all the great mediums had an inexplicable respect for Xianqing in their hearts, because they saw the qualities that a Tao seeker should have in Xianqing. This was a real Tao seeker. In order to seek the Tao, he really abandoned life and death. Yes, compared to the vast and unpredictable Tao, what was life and death? If he could seek the Tao he wanted, even if he died, it would be worth it. When Xianqing was about to die, he must have gotten what he wanted. That was what he wanted all his life. If he could get it, he would die without regrets. He died with a smile. His smile was full of relief and joy. All the great mediums in the untainted land saw this. Therefore, they wouldn't feel sad for Xianqing's death. Instead, they would envy Xianqing for getting what he wanted. Every great mediums had lived for countless years. How many of them hadn't seen through life and death? If they were willing to die to seek the Tao, there would be a lot of them. Unfortunately, if Feng Zichen knew what they were thinking, he would definitely scoff. Getting what he wanted? Dying to seek the Tao? Those were all fake. The so-called, if one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening, was just a pretense before he disappeared. As for the relief and joy before his death, it came from the bottom of his heart. After all, after Xianqing died, he didn't have to act anymore. He also didn't have to worry about the trouble after his identity was exposed. The karma between him and the three pure ones was completely broken. Everything was over when a person died. Without all the troubles, how could Xianqing not be relieved and happy? It could only be said that one's imagination was the most fatal. However, although the karma was broken, the guilt in his heart was not so easily broken. It was true that the three pure ones had a grudge against Feng Zichen. But to Xianqing, they really raised him as their own son. He couldn't not return this feeling. That's right. Eldest senior brother sacrificed himself for the Tao. That's what he wanted. We should be happy for him, not sad for him. If eldest senior brother was still here, he definitely wouldn't want to see us like this, acting like a little girl. Duobao's realm was profound. He quickly understood Xianqing's choice. He came back to his senses and suppressed the sadness in his heart. He started to talk to his junior brothers and sisters. Seeing that their master and senior brother had said so, the disciples of the Jie school couldn't show it even though they were sad. They could only bury it in their hearts. However, it was impossible for them to reveal a smile. They could only remain expressionless and calm. It was also at this moment that a bright green light suddenly burst out from Penglai Island in the East Sea. Immediately, 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation appeared from the depths of the island. They broke through the void and flew towards Golden Turtle Island. What? Sensing that something was wrong, the sect leader of Tongtian's heart skipped a beat. He directly left the Shangqing temple and went outside the temple. This is outside the Shangqing temple, on Golden Turtle Island. The sect leader of Tongtian looked at the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation that suddenly appeared in front of him. There was shock, joy, and relief in his eyes. At this moment, the sect leader of Tongtian finally knew why Xianqing's cultivation was so fast. It turned out that he really did it. He did what even a saint like him couldn't do. He cultivated the lotus seed of the 24th grade green lotus of creation into a heaven-opening treasure, the 24th grade green lotus of creation. With the help of the 24th grade green lotus of creation, Xianqing's cultivation speed could indeed be many times faster than ordinary people. Heaven-opening treasures were extremely mysterious, especially an auxiliary heaven-opening treasure, like the green lotus of creation. The help it provided to its owner was even more obvious than heaven-opening treasures like the Taiji diagram. At this moment, Duobao and the others who sensed the commotion also ran out of the Shangqing temple. However, what entered their eyes was a scene that shocked them greatly. They saw the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation intertwining in the air and emitting a bright green light. Under the illumination of the green light, the vitality of the entire Golden Turtle Island became denser. Duobao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation. What? 12th grade green lotuses of creation? Isn't this eldest senior brother's treasure? Why are there 3 of them at the same time? As the senior brother who had the best relationship with Xianqing, how could Duobao not recognize Xianqing's favorite treasure, the 12th grade green lotus of creation? It was also because he recognized it that he exclaimed. In Duobao's impression, there was only one green lotus of creation. Why were there 3 identical green lotuses of creation here? Just as Duobao was puzzled, the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation in the air moved. The radiance on their bodies became even brighter. Then, under everyone's surprised gaze, the 3 green lotuses of creation began to merge slowly, and were about to become one. At this moment, Xianqing's voice suddenly came from the green lotus. Master, I had a premonition that after reincarnating and cultivating again, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Therefore, before I reincarnated, I deliberately left this treasure behind. If something really happens to me, I'll leave this treasure to you. Master, you treat me like your own son. I should serve you under your command to repay your kindness. However, in order to seek the Tao, I can only be an unfilial disciple. Fortunately, when I was still alive, I finally managed to cultivate this supreme treasure of creation. In this way, even if I go, I can leave this treasure with you. It can also be considered as making up for the guilt in my heart. Although you didn't say it, I know in my heart that you've always wanted to find a true connate cardinal treasure to suppress the Jie school's providence, because the 4 immortal vanquishing swords can't suppress the Jie school's providence. Although I'm not a member of the Jie school, I'm your disciple. Therefore, I didn't want to see you work so hard, so I found a Khanate cardinal treasure for you. When these 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation fuse, they can become a heaven-opening cardinal treasure, the 24th grade green lotus of creation. I think you should know more about the use of this treasure than I do. I won't say more here. With this 24th grade green lotus of creation, it's more than enough to suppress the Jie school's providence. Moreover, this treasure is also a heaven-opening cardinal treasure. It can also symbolize Panga's identity. With it, you should be able to untie the knot in your heart. The birth of this treasure can also let everyone know that the Shangqing Dao lineage's providence is also suppressed by a heaven-opening cardinal treasure. It's not inferior to the Grand Clear Dao lineage and the Jade Clear Dao lineage. Moreover, with one more heaven-opening cardinal treasure, you can also suppress the 2 uncle masters. You'll also feel much better. By the way, I hope you can apologize to my junior brothers and sisters on my behalf. Originally, I still had many Khanate numinous treasures with me and wanted to leave them. Unfortunately, in order to nurture this 24th grade green lotus of creation, I used all my treasures. However, it's still not enough. Because of this, I still owe Feng Zichen a huge debt. However, now that I'm no longer around, his huge debt is considered to have gone down the drain. Speaking of this, Xianqing laughed. Haha. To be able to cheat Feng Zichen before I die, one of my biggest regrets in life has been resolved. After saying this, the power that Xianqing left in the green lotus of creation began to dissipate slowly. Master, junior brothers and sisters, if I'm gone, there's no need to be sad for me. This is my choice. I have no regrets about what I want. Lastly, help me take care of the 3 immortal island. Unfilial disciple Xianqing will remain. Master, please don't miss me. I'll be with you. At this point, the last remnants of Xianqing's power completely dissipated. At the same time, the 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation had also finished fusing. A stronger and bigger 24th grade green lotus of creation gradually appeared in front of sect leader Tong Tian and the disciples of the Jie sect. However, at this moment, no one was looking at this extremely precious Khanate cardinal treasure. They were all immersed in the sadness of Xianqing's departure. Although they had accepted the reality of Xianqing's departure, they didn't cultivate the heartless Tao. How could they not be moved? How could they give up so easily after thousands of years of being together? However, their sorrow didn't last for long because the supreme aura of the heavenly Tao woke them up very quickly. In the sky, majestic dark clouds filled the air and covered the entire sky of the East Sea. And in the deepest part of the dark clouds, a purple vertical eye was faintly discernible. That was the eye of the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao had appeared in person. It was the aura of the 24th grade green lotus of creation that had alarmed it. Chapter 880. 3 heaven-opening treasures were enough in the untainted land. There was no need for a 4th one. Boom. Unparalleled power fell from the eye of the heavenly Tao and was about to act on the 24th grade green lotus of creation, returning it to its original form and breaking it down into 3 12th grade green lotuses of creation. Although the heavenly Tao was powerful, it had to follow the rules of heaven and earth. There were various restrictions and it could not really do whatever it wanted. Therefore, the heavenly Tao could suppress and break down the 24th grade green lotus of creation, but it could not destroy it. The price of doing that was not something the heavenly Tao could bear. Rumble. The power of the heavenly Tao fell, and instantly came to the side of the 24th grade green lotus of creation. However, before this power could take effect, the Tongtian sect leader had already made his move. Whoosh! A mysterious and supreme Tao seal flew out of the Tongtian sect leader's body and imprinted on the 24th grade green lotus of creation at a speed faster than the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao paused the moment it saw this supreme Tao seal. It stopped dangerously above the 24th grade green lotus of creation, only 3 inches away. However, this distance was like a natural moat to the power of the heavenly Tao, making it unable to land. Panga's imprint. A dignified and cold voice suddenly reverberated between heaven and earth. It did not contain the slightest emotion, and no emotion could be heard. Immediately, the power of the heavenly Tao slowly retreated and disappeared from everyone's sight. The dark clouds also dispersed and the sun shone down again. The heavenly Tao could attack the 24th grade green lotus of creation, but it could not attack the Panga's imprint. This was because the Panga's imprint represented Pangu, the founder of the untainted land and the creator of the heavenly Tao. How could the heavenly Tao offend its superior and attack the Pangu? The reason why the heavenly Tao could attack the 24th grade green lotus of creation was simple. Although this treasure was a heaven-opening treasure, it was born too late. The untainted land had been established for hundreds of millions of years. The ferocious beast tribulation and the tribulations of the three races had passed. The green lotus of creation had only matured then, and missed too much. Most importantly, he did not make it in time for Panga's fall, so he did not get a share of Panga's legacy. Without Panga's legacy, what kind of heaven-opening treasure was it? It had a name but did not have any luck. Wouldn't it be at the mercy of the heavenly Tao? On the other hand, the three supreme treasures of heaven opening not only had the merit of heaven opening, but also the providence of heaven opening. Even if the three pure ones used them to attack the heavenly Tao, the heavenly Tao would not dare to harm them at all. However, everything changed when Tong Tian imprinted Panga's mark on the 24th grade green lotus of creation. This meant that the Grand Master of Heaven had recognized the identity of the green lotus of good fortune on behalf of Pangu. It was a true heaven-splitting treasure that could share the heaven-splitting luck. After obtaining the recognition of Panga's lineage, the identity of the 24th grade green lotus of creation immediately changed, causing the heavenly Tao to no longer dare to make a move against it. Having Panga's recognition and not having Panga's recognition were two different concepts. Just like the mountain god, no matter how many believers he had, as long as he did not receive the official recognition, he would still be an evil god and a wild god. It was illegal and would be suppressed by the official. This was the case with the green lotus of creation previously. On the other hand, the Grand Master of Heaven's Panga's mark was equivalent to an imperial edict. It gave the green lotus of creation an official identity, causing it to leap to become a righteous god of heaven and earth, and be worshipped by heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between Xianqing and the Grand Master of Heaven. In Xianqing's hands, the 24th grade green lotus of creation could never see the light of day. Once it appeared in the world, it would be attacked by the heavenly Tao. However, in the hands of the Grand Master of Heaven, the green lotus of creation was a true heaven-splitting treasure. Even the heavenly Tao could not touch it at all. Xianqing, sigh. Looking at the green lotus of creation in front of him, the Grand Master of Heaven could not say a word even if he had thousands of words in his heart. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. The Grand Master of Heaven already understood Xianqing's thoughts. He wanted to use the heaven-splitting treasure to repay his master's kindness, so that he could integrate into heaven and earth without any worries. Since this is your last wish, I'll fulfill it for you. After putting away the green lotus of creation, the Grand Master of Heaven suddenly pulled out the Qingping sword and slashed it in front of him. Bang! It was as if a string had been broken. The Grand Master of Heaven had cut off all the karma between him and Xianqing with one sword. From this moment on, Xianqing and the Grand Master of Heaven had nothing to do with each other. From now on, the Grand Master of Heaven did not have a disciple named Xianqing. Xianqing, you want to seek the Tao. How can I not fulfill your wish? However, from now on, the fate between you and me as master and disciple is over. After the sword fell, the Grand Master of Heaven seemed to have aged a lot. His body suddenly bent, and a few more strands of white hair appeared on his temples. Sigh. Finally, the Grand Master of Heaven sighed and turned to return to the Shangqing Temple. From this day on, unless something big happened in the three realms, the Grand Master of Heaven would rarely be seen in the world. The Grand Master of Heaven was not the only one who had formed a karma with Xianqing, but the entire three pure ones. Therefore, it was not enough to sever the karma with the Grand Master of Heaven. Xianqing still had to sever the karma with the Grand Pure One, and the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. 2 wisps of clear light rose from Penglai Island and landed in the 8 Visions Palace of Mount Shouyang. The first wisp of clear light was formed by the karmic position of Pil ancestor Xianqing. In the past, Xianqing had opened the Qi Pil lineage and used it to prove the karmic position of Pil ancestor. The other wisp of clear light was formed by Xianqing's talisman ancestor karmic position. After opening the Qi Pil lineage, Xianqing established the talisman Dao in the untainted land and became the ancestor of the talisman Dao. Now that Xianqing had died, he gave the karmic positions of Pil ancestor and talisman ancestor to the Grand Pure One to sever the karma between them. Uncle Master, please grant my wish. Xianqing's pleading voice came from the karmic position of heaven and earth. Sigh, why bother? The Grand Pure One shook his head and sighed. He had no choice but to accept the 2 karmic positions of heaven and earth. Immediately, the Taiji diagram shook slightly, and a wisp of yin and yang sword light fell, severing the karma between the Grand Pure One and Xianqing. Xianqing, you may leave. After saying that, the Grand Pure One closed the door of the 8 Visions Palace and returned to silence. However, who could understand the thousands of thoughts in his heart? Another 2 wisps of clear light rose from Penglai Island and landed in the Jade Palace of Mount Kunlun. This was Xianqing's refining experience and the karmic position of prehistoric land. Needless to say, Xianqing's refining experience was even better than the refining method of the Jade Clear lineage. The number 1 forger in the prehistoric land was not an exaggeration. Xianqing could even imitate innate spiritual treasures. His refining experience was definitely not inferior to the top-notch innate Taoist scripture in the prehistoric land. It might even be better. As for the karmic position of prehistoric land, Xianqing had once used the creation pill as a currency to set up a currency system for the prehistoric land. It had been used until now. Therefore, Xianqing also obtained the karmic position of prehistoric land. Although it did not sound good, it was still a top-notch karmic position of heaven and earth. Not to mention other things, after obtaining the karmic position of prehistoric land, Xianqing no longer lacked money to spend. Now that Xianqing had died, he took out these 2 items and gave them to the heavenly lord of primordial beginning to sever the karma between the 2 of them. Sigh. If one hears the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening. Xianqing's heart to pursue the Tao is very firm. I can't compare to him. Since you have such a heart to pursue the Tao, how can I not fulfill your wish? As he spoke, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning waved his hand and kept the 2 wisps of clear light. Then he raised the Panga banner and released a streak of chaotic sword chi to sever the karma between him and Xianqing. Sigh. At this point, Xianqing and the 3 pure ones, and the celestial sect of wonders, have nothing to do with each other. Seeing that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning had also chosen to sever the karma between him and Xianqing, the Taiching saint sighed helplessly and finally made a decision. From this moment on, Xianqing was no longer a disciple of the 3 pure ones, and was no longer a member of the Xianmen. Xianqing did not take away any of the supernatural powers passed down by the 3 pure ones. Xianqing did not take away any of the treasures passed down by the 3 pure ones. From now on, Xianqing was Ziru, the founder of Confucianism. He had nothing to do with the 3 pure ones. Speaking of which, although Xianqing was the first disciple of the 3rd generation of the Xianmen, he did not owe the Xianmen anything. On the contrary, the Xianmen owed him. Therefore, Xianqing only needed to return the karma between him and the 3 pure ones to sever everything between him and the Xianmen. There was no need for him to return anything to the Xianmen. However, it was not important now. It was all in the past. There was no need to care about it. All the karma had disappeared today. Ziru was finally free and had completely merged with heaven and earth. There was no longer a trace of his aura in the world, but he was everywhere. At the same time, Ziru's realm had also risen from the level of a mortal to the level of a saint. That's right, he was a saint. A saint without the purple aura of Hongmeng. At this time, Ziru's strength was also top-notch among the saints. Even the strongest saint, the Taiching saint, was no match for Ziru. It was a pity that although Ziru was strong, he did not have any intelligence. In short, Ziru's current state was the incarnation of the heavenly axiom. It was an incarnation led by the will of the heavenly axiom. Therefore, Ziru was very strong. He could be said to be invincible among the saints. The saints could only borrow the power of the heavenly axiom, but Ziru was the heavenly axiom itself. What could the saints use to fight him? There were two sides to the heavenly axiom. One was righteous and the other was evil. Ziru's body merged with heaven and earth. He used the righteous aura that he cultivated to forcefully materialize the righteous side of the heavenly axiom. That was the current Confucianism, which was Ziru himself. The one who controlled Ziru's power now was the righteous side of the heavenly axiom. We could call him the Confucianism. Just as Xianqing severed the karma between himself and the three pure ones, Feng Zichen could not help but feel a sense of relief in his heart. This problem was finally solved. He did not have to worry about it in the future. He did not owe the three pure ones anything. This relief was great. Feng Zichen's realm, which had not moved for a long time, suddenly rose at this moment. It was not the incarnation's realm that rose again, but the realm of his original body. It rose from the ninth heaven of Hunyuan essence to the perfected ninth heaven, and began to move towards the 10th heaven of Hunyuan essence. The sudden change directly woke up Feng Zichen's original body from a deep sleep. Previously, in order to send out a wisp of innate true spirit to reincarnate, Feng Zichen exhausted the last of his strength and fell into a deep sleep. But now as his realm soared, Feng Zichen's strength increased as well. Naturally he woke up. There's such an effect in untangling the knot in one's heart. I really didn't expect that this kind of epiphany would happen to me. And it happened in the ninth heaven of Hunyuan essence. It's really incredible. Feng Zichen's current situation was that after letting go of everything, he had an epiphany and his realm began to advance by leaps and bounds. This situation was very common in low-level realms such as Earth Immortals and Sky Immortals. But when one's strength reached Feng Zichen's realm, which was the ninth heaven of Hunyuan essence, it was very unusual for such a situation to occur. What kind of epiphany could support Feng Zichen's advancement? It was incredible. But immediately Feng Zichen found the reason. The epiphany was just a bait. The real reason why his realm soared was because of the accumulation. The Hongmeng Qi and the power of the Great Path had been fighting each other for so many years. It was unknown how much Feng Zichen had comprehended the Great Path. Now that it was triggered by the epiphany, it all gushed out. Naturally, it caused Feng Zichen's realm to soar. Unfortunately, although the sudden increase in realm caused Feng Zichen to wake up, it did not help much in the battle between the Hongmeng Qi and the power of the Great Path. At this moment, Feng Zichen was still unable to devour the power of the Great Path in his body. He could only let them fight with the Hongmeng Qi. Alas, if he wanted to solve the hidden dangers in his body, he had to wait for his reincarnation to grow up as soon as possible. When his Hongmeng Dao reached the Hunyuan essence realm, he could join forces with his original body and help the Hongmeng Qi to devour the power of the Great Path. At that time, not only would Feng Zichen be able to break through to the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian realm, but even the Hongmeng Daozhong could be upgraded to the chaotic spiritual treasure realm. After his cultivation reached the Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian realm, Feng Zichen had the capital to fight against Dao ancestor Hongjun. He did not need to continue to endure. He could directly merge with his doppelgangers and obtain the real celestial emperor Dao fruit. Then he could share the untainted land equally with Dao ancestor Hongjun. He refined the mysterious yellow and controlled the untainted land. This was the future of the untainted land. However, before he became the real celestial emperor, he had to think of a way to send Haotian away. Over the years, Feng Zichen and Haotian had cooperated well, and their relationship had become much closer. It would be inappropriate and unsightly to directly drive him down from the position of the Jade Emperor. Therefore, he had to let Haotian take the initiative to abdicate. It was difficult to let Haotian take the initiative to abdicate. As long as he became the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian realm, Haotian would take the initiative to abdicate without Feng Zichen saying anything. Alas, it had become a trend in the untainted land to attain the Dao. Every few years, someone would attain the Dao. He did not know if Hao Yin could catch up with this trend and attain the Tao in one fell swoop. If he attained the Tao now, it would save him a lot of trouble. If he could not, it would be troublesome to help him attain the Tao in the future. However, it was not without benefits for Feng Zichen to wake up now. At the very least, he could provide some help for the reincarnation. Not to mention other things. The vast and boundless Hongmeng Qi and the power of the great Tao in his body were of a higher level than Penge's power. They could be provided to the reincarnation at will to help him devour and strengthen the Hongmeng Qi in his body. At the moment when Xianqing's body merged with heaven and earth, Goddess Huta moved in the netherworld. Chapter 881. Ever since she resurrected Ancestor Jiang, the Lady of Earth had disappeared. No one knew what she was planning. But now, with the fall of Xianqing, the Lady of Earth was also alarmed. She did not want to see Xianqing fall just like that. She wanted to save him. Back then, when the Lady of Earth turned into reincarnation, Xianqing had once contributed. The Lady of Earth had always remembered it in her heart. With this karma, she really could not sit back and watch Xianqing fall just like that. As soon as the Lady of Earth appeared, she was noticed by the Emperor of Fengdu. Then, his happy face darkened. That was because he guessed the Lady of Earth's purpose. Did the Lady of Earth suddenly appear at this moment other than saving Xianqing? Good heavens! Is this a backstab from an ally? It's really uncomfortable. No, I have to stop the Lady of Earth. I can't let her think of a way to save Xianqing. In fact, Feng Zichen did not know if the Lady of Earth had a way to save Xianqing. However, she had the only chaos treasure in the primordial world. Who knew what she was hiding? What if she really pulled back a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness? He had to be careful about that. Xianqing had spent so much effort to completely fall. He could not let the Lady of Earth destroy it. Lady of Earth, don't even think about stabbing me in the back. Feng Zichen shouted crazily in his heart. However, how could he stop the Lady of Earth? That was a problem. He definitely could not explain the reason to her directly. I have an idea. The Emperor of Fengdu thought of a way. He decided to strike first. He wanted to think of a way to save Xianqing before the Lady of Earth attacked. Didn't the Lady of Earth want to save Xianqing? As her good friend, how could the Emperor of Fengdu not help her? As long as the Emperor of Fengdu saved Xianqing, the Lady of Earth would naturally give up the idea of attacking. It did not matter if she continued to attack. With the Emperor of Fengdu's help, it was better than the Lady of Earth attacking alone. This way, he could secretly do something and save the Xianqing in his heart. Go. With a thought, the Emperor of Fengdu secretly made a move and activated the 10 Directions Pure Land that Xianqing had once established in the Netherworld. In the blink of an eye, the Netherworld glowed with azure light. A boundless pure land emerged and illuminated the void in all directions. At the same time, a figure that looked very similar to Xianqing gradually appeared in the depths of the 10 Directions Pure Land. This was the incarnation that Xianqing left in the 10 Directions Pure Land. However, with Xianqing's death, this incarnation's situation was not good. His consciousness had long since disappeared, and his body had become incomparably illusory. It was as if he could disappear at any moment. However, although Xianqing's incarnation was about to disappear, it hadn't disappeared yet. And he was the last trace of Xianqing in this world. If he wanted to revive Xianqing, he had to rely on this incarnation. Goddess Hutu, who was about to use her divine ability to collect Xianqing's remnant thoughts, was first stunned when she saw the appearance of the 10 Directions Pure Land. Then, she saw the incarnation that Xianqing left in the 10 Directions Pure Land, and her eyes lit up. Goddess Hutu immediately stopped using her divine ability. Instead, she took out a strand of the Earth's creation origin and inserted it into Xianqing's incarnation to stabilize his illusory body. However, although Goddess Hutu could stabilize Xianqing's incarnation's body, she couldn't restore his consciousness that had long been destroyed. Just as Goddess Hutu was thinking about her next move, human Emperor Gaochen, who was in the Emperor City, also took action after learning about what happened from the Emperor of Fengdu. Gaochen didn't restore Xianqing's incarnation's consciousness. Instead, he wrote an imperial edict and stamped it with his imperial seal. Then he sent it to the Lingxiao Palace and the Heavenly Emperor at the fastest speed. When the Heavenly Emperor opened it, he saw the following words on the imperial edict. Today, the old Emperor Xianqing merged his body with the heavens and earth and transformed the righteous path into the world. He has great merit for all living beings in the world. Therefore, Gaochen decided to confer Xianqing the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor to rule all living beings. That was the only sentence written on the imperial edict. Below it was the imperial seal of Gaochen. However, there were many empty spaces behind Gaochen's name. Obviously, it was left for others to write. This was an imperial edict conferring Xianqing the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor. As for why this imperial edict was sent to him, Hao Tian knew that Gaochen wanted him to stamp his imperial seal on it. The Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor was the ruler of all living beings. From this, it could be seen that this imperial throne's power was not inferior to the four imperials. With Gaochen's karmic rank, he was unable to confer such a title. He had to get the unanimous consent of Hao Tian and the other three imperials before this imperial edict could take effect. Hao Tian and the four imperials had to agree before Xianqing could be conferred the title of the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor. So should he agree? Hao Tian's face was full of hesitation as he looked at the imperial edict. If it was any other position, Hao Tian wouldn't mind giving Gaochen face and agreeing to it directly. However, the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor was different. This was an imperial throne that was comparable to the four imperials. It had supreme power. But where did this power come from? Naturally, it came from Hao Tian, the Jade Emperor. Therefore, once this imperial edict came true, Hao Tian would definitely lose a part of his power, which would be added to the Eastern Extremities Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Therefore, Hao Tian was very hesitant, not knowing if he should agree or not. However, he immediately felt relieved. First, he picked up the imperial brush and added his name behind Gaochen's name. Then he took out the imperial seal that symbolized his status as the Jade Emperor and stamped it. Hao Tian's goal was nothing more than to achieve the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, and then transcend. The position of Celestial Emperor was not what he wanted. Since that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? He wasn't greedy for power. If he had to give up a part of it, then so be it. He could also share some of the karma that came with being a Celestial Emperor. As a Celestial Emperor, his every word and action resonated with heaven and earth. He could affect the trend of heaven and earth and the fate of countless people. Therefore, from the moment Hao Tian became a Celestial Emperor, even if he didn't do anything, he would still have karma on him. It was also because of this karma that Hao Tian was unable to take that crucial step. Now, if he could really give up the position of Emperor Qinghua of the East Pole from the authority of the Celestial Emperor, then Hao Tian's karma would definitely be given a part of it. In this way, Hao Tian would undoubtedly be one step closer to attaining the Tao. This was a good thing. Compared to attaining the Tao, it was best to give up all the authority of the Celestial Emperor. After Hao Tian stamped the imperial seal, he thought for a moment and sent the imperial seal to the periphery of the boundless starry sky. Under the Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei was the most respected. Therefore, after Hao Tian, it was Great Emperor Ziwei's turn to stamp the imperial seal. However, with Great Emperor Ziwei's current state, could he stay awake and stamp the imperial seal? The imperial seal flew across the sky. In an instant, it crossed the endless void and arrived outside the boundless starry sky. Why didn't Hao Tian send it to Ziwei's star in one go? It wasn't that Hao Tian didn't want to, but he couldn't. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, Great Emperor Ziwei was inexplicably injured, and the boundless starry sky was sealed. Not to mention Hao Tian. Even the heavenly path couldn't enter the boundless starry sky. Outside the boundless starry sky, the imperial seal lay there quietly, waiting for a reply from inside. At this moment, countless great mediums were paying attention to this scene. Too many people wanted to know about Great Emperor Ziwei's current state. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait for long before there was a reaction from the boundless starry sky. An imperial seal flew over from the depths of the starry sky and stamped the imperial seal accurately. Thanks to Xianqing's death, Feng Zichen's original body was able to awaken. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to use the imperial seal. However, if Xianqing hadn't died, there would be no need for the imperial seal. Great Emperor Ziwei is still conscious? Seeing this scene, several saints couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Their faces were filled with shock. They seemed to have misjudged Great Emperor Ziwei's injury. It wasn't as serious as they had imagined. He had completely lost consciousness. Whoosh! After stamping the imperial seal turned around and flew to the South Pole Star. The 4 emperors of the heavenly court had always been one. They advanced and retreated together. Now that the other 3 emperors had agreed, the great emperor of the South Pole naturally had no reason to refuse. After signing his name, he picked up the imperial seal and stamped it. Then, the great emperor of the South Pole threw the imperial seal down and sent it to the Lady of Earth of the Netherworld. Seeing this imperial seal, the Lady of Earth somewhat understood Feng Zichen's plan. He used his position as the Supreme of Heaven and Earth to forcefully capture a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness from the hands of Heaven and Earth, so that he could be resurrected. Human strength couldn't resist the power of Heaven and Earth, but the power of Heaven and Earth could. Only the power of Heaven and Earth could resist the power of Heaven and Earth. Feng Zichen's method could be summarized in one sentence. It was to use the power of Heaven and Earth to deal with the power of Heaven and Earth. It was a very simple method, but it was also the most effective method. This method works. After deducing in her heart, even the Lady of Earth had to admit that Feng Zichen's method was indeed much better than the method she had thought of. Thinking of this, the Lady of Earth no longer hesitated. She took out her imperial seal and stamped it on the imperial seal. Suddenly, the imperial seal turned into a stream of light and rose from the netherworld, floating in the sky. Dazzling divine light burst out from the imperial seal. Even the radiance of the sun and moon was covered by it. It illuminated the entire 3 realms, and even the space-time of the heavens. Rumble! In the next moment, the Tao of Heaven and Earth fell with a loud bang and merged with the imperial seal, constantly evolving. Not long after, the imperial seal disappeared and was replaced by a green karmic position. Its body flowed with boundless light and boundless technique. The top karmic position of the 3 realms, the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Imperial Seal, the symbol of the Supreme of Heaven and Earth. The moment the karmic position was formed, a pair of purple eyes suddenly appeared in the sky above the 3 realms. It was incomparably huge and occupied the entire sky. It looked at the world and everyone coldly. The heavenly Tao had appeared. Confer Xianqing as the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Imperial Seal. The heavenly Tao's cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. No matter where the living beings of the 3 realms were, they could hear it clearly. The living beings of the 5 great continents knew who Xianqing was, but the living beings outside the 5 great continents were a little confused after hearing the heavenly Tao's voice. Who was Xianqing? Who was the great emperor of the East Pole? Why had they never heard of him? For some reason, the further away one was from the 5 great continents, the less one knew about the 3 realms. In some remote places, such as the place where Feng Zichen's reincarnation was, they had never heard of the existence of the 3 realms, nor did they know about the 5 great continents. They had never heard of the human emperor, saint, heavenly court, and so on. They even thought that the entire world was as big as the continent under their feet. Therefore, at this moment, these people were so shocked when they suddenly heard the heavenly Tao's voice. This short sentence revealed too much information, directly shattering the 3 views of these people. The imperial edict jointly made by the 5 emperors of the heavenly court was equivalent to an imperial edict written by the real heavenly emperor himself. It had supreme power. Even the heavenly Tao would not deny this imperial edict. Instead, it conferred the title of Xianqing according to the contents of the imperial edict. Whoosh! As soon as the heavenly Tao's voice fell, the karmic rank directly fell from the sky into the body of Xianqing's incarnation in the 10 directions pure land of the netherworld. In an instant, endless light rose from the body of Xianqing's incarnation. His body directly stabilized and had a physical body. His eyes also regained their spirit. However, although his eyes were full of spirit, there was no emotion at all. It was frighteningly cold. This meant that it was not Xianqing who had awakened, but the righteous Tao of heaven, which was the way of Confucianism. The great emperor of the East Pole was not Xianqing, but the incarnation of the way of Confucianism. However, Xianqing was the way of Confucianism, and the way of Confucianism was Xianqing. It was not a problem to say that the incarnation of the way of Confucianism was Xianqing. Did it fail? Looking at the emotionless incarnation of Xianqing, several people related to Xianqing who had been paying attention to the development of this matter could not help but show disappointment in their eyes. But immediately, they became excited. With this incarnation, it was not a failure. With this incarnation as a coordinate, they could call Xianqing day and night. Sooner or later, they would be able to forcibly call back a wisp of Xianqing's consciousness from heaven and earth. At that time, Xianqing would really be resurrected. This was called man's will conquer nature, and using the power of the wishes of all living beings to forcibly call back Xianqing. Therefore, the appearance of this incarnation was not completely useless. He was a hope to call back Xianqing. Phew! In the Emperor City, looking at the incarnation of the way of Confucianism, Feng Zichen could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The birth of this incarnation of the way of Confucianism was facilitated by him. The method of calling Xianqing with the power of the wishes of all living beings could indeed call Xianqing back from heaven and earth. After all, man's will conquer nature. But there was a premise, and that was that Xianqing was willing to return. If Xianqing was willing to return, this method could indeed call him back. But if Xianqing was not willing to return, then this method, no matter how the living beings called, Xianqing would not return. Of course, only Feng Zichen knew that Xianqing was not willing to return. Outsiders did not know, and Feng Zichen did not intend to tell anyone. Just take it as a memento for everyone. Let this incarnation of the Confucian path save the people in the 10 directions Pure Land, and be the great emperor of the East Pole. Gradually, the divine light receded, revealing a benevolent and majestic supreme of heaven and earth. The great emperor of the Eastern Pole was wearing a crown and a colorful robe. He was sitting on a 9-colored lotus throne in the 7 Treasures Qian Forest. P.S. Don't stay up late. People with excessive heat have a headache. Double monthly votes tomorrow. Chapter 882. The great emperor's head was surrounded by 9-colored divine light, radiating with boundless radiance. Many immortals, strongmen, Vajras, divine kings, golden boys, and jade girls stood beside him. There were also people holding water bowls, willow branches, and standing on lotus flowers. These were all formed by heaven and earth's Tao aura, and they were used to strengthen the great emperor's dignity. The Eastern Green Flower Emperor, also known as the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was a great saint with great compassion, and great wish. When humans were in danger, as long as they recited the Heavenly Lord's name, the Heavenly Lord would respond to the sound and save them. This was the authority that heaven and earth gave to Xianqing, and he could incarnate into billions of incarnations and be everywhere. At this moment, there was a Tao scripture that was formed spontaneously in heaven and earth. It was imprinted on the rules, and was known to the world. There was a great benevolent person in the eastern world of Chang'e. The incarnations of the Tai Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery were countless. Living in the heavenly palace, descending to the mortal world, living in hell, taking in crowds immortal children, emperors, saints, celestial venerables, divine kings, demon kings, celestial masters, Taoist priests, heavenly doctors, men and women, civil and military officials, great Yuan masters, Zen masters, wind masters and rain masters. Their supernatural powers were limitless, and their skills were boundless. They searched for the voice and saved the suffering, and acted according to the circumstances. At the same time, in the Jade Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Tai spiritual master who was cultivating in seclusion suddenly felt an inexplicable malice, which made him feel cold all over. However, soon after, the malicious intent receded like the tide. Very quickly, it disappeared without a trace. It was as if the malicious intent from before had been an illusion. This malice came from heaven. The Tai spiritual master had the same name as the Tai heavenly lord of salvation from misery, so he was targeted by heaven. But considering the relationship between Xianqing and the heavenly lord of the beginning, heaven didn't attack him. Instead, it retreated after taking back the fate. Because of this, the Tai spiritual master felt that the malice came and went quickly. It was very inexplicable. He had escaped a calamity. Buzz buzz buzz. Xianqing's origin Dao fruit, which he'd sacrificed everything to refine, suddenly appeared in the air and disappeared into the emperor's head. An aura unique to Daoyuo Jingxian erupted from the viridescent splendor emperor of the eastern extremity and swept through the entire 3 realms in the blink of an eye. Under this aura, all living beings in the world felt a supreme majesty, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. This was karma. After receiving the worship of all living beings in the world, the Eastern Extremity Azure Splendor Emperor would have the responsibility of protecting all living beings in the world in the future. Otherwise, why would the Eastern Extremity's viridescent splendor protect the world for no reason? The living beings of the 5 great continents were already very familiar with primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian's aura, so they naturally bowed down to him. However, the living beings outside the 5 continents, especially those regions that were relatively far away from the 5 continents, were already dumbfounded. They had no idea what was happening at all. They only felt a supreme majesty sweep over them, pressing them to the ground and making them unable to stand up. That power was too strong, far beyond their understanding. Under such power, they couldn't even think of resisting, let alone fight back. They were suppressed without any resistance. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? Has heaven descended into the world? I feel that this power is as vast as heaven and earth. It's so high and mighty that it's impossible to resist. Where exactly is such an expert? Why haven't I found any traces of him? Why haven't I heard of his legend? The powerful beings in the remote regions roared indignantly. Not long after, Xianqing's aura gradually retracted, and the pressure on the living beings of the 3 realms dissipated. They stood up again. But at this moment, an even more majestic and supreme aura suddenly came, causing the living beings of the 3 realms who had just stood up to prostrate themselves on the ground again. This aura didn't come from Xianqing, but from the heavenly Dao. Unlike the other great mediums who had achieved the primordial chaos, Daoyuo Jingxian, Xianqing was the supreme of heaven and earth, the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor. Therefore, after he achieved the Tao, heaven and earth would definitely send him blessings to show his nobility. In the unseen world, there was a faintly discernible sound of Tao. It descended from the 9 heavens, and continued to reverberate between heaven and earth. Viridescent Eternal Joy Realm, Eastern Pole Miaoyan Palace. 7 treasures fragrant Qian Forest, 9-colored lotus seat. Inside the myriad true ring, amidst billions of auspicious light, prime clear spirit treasure, should transform into Xian Yuanshi. Calamity befalls Ci, major 1000 dew gate. Mystical Dao true body, purple gold auspicious form. Random feelings, boundless vows. Great sage, great mercy, great wish. 10 directions, deliver all living beings from torment. Billions of tribulations, deliver people immeasurable. Seek the sound of Tai heavenly lord of salvation from misery. Qing Xian 9 sons God. This was a message that heaven and earth spontaneously created for the Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor, for the world to recite. It contained an inexplicable divine power. The Eastern Pole Viridescent Splendor Emperor? Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Just a wisp of his aura can suppress me to the point that I can't move. Also, who is the person who made that sound? Why is his aura so similar to heaven and earth? Could it be that heaven and earth are really speaking? Does heaven and earth really have their own will? All kinds of doubts emerged in the hearts of the powerhouses in the remote areas, causing them to be extremely puzzled. Unfortunately, no one could give them an answer because they were too far away from the 5 major continents and too barren. No great divine power would come here, and no great divine power would pay attention to this place. If nothing unexpected happened, these remote places would gradually be forgotten by the powerful existences of the 5 major continents. However, as the aura of heaven and earth swept across the entire three realms this time, it attracted the attention of a certain existence. Thus an accident happened. TSK. Why do I feel that these small islands floating on the sea are slowly being isolated from the 5 major continents as if they are not in the same world? As a result, these small islands have no idea about the situation of the 5 major continents and the general information of the 3 realms. This situation is a little strange. It's as if these small islands have become the lower realm of the 5 major continents. There's a problem. There seems to be a shocking matter of great merit contained in this. I have to study it carefully. At this moment, Feng Zichen's reincarnation in the ancient Baron's continent noticed the reactions of the living beings here, and couldn't help but have a bold guess in his heart. If this guess was true, then he really had the foundation to become a celestial emperor, and could quickly break through the realm. However, whether this guess could be true or not still needed to be confirmed. No rush. If it was his, he couldn't hide. If it wasn't his, then he would directly snatch it. What a joke. Feng Zichen had so many incarnations, and they were all supreme powerhouses that could roam the primordial world. If they worked together, what kind of fortune could they not snatch? If it was Feng Zichen's, then it was Feng Zichen's. If it wasn't Feng Zichen's, as long as he wanted, it could also be his. It couldn't be helped. The strong were just that domineering. I'm not convinced. Come and hit me. On Golden Turtle Island, Tong Tian saw Xianqing's incarnation become an emperor, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The sadness on his face also dissipated a lot. Then he heard him explain to the disciple beside him. With this incarnation, it's equivalent to Xianqing burying a nail in the primordial world. After that, as long as someone talks about Xianqing every day, there might be a day when Xianqing will be awakened. Speaking of this, Tong Tian couldn't help but sigh. The human emperor is indeed a great talent. No wonder he's the #1 prodigy in the primordial world. The poor Wei is far inferior to him. Xianqing transformed into the Tao, and his body merged with the world. The poor Wei could only be helpless. However, the human emperor could come up with such an ingenious idea to summon Xianqing back in such a short period of time. Seek the voice, seek the feelings, and save the suffering. Just these 8 words are enough for the living beings of the 3 realms to chant Xianqing's name all the time. It's really an amazing idea. With the living beings of the 3 realms chanting day and night, even if Xianqing can't be summoned back, it's enough to protect his consciousness from being completely lost in the heavenly axiom. In this way, after the immeasurable calamity, when the world is destroyed, Xianqing will be reborn. Speaking of this, Tong Tian suddenly reprimanded the disciples. All of you should cultivate well. Xianqing has already attained the Tao fruit of the origin. He's detached from the world, and can survive thousands of calamities. Even if the immeasurable calamity comes, it won't affect him at all. But all of you are different. Without the Tao fruit of the origin, you can't transcend the world. When the immeasurable calamity comes and the world is destroyed, all of you can't escape the fate of death. When the world is destroyed, Xianqing will be freed from the world and be reborn. But all of you will fall with the world. How sad is that? So cultivate well. As long as you can attain the Tao fruit of the origin, you'll meet Xianqing sooner or later. Otherwise, it's goodbye forever. After that, Tong Tian entered the Shangqing temple with his hands behind his back. Now that Xianqing's matter was resolved, the knot in his heart was also untied. He felt much more relaxed. As long as he could ensure that Xianqing didn't get lost in the heavenly axiom, and was completely assimilated by the heavenly axiom, Xianqing would be reborn sooner or later. This was because the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian could survive thousands of calamities. He wouldn't die. The reason why Xianqing fell now was that he was assimilated by the world and became a part of it. But the world would be destroyed sooner or later, but the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian wouldn't. As long as the world was destroyed, Xianqing would be freed and regain his freedom. The heavenly court has changed. With the birth of the Eastern Pole Qinghua Emperor, some people looked at the fate of the heavenly court and couldn't help but frown. As mentioned above, The fate of the heavenly court had changed from the original 5 pillars to the current 6. But this wasn't the biggest change. The biggest change was that the giant pillar that represented the celestial emperor had shrunk. Although it was still the biggest, it was reduced to the same level as the other 5 pillars. It was no longer unique and above the other 4 pillars. It had the image of suppressing the world. This meant that the authority of the celestial emperor had been further weakened. In the past, the heavenly court also had the 4 emperors, but that was because the 4 emperors were the same. The celestial emperor was nominally above the 4 emperors and had the authority to command the 4 emperors. But now, with the birth of the Eastern Pole Qinghua Emperor, the celestial emperor's authority had been further weakened. The heavenly court had evolved from a situation where the celestial emperor was the sole ruler, and the 4 emperors ruled together, to a situation where the 6 emperors ruled together. In other words, the celestial emperor was no longer high and mighty. Instead, he had become like the other emperors. Although he was the head of the 6 emperors, he didn't have a supreme status. Well, from now on, it wasn't appropriate to call Haotian the celestial emperor anymore. He should be called the Jade Emperor. The head of the 6 emperors, the Jade Emperor, was the lord of all heavens and ruled over all heavens. It was also at this moment that the heavenly court no longer had a celestial emperor. The primordial world no longer had a celestial emperor. The 3 realms had entered an era where the 6 emperors ruled together. The position of the celestial emperor was empty. In other words, Feng Zichen's opportunity was about to arrive. At this time, as long as someone with great merit could obtain the recognition of the 6 emperors at the same time, then theoretically he could directly become the celestial emperor without refining the fate of heaven and earth. The complete authority of the celestial emperor was divided into 6 parts and evolved into the current 6 emperors. Each emperor held 1/6 of the celestial emperor's authority in their hands. As long as they combined their authority, they could restore the complete authority of the celestial emperor. This meant that the 6 of them could work together to promote a true celestial emperor. There was no need for the 6 emperors to hand over their authority. As long as the 6 of them worked together, they could evolve into a new supreme authority that covered all the authority and karmic ranks of the Eldritch world. The authority of the celestial emperor. This was the source of all authority, and all authority was a branch of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor had the power to control everything, and also the power to bestow authority to all things. When this authority appeared, all the authorities would listen to the celestial emperor's orders. Even the authority of the 6 emperors was no exception, and could be taken away at any time. No, to be precise, when the authority of the celestial emperor appeared, no matter who it was, no matter what authority they had previously grasped, they would change from the owner of the authority to the manager of the authority. They would manage the Eldritch world on behalf of the true celestial emperor. They only had the ability to use the authority, but they didn't have the ability to own the authority. This was because all the power of the authority belonged to the celestial emperor. When the celestial emperor wasn't around, anyone could become the owner of the authority. However, when the Eldritch world was around, all the authority had only one owner, and that was the celestial emperor. This was why the celestial emperor was said to be supreme, infinite, and more honorable than the saints. The celestial emperor truly controlled everything in the Eldritch world. To put it more vividly, when the celestial emperor appeared, the owners of these authorities all changed from the bosses of companies to ordinary employees and lost the power to control the companies. I didn't expect that after the celestial emperor became the Jade Emperor. I actually felt that my body was much more relaxed. My realm also improved a little. As expected, the position of the celestial emperor is the biggest obstacle to my Tao. In the Jade Pool, Haotian silently felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but say aloud. After being the celestial emperor for so many years, Haotian didn't do it for nothing. With the help of the celestial court's providence, Haotian had accumulated enough to reach the Tao. However, he still couldn't take that crucial step. The reason was because he was the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor not only made Haotian but also limited him. P.S. Double the monthly votes. Please get some monthly votes. In the middle of the month, I posted a single chapter, saying that I would update it according to fate. However, I didn't do that in the end, because there were still people who wanted this book, about 800 to 900 people. Of course, other than them, there weren't many people who read it. I wrote it for them. My book has 3,080 subscriptions. In theory, I would need at least 3,080 new chapters to maintain the balance of the subscriptions. But in reality, this book only has 2,000 new subscriptions every day. Sometimes it's only 1,700. This process has been going on for almost half a year. Those who know the starting point know that this means that this book has no value and no money. I'm doing it for love. At this point, most people should choose to be eunuch. Actually, the purpose of my new book is to eunuch this old book. But in the end, I still can't bear to do it. After all, I've been writing for more than a year and have feelings for it. I want to write an ending, so I clenched my teeth and persevered for half a year. But the pressure of opening 2 books is really great. I hope that everyone can give me some support. I don't ask for any rewards. If you can subscribe, then subscribe. If you can vote, then vote. Lazy Bum, thank you for your support. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.